Arc 5, Chapter 22, A Casual Response. Reinhardt had leapt towards Sirius, knocking his opponent from the tower and sending her flying through the sky. Sirius, ha ha ha. Ah, how impressive you are. As the heroic figure flew toward her, she raised her voice, ecstatic, and waved her arms about. Accompanying that motion was the piercing whine of her chain unraveling from her wrist. That fully extended chain could now be used as a whip, although its merit as a weapon was based more in intimidating appearance and violent sound than convenience. Someone who chose to wield such a weapon was clearly out of touch with common sense. That iron snake had undoubtedly tasted the blood of more than just a few people, and, at this moment, was partaking in a routine hunt, attempting to crush its prey with its iron jaws, the whistling whine it created resembling applause. But even that blunt snake, who could approach the speed of sound, was clueless. In this world, there existed a human existence that exists in the same sense as that of Sirius that departed from its usual course. Reinhardt, a chain, how troublesome. Hearing the sound of the chain entering the fight, the sword saint frowned and gave a troubled mutter. In the midst of such an intense battle, he seemed to be giving the slight grievance that better suited the atmosphere of a brief break between classes. Sirius, ha ha ha. Sirius, on the verge of panting, revealed her passionate smile to the spectators. Surely, that was inevitable. However, the reasoning behind Sirius's delight was mysterious. Whether it was because of desperation, or whether she was genuinely happy, one face was clear to all the spectators. This was a situation that only Sirius would have laughed in. Reinhardt. Sirius flew upwards, and Reinhardt pursued her from below. With Reinhardt as her target, Sirius delivered a quick, precise blow. Even facing that oncoming chain, Reinhardt didn't reach for the sword hanging at his waist. If his words from long before were true, it wasn't that he didn't intend to draw his sword, it was that he couldn't. Reinhardt's legendary sword would only allow itself to face worthy opponents. In that case, he was condemned to be unarmed while fighting that horrible freak. Even Reinhardt, who Subaru had the utmost trust in, would have to undergo a bitter struggle. Perhaps he would even fail to live up to Subaru's expectation, in a show of human weakness. If so, then that trust would soon be broken. Aiming her second strike at Reinhardt's, a high-pitched voice spoke up. Shock waves and sparks danced at the scene. To Subaru and the other spectators, lightning seemed to flash through the sky. The ability to accomplish that kind of witchcraft was precisely the proof that Reinhardt transcended the boundaries of human skill. Reinhardt met the chain head-on, lifting a slender leg to defend against it. That attack was so surprising that it would have elicited a laugh. After that impact, Reinhardt turned attention to wrapping his foot with the chain, moving it to suit his own will. The movement itself was nothing too special. Reinhardt had met the approaching chain with his right leg, and wound it around his foot in a makeshift weapon, using it to open an immediate follow-up. In only a moment, he'd easily alternated between offensive and defensive. Needless to say, not everyone could keep up with the fight. Only the handful of people with combat training could follow those rapid, continuous attacks. In that moment of understanding, there was an impulse to laugh. Subaru gave a long sigh and relaxed his shoulders. Fortunately, Reinhardt was a comrade, so those thoughts were unnecessary. If he were the enemy, then Subaru's shoulders, knees, and bladder would have all given out. Sirius, ha ha, ha ha ha. Ah ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sirius laughed loudly, her right arm spinning wildly like a tornado. Since her left arm had been captured by Reinhardt, she could only resort to using the right one. However, although the whistling snake tore through the sky, flying from every direction, it was blocked by the chain on Reinhardt's right foot, creating a high-pitched whine and a shower of sparks. Every spark dancing in the blue sky was accompanied by a metallic instrument whose sound permeated the square, in a whirling performance of red and yellow. A strike, another blow, but during that period, Reinhardt had further closed the distance between himself and Sirius. Soon, after exchanging an array of blows, he'd reached her. Sirius, how unexpected. You've actually reached this point. Amazing. Reinhardt, you're very adept. I find it a shame that you've committed yourself to evil. In those moments, the two exchanged words the way they did attacks. Reinhardt quickly pulls back his right leg and thrusts his left hand with aligned fingers. Sirius greeted it with a powerful swing of her arm, the undulating chain diving at Reinhardt with exposed fangs. Although that chain was made of steel, Reinhardt had used his own hand as a blade and cleaved it in two. In the past, Subaru had witnessed the perfect splitting of disposable wooden chopsticks, a party trick. If Reinhardt were to partake in those performances, he could split a steel blade like paper. He was the very portrait of beautiful swordplay. The severed portion of the chain was propelled by the attack's momentum into the clock tower. The violent collision shattering one of the building's walls. The sight of smoke and the rubble crashing into the square shook Subaru out of his trance. He'd been completely fascinated. Reinhardt and Sirius's fight, no, Reinhardt's fight, had entranced him. Whether envy or fear caused fascination was another matter entirely. Subaru, leaving her to Reinhardt is fine. Then, He couldn't continue to dawdle here, blindly ogling the fight and waiting for an outcome. Subaru squeezed through a gap in the crowd, running to the opening of the tower. Luzbel, who had been scheduled to be part of Sirius's speech, had probably been abandoned in the clock tower when he responded to Reinhardt's inability to withdraw. Saving him would ease Subaru's worries, just in case, so that if Sirius got away from Reinhardt, Luzbel's safety would be guaranteed. Subaru climbed anxiously up the spiral staircase, again tasting that dark, damp air. The tower was much brighter than it had been 15 minutes ago, thanks to the light flooding in from the walls that had been broken by Sirius's chain. After safely ascending the spiral staircase, Subaru found the bound Luzbel on the top floor. He'd been left face down on the ground, where his tears had pooled into a puddle. The child's sobs touched Subaru deeply. Subaru, Luzbel. You're safe now, don't worry. Subaru tenderly took the chained Luzbel into his arms. He ignored the warm torrent of tears as he returned Luzbel's desperate, terrified gaze with his own reassuring one. Luzbel, Subaru, it's all right, I'm on your side. And as for that monster, a reliable hero is fighting her right now. So, let's take this time to get you out of here. Luzbel, Subaru spoke with the utmost sincerity. Gradually, the struggling Luzbel's body lost its strength, and he faced Subaru with a tearful but clear expression. After Subaru nodded in response to that inquiring gaze, Luzbel began sobbing anew, for a different reason than before. Subaru, wait a second. Let me get this off of you. After gently touching crying boy's head, Subaru started cautiously working on the chain. From the shoulders to ankles, the chain was wound tightly, and he was also gagged with it. Subaru took care to avoid hurting the child as he unraveled it. Subaru, well, I got it off. Can you stand up? If not, I can carry you. Luzbel, don't worry, it's. Thank you. HK. Luzbel rose unsteadily to his feet, shaking his stiff legs, offering his gratitude. Although his face was stained with tears, he was still a strong child. Subaru patted his head again. Then, as he pondered the intense battle taking place near the tower. Subaru, staying here might actually be safer, but we should probably get out just in case. Can you walk? Are you hurt anywhere? Luzbel, my right hand, just a little bit. Luzbel frowned and obediently presented his wound to Subaru. On his outstretched right hand was a sharp laceration that had clearly been made by a snake-like weapon. Seeing the blood oozing from the wound, Subaru contorted his face in discomfort. Subaru, bastard, tying up such a small child, and even doing this to him. Luzbel, no. This just suddenly hurting when I was tied up. Subaru, suddenly? While he had been tied up, Subaru registered distractedly. At least, Subaru shouldn't have hurt him in the process of unraveling the chain. His movements had been cautious, and if Luzbel had suffered so serious an injury, Subaru would have noticed. A terrible, ominous apprehension rose in Subaru's heart. Subaru, at any rate, we can't stay here. Let's go. Subaru took Luzbel's uninjured left hand and led him to the bottom of the spiral staircase, to the exit of the tower. When Subaru returned to the square, he heard, "Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her." The mob had plunged into a frenzy, eagerly awaiting the execution of that captured freak, calling for vindication. Eyes filled with bloodlust, mouths twisted in snarls, howling for murder. Endless abhorrence of evil. Incredulous aversion to the unnatural. Wanting to be rid of the presence of an enemy who wasn't physiologically acceptable. This emotion was one of murderous intent. And what was this called? This was known as wrath. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A crowd of complete strangers stood side by side as comrades, moving toward the same goal. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Their very hearts united in that moment, facing the spirits of good and evil. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Choosing to be united, pushing that limit, that was. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Sirius, joining feelings into one. This is surely love, correct? Well, there is no doubt that this is a scene only love could achieve, don't you agree? Rather than devising a scheme, Sirius murmured in her usual voice. Sirius had been pressed to the side of the tower by the hero. The surrounding crowd eagerly cheered for the death of the unnatural person, and knowing that their sword saint had the power to kill the abomination. The desperate Sirius seemed to have lost even the chain as on her left hand. If both hands were unarmed, she had no way to defend against Reinhardt's knife-like hand. This was clearly a dead end, however. Sirius wore her usual placid smile. Reinhardt, are there any last words you want to say? Sirius, thank you. Then, allow me to offer you an piece advice. The other archbishops may not be as docile as me, so if you want to ask their last words, you might suffer for it. Reinhardt, I will keep that in mind. In the face of Reinhardt's warm kindness, Sirius spoke a calm statement. Reinhardt nodded in compliance and stepped forward, ready to execute her with the blade that was his hand. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. As the voice of the crowd grew in intensity, Sirius's fate had been sealed. This was obvious, so why? Standing at the entrance of the broken tower, Subaru felt a throbbing chill threatening to break his heart. Why? What did that mean? He desperately wanted to speak, but his mouth couldn't move. Once he began to speak, Subaru knew what he would say. Subaru certainly would join the loud cries of "kill her." Sirius, we know each other. Mutual humility. Mutual recognition. We forgive each other. That's exactly the correct form that love should take. Ignoring the subdued Subaru, Sirius continued to preach her rhetoric. At first glance, she seemed to make sense, but, taking into account that Sirius was saying so, that proposition and the atmosphere itself turned unpleasant. Reinhardt. Reinhardt seemed to have made the same judgment as Subaru. There was no longer any meaning in letting Sirius speak, so Reinhardt moved forward. However, just before Reinhardt reached her, Sirius smiled and held her arms into the air. Immediately, accompanied by a crackling sound, chains were ejected from the cuffs of her coat. Those chains were fired through her sleeves, and then wrapped around the tower as Sirius began to fly once more. She intended to escape, but just before she could, Reinhardt stomped on the ground. Shock waves spread upward, like an explosion. His hand struck at her in a smooth, upward motion. In that moment, Sirius's life would end. Crowd, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. And that result will be prompted by the crowd's cry. Subaru's heart spiked with fear. Driven by a sudden impulse. Subaru, Reinhard. He yelled the hero's name, but, falling under the sway of the crowd. Subaru, kill her. Reinhardt slashed. A clean line swept neatly from Sirius's left shoulder to her right flank. That exquisite cut was so sharp that there was a delay of several seconds before Sirius's body could react. Finally, the blood in her body noticed the wound, and her body collapsed as blood began to spray. Sirius, this gentle world. Her internal organs spilling out, Sirius's body was cleft in half. Her upper body continued soaring upward, pouring blood and intestines through the air, while her lower body, left in place, became a fountain, sprinkling blood through the square. This was hell come to earth. No one could bear to look straight at that horror. However, no one looked away. No one could look away. Reinhardt, it can't be. After landing, Reinhardt uttered a stunned mutter. Subaru saw that his blue eyes were shaking with grief, a desperate shadow enveloping his fair, handsome face. And then Subaru could see no more. Subaru, and the rest of the crowd, lay scattered in the square that had turned into a pool of blood. From their left shoulders to their right sides, everyone had been clearly bisected. Subaru. Blood and viscera spilling out. Subaru's consciousness didn't have time to understand what was happening before he was pulled into the embrace of death. Just before that happened, he felt something else. A boy's left hand, holding onto his own, whose owner had also been cleaved enough, squeezed tightly, looking to Subaru for salvation. He seemed to have felt that somewhere before. Liliana, after the song ends and they chat again, shouldn't we prepare food and drinks for them? Indulging in sweet snacks will certainly create a mood that will close the distance between them, don't you think so? Subaru, GHK. Beatrice, ow. Ow, that hurts. It hurts in fact, Subaru. Blinking rapidly, Subaru was surprised by what he just heard. The sudden switch in consciousness had him clinging to Beatrice's hand with the same vice grip that he'd been making before his return by death. Beatrice tearfully kicked Subaru's leg after suffering from that sudden atrocity, who recoiled in pain and loosened his grip on her hand. Liliana, why did you do that? Why would you attack Beatrice Summer's lovely hands so suddenly? You're going to ruin them. But it's okay, I'll kiss them and make it better for you, ha. Ha ha. Beatrice, it's all right, I suppose. That's quite gross, in fact. Beatrice flushed with panic as Liliana grabbed her hand. She ducked behind Subaru. Even if he had injured her hand, her trust in her partner had not diminished. Emilia, Subaru, are you all right? Just now, you suddenly turned pale. Subaru, Emilia Tan. A concerned Emilia had joined his side, reaching a hand to his forehead. Subaru saw himself reflected in her amethyst eyes and breathed a sigh. He'd come back. He patted his shoulders and chest, which had been nearly bisected. His abdomen was cut, and his head had been smashed. Although Subaru was confident in his experience with deaths, this had been his first real beheading. Taking precedence over pain was a sense of astonishment and loss, the knowledge of his death tugging at Subaru's spirit. This was a death that Subaru, who was commonly subjected to them, could accept. Subaru, why can't I find a simple conclusion? Once again catching up with the memories he'd inherited this death taught him the reality of Sirius's power. Although he hadn't registered much pain, the sense of loss and shock hit Subaru one after the other. His partial understanding of the phenomenon grew. That is, this time, the cause of death. Subaru, disgusting. Needless to say, he had long understood. Subaru was beheaded and killed this time exactly the same way that Sirius was. In other words, to put it bluntly, Subaru went through the same death match as Sirius. Looking back 30 minutes before the first reincarnation, Subaru only saw Luzbel's death in joy and then he died. The previously unknown cause of death had now been identified. Sirius could transfer deaths if anyone died in her vicinity. Not just brainwashing with emotional changes. Even changes that occurred in the body could be shared. it wasn't merely brainwashing, but body washing. Or could it be called soul washing? In other words, killing her meant killing all of the people in that square. Subaru, what to do? Defeating Sirius using brute force could be achieved by calling Reinhardt. Only, that would come at the price of the life of everyone in that square. In that case, the result would be no different from Sirius's intended atrocities. Summoning Reinhardt was nothing more than a concise and easy-to-understand solution at first glance, but it was, in actuality, the wrong answer. In this case, what could he do? Subaru, call Reinhardt, and tell him to take her alive? That was unlikely, but perhaps not impossible. Since Reinhardt was capable of killing Sirius, he should also be capable of detaining her. The problem was that if she were caught alive, there would be no way to end her spiritual control. Subaru had come in contact with Sirius and Lustbel, and had gone mad and died. If that insidious, insane infection were to be repeated, then capturing Sirius would be fruitless. If she were killed, the everyone would be buried with her. If she were caught, there was a possibility that she'd spread her contagion. Just existing made her a threat to others. She was this kind of bomb-like existence. She truly deserved her title of Sin Archbishop. Subaru, what else? Unable to find a breakthrough, Subaru found himself in a dilemma. If Reinhardt were called, he would surely be able to kill, or restrain Sirius. Was that okay, ignoring the possibility of falling into madness? Subaru. Time was passing even as Subaru pondered. Seeing the silent Subaru, those around him all appeared uneasy. Whether to keep them from worrying or to keep them in the dark, Subaru had to offset that impression. He hurriedly changed the expression on his face and announced. Subaru, right. That is. Yes, I suddenly felt like I'd puke up the grilled meat from this morning. My chest was a bit uncomfortable. Liliana, I see. I, too, often feel nauseous, which is accompanied by a lot of gas. Subaru, stop right there. No matter how you act, you're still a girl. Subaru interrupted Liliana's jokes with a smile and turned towards Emilia. Seeing that, Emilia lowered her gaze. Emilia, I'll believe Subaru since he says so, but this is a special case, okay? Subaru, thanks. Then, I'll go buy desserts, as Liliana suggested. Emilia Tan, please continue to enjoy the song. Thanks to Emilia's kindness, Subaru was able to make an announcement after his wavering. Then, holding Beatrice's hand again. Subaru, Biko. Come shopping with me. Let's take a walk and banter like we always do. Beatrice, what are you suddenly, I understand, in fact. Beatrice cast aside her usual attitude when she saw Subaru's face. To put it more appropriately, she accepted his offer after noticing his pleading expression. Subaru took a confused Beatrice's hand and ran from the park for the fourth time. This time, rather than leaving Beatrice behind, he'd bring his reliable partner with him. Even though he had yet to reach any kind of breakthrough. Priscilla, Staring at the retreating figures of Subaru and Beatrice, the red-clad woman watched the duo with a thoughtful expression. Arc 5, Chapter 23, Disrupted Situation. Having left the park, Beatrice determined that they'd left Emilia's line of sight, and slowed her steps. Although she'd slowed to talk, Subaru grabbed her arm and led her forward. Beatrice, Subaru? Subaru, sorry. We have to talk where no one else is around. There are many things that I want to discuss thoroughly, but we don't have enough time. In fact, we have less than 15 minutes. Beatrice, I understand, I suppose. Explain while we walk, in fact. Beatrice marched along obediently as Subaru turned his face away, trying to hide his anxiety. The presence of his understanding partner lightened Subaru's heart, and he carefully sorted through the thoughts swimming in his mind as he tried to relay them to Beatrice. Subaru, the witch cult will attack the square that we're heading to, and we have to stop their wickedness. Beatrice, which cult? HK. Beatrice's breath caught, and she urged Subaru to continue. What troubled him were the rules and penalties for giving out information learned through return by death. Even if he'd been able to safely relay tidbits to Larkins, there was no certainty that he could do so with Beatrice. That was the nature of the Devil of Shadows who bound him. The handicap that prevented return by death from showing giving out information only judged the punishment after that had already happened. If that weren't the case, Emilia's heart wouldn't have been crushed when she'd learned the secret. This was the only explanation he could think of. So Subaru paid careful attention to what he told Beatrice. Those devil's hands, when reaching for Subaru, were terrifying but not unbearable. However, if they reached Emilia or Beatrice, Subaru would be crippled by his guilt. It could be forgiving to Subaru, but it was merciless to others. Beatrice, as usual, you can't say anything, I suppose? Subaru, sorry. I'm so unreasonable. Beatrice, fine, in fact. I'll believe it without any basis, I suppose. They're Subaru's words, so Betty will believe them, in fact. Beatrice took the useless Subaru's hand with her own. The warmth in the palm of her hand gave him the strength to speak his next words. Sirius, wrath, could connect senses and brainwash souls, and, taking into account the difficulty of communication, Beatrice's perception of danger would be skewed. Subaru, first of all, the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult who will appear as Wrath, who is, a pervert. Beatrice, if that's the information that needs to be conveyed, then Betty thinks that Subaru is having bad thoughts, I suppose. Subaru, anyway, there's something very important that we'll have to deal with. Her abilities. She can control emotions, or is it sharing senses between people? Beatrice, controlling emotions and sharing senses? Beatrice lifted her head. She was unable to concretely picture it. Of course, Subaru also could not clearly understand the effect of that power. Subaru, explaining is a little difficult. If Wrath is overjoyed, then no matter how angry I am, I'll also feel happy. Beatrice, I don't really understand how that's a threat, in fact. Subaru, recognizing danger is impossible. No matter how dangerous the situation is, there's no fear. You'll accept it with delight and won't be able to correctly grasp the situation, understand? A crying, pleading child who didn't want to die had been cheered for by the masses. They found joy in everything in front of this. This was comparable to delight at being stabbed with a knife, up until your life was ended by that blade. Beatrice, the sharing of emotions, I understand, I suppose. What about sharing senses, in fact? Subaru, that's not all. When someone else feels pain, I'll feel it too. If the Sin Archbishop's head is cut off, then mine will come flying off as well. It's overwhelming, isn't it? As he explained further, his frustration at the hopeless situation began to surface again. This explanation was rather straightforward. If she died, so would he. He'd been able to escape through return by death, but every who'd suffered before had no way of overriding that at all. Subaru, if she's alive, then there's a possibility you'll go crazy just by being nearby. If she's dead, then we'll all die too. She's really the worst kind of enemy, troublesome alive or dead. On his second death, Subaru had been swallowed by fear and driven mad. The origin of that fear had been Luspel, who desperately sought help. On that occasion, he'd continually felt Luspel's madness as well. Their spirits had weakened, driving them into that state. It was hard to say I should have been better. It was also hard to imagine that Luspel, who he had spoken to earlier, would resist such overwhelming terror. But something other than just fear should have killed Subaru during his second death. Finding a strategy that could defeat Sirius would be difficult without the knowledge of what that something was. Subaru didn't continue to speak, but he still kept a grip on Beatrice's hand. Obviously, he'd taken Beatrice, but he still hadn't found a solution. As such, Beatrice would probably be entangled in a battle with no real hope of victory. The easiest thing to do would be to have Reinhardt take Sirius alive. Subaru considered just summoning Reinhardt like last time and telling him to capture Sirius. He'd simply tell Reinhardt what to do before he engaged in battle. Before the sudden attack on the square, he'd talk to Larkins again, and Reinhardt would be called to deal with the crisis. Reinhardt wouldn't attack directly without asking for details. Even explaining the need for an emergency call, there would be at least a few minutes until Sirius would make a move.
Subaru, I'm an idiot. No, I'm a moron.
If Reinhardt's called, then Sirius is going to react immediately.
There won't be time to explain, just like last time.
Subaru needed to tell Reinhardt before he started fighting Sirius.
Could he do it?
Subaru had no confidence that he'd be able to express his thoughts in time. In the last loop, although he'd wanted to tell Reinhardt to capture her, his mouth had disobeyed him and joined the crowd in yelling "Kill her."
This was an undeniable precedent.
Beatrice, Subaru.
There's still more bad news, in fact.
Subaru, seriously?
I don't want to hear more bad news.
Beatrice, I understand, I suppose.
But, I have to tell you. Betty would be useless in a battlefield with Reinhardt. In fact, I'd just be a cute little girl, I suppose.
Subaru, huh? Beatrice spoke suddenly, her eyes downcast. Beatrice, because of his physiology, Reinhardt acts as a beacon for mana. The surrounding mana in the atmosphere will follow him blindly, causing damage to the environment, which becomes a burden to him.
Spirits and magic users will be unable to use mana, and I won't be able to do anything. Subaru, what? That there should be such a thing. Even as he said so, Subaru recalled the circumstances of his arrival.
On the first day Subaru had been summoned to this world, Reinhardt and Elsa had fought a battle over Emilia's royal election emblem. Subaru recalled how Emilia had mentioned how magic became ineffective as Reinhardt had revealed his true ability. Beatrice, if Reinhardt can solve the problem, then it wouldn't matter if Betty can't do anything, in fact.
But, if just Reinhardt isn't enough.
Subaru, Biko won't have the option of being useful.
That fantasy was also killed.
Just his presence would cause magic to lose all function. Calling Reinhardt would now be counterproductive. Awful, 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 what a disaster.
Subaru could no longer see any light.
Was it right or wrong to call Reinhardt?
What about bringing Beatrice? Ignoring Sirius and trying to save people in the square.
In that case, Sirius would only find another place to do the same thing.
There was no point.
As he contemplated, anxiety began to burn through Subaru's mind. Subaru expended as much effort as he possibly could in search of a solution, but could find none.
Even so, time was ticking on mercilessly.
Beatrice, Subaru, we're at the square, in fact. Subaru, HK.
Hearing her, Subaru suddenly looked up and saw the square. The two had arrived at their destination, which would soon be marked by tragedy. No solution had been found yet. Their remaining time just vanished little by little.
The White Clock Tower.
The crowded square. There were less than 10 minutes before the tragedy would take place. How to solve it correctly? What to do?
Beatrice, Subaru, I might have come up a solution, in fact.
As Subaru's face was taut with tension, Beatrice spoke up.
Subaru's blanking mind was startled by her sweet voice. Subaru, came up with a solution? Beatrice, I might be wrong, but Subaru's description of Roth's abilities sounds familiar. I'm thinking of a higher level magic called Nect that has a similar effect. Subaru, Nect. Nect, it was a form of magic that Subaru had experienced in the past. With Nect, magic users could share the awareness and feelings of others.
Indeed, it seemed similar to Sirius's authority. While wondering why he hadn't noticed at first, Subaru thought out loud.
Subaru, so is there any counter for Nect? Beatrice, usually, countering Nect is unnecessary, I suppose.
It is intended to unite comrades and express feelings, in fact. Using Nect as a weapon seems strange, I suppose.
Beatrice gave her unhappy reply to the anxious Subaru. Subaru had once reluctantly shared his vision with Julius using Nect, in order to defeat Betelgeuse by making his unseen hands visible. Necht's ability was used for cooperation between allies.
It was absolutely not the kind of magic that should be used to take hostages.
Beatrice, normally, there is a condition for Necht that requires contact through mana circulation. In fact, the Archbishop's authority probably has the power to circumvent such a condition, I suppose.
Subaru, so her authority can forcibly achieve it. More than that. Beatrice, how to counter it, I suppose. Shamak is the most obvious answer, in fact.
Subaru, Shamak-san has arrived.
That's magnificent.
Subaru perked up at Beatrice's proposal.
Shamak was an incredibly familiar magic.
In painful, hard, dangerous times, in the hopeless of situations, Shamak had always faced adversaries alongside Subaru. Prior to contracting Beatrice, Subaru's main sources of strength were Rem, Patrash, and Shamak. And even after the destruction of the His Mana Gate, through his contract with Beatrice, Shamak was still helping Subaru. Subaru, I see, Shamak, huh?
If it's Shamak, then surely everything is somehow.
Beatrice, Subaru seems to have an unusual level of trust for Shamak, I suppose. It's the most basic of yin magic and it's really not that useful, I suppose. Subaru, even Biko isn't allowed to badmouth Shamak like that. Beatrice, what's made Subaru defend Shamak to this extent, in fact? Beatrice listened to the incomprehensible ramblings with a sigh, then glanced around carefully while holding a finger up. Beatrice, Shamak is rooted in altering consciousness. It's a magic that forcibly breaks the mind's contact with surroundings, I suppose. Subaru uses it strangely, in fact, but Betty doesn't have any problem with it at all. Subaru, in other words? Beatrice, when that magic is cast on the crowd, everyone's minds will be blinded with Shamak, and the Sin Archbishop shouldn't be a problem, in fact. Though I'm worried about whether or not I can control it from affecting Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice spoke with confidence and Subaru clenched his hands with excitement at this new glimmer of hope. Subaru, all right, good.
I'll be depending on your magic. Then, what's next?
Beatrice, aside from Reinhardt, who can defeat the Sin Archbishop, in fact?
Subaru. If they called Reinhardt, then Beatrice wouldn't be able to use her Shamak strategy. Therefore, he needed to be excluded from their calculations.
However, on this occasion, Reinhardt was perhaps the only one who could defeat Sirius. Beatrice, speaking of which, since Betty needs to maintain Shamak, Betty won't be able to fight, in fact.
Subaru, that's right. Then, we're back at square one. Without Beatrice's backing, Subaru would almost certainly be unable to defeat Roth.
Without his trump card, just his whip alone wouldn't allow him to escape unscathed. Subaru, at that time, it seemed like there were other places to fight than the square.
Subaru thought of the first time at the square. Upon detecting a threatening presence in the tower, several people reacted immediately.
A beastman, a blindfolded woman, a serious-looking businessman, and Larkins. Excluding Larkins, how would the remaining three fare? Adding Subaru to their number would total 4, perhaps meaning that there was yet a way out.
Subaru, what a stupid train of thought, asking strangers to trust me. I don't think there's anything I haven't thought of now.
In that case, should I play a part since I know of your strength? Subaru, A sudden voice from behind pierced into his hopeless thoughts. At that all too familiar voice, Subaru and Beatrice looked back in surprise.
Standing behind the two with their hands on their hips.
Subaru, Emilia-tan?
Why are you here?
Emilia, Subaru seemed to be acting strange, so I was worried that something bad was happening. It looks like I was excluded, that's one of Subaru's bad traits.
Having been criticized, Subaru pressed his mouth shut.
Astonished at Emilia's sudden appearance, he couldn't respond. Beatrice took his place and looked up at Emilia. Beatrice, you should have stayed in the park, in fact.
Why did you come, I suppose?
Emilia, I couldn't just wait. Subaru told me to stay, but Priscilla told me otherwise.
Subaru, that woman in red?
Emilia, she said that if I didn't follow you, I'd certainly regret it.
When I caught up and saw that nothing had happened, I thought about leaving quietly, but you two seemed to be discussing something serious.
Emilia's decision was influenced and the source of that evil comes to mind. Subaru gritted his teeth, mentally cursing Priscilla and her arrogant, disruptive meddling. That malicious whimsy had perfectly arranged the situation Subaru wanted to avoid the most. Subaru, Emilia Tan, I'm happy. I'm glad, so, from now on. Emilia, the witch cult will appear?
I heard you. Even if Subaru tells me to go back, I won't.
This concerns me, too. Subaru, Emilia.
There was little basis for his line of thought.
He spoke sharply, desperate to drive Emilia away.
She couldn't meet the witch cult.
Subaru couldn't quite articulate a reason, but it wasn't anything like stubborn protectiveness.
He instinctively understood that she just couldn't.
Emilia absolutely couldn't meet the witch cult.
To Emilia, that cult was a poison to be avoided.
Although that held true for the majority of people born in this world, Emilia was a special case.
Subaru, we'll manage something.
Emilia doesn't need to be involved.
This has nothing to do with you.
Emilia, even so, what if Subaru is hurt because I'm not there?
I'd never let that happen.
If Subaru fights, I'll fight by his side. If Subaru wants to protect something, I'll do my best to help. And since Subaru will certainly protect me.
Subaru.
Emilia, I also want to protect Subaru.
I promised I wouldn't cry like that anymore.
Emilia spoke with an unyielding heart. In order to keep her away from danger, Subaru had to summon every drop of his courage, face adversity with a heart of steel. However, Subaru, right now, was afraid.
He was terrified of fighting. 3 times. 3 times Subaru had lost to Sirius, and 3 times he'd lost his life.
No matter how experienced he was with death, he'd still died so much, in such a short span of time.
Death was horrible, unacceptable, and no matter how much he experienced it, he couldn't grow used to it. Having his life taken was completely unreasonable. That denied his self, trampled on his existence, insulted his soul. It was something that stole from him.
Although he tried to cover everything up, Subaru couldn't brush off everything that affected him. Even while stubbornly maintaining that he had people he wanted to protect, he could never cast off the weak heart that was afraid to die. Natsuki Subaru, no matter what, hadn't been able to overcome that weakness. Beatrice, Subaru.
You should give up, in fact.
Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, Emilia is stubborn, I suppose.
She won't change her mind, in fact.
Betty also understands Emilia's feelings, I suppose. Betty wants to protect Subaru the same way.
Betty isn't able to deny her that, in fact. Beatrice is key to the strategy and also the decision-making party.
If she waves a white flag, then Subaru won't be unable to resist. Emilia looks to Subaru sincerely, and Beatrice adorably. Under their gaze, Subaru finally gave in.
Subaru, the cultists will target you. If that happens, think of yourself as a priority.
Emilia, I understand. Even if I'm caught, Subaru will definitely save me.
I believe in you and I'll do my best.
Subaru, don't jinx it. So, how much of our conversation did you hear? Having been accepted by Subaru, Emilia gave a relaxed smile.
She touched her fingers to her lips.
Emilia, I heard the gist of it. The witch cult is going to wreak havoc with Nect, which Beatrice wants to counteract with Shamuk.
During that, I have to work hard to scold that villain.
Subaru, that's a childlike way of understanding it, but it works. Emilia, can I depend on you? Emilia, leave it to me.
I'm plenty strong.
Emilia makes a guts pose with her hands.
That lovely action showed a certain lack of tension, but she seemed to have understood.
Subaru felt restless and useless about relying on Emilia. Moreover, the timing of Beatrice's magic was difficult for him to get a grasp on, which made it another element of anxiety.
But
Subaru, Emilia Tan and Biko are both here, so I can't fail. Instead of feeling anxious, he used that to fuel his determination. Subaru, besides, it's almost time. Between Beatrice's proposal and Emilia's joining, more than half of their remaining time had gone by.
They'd try their best when it came to Sirius.
If they could, avoiding Luzbel's location and knocking the tower down would be preferable.
Subaru, Emilia Tan. Soon a strange person will appear on the tower.
Attack then with a big shot.
Having her fall from the tower would be ideal.
Afterward, Biko will prepare her spell, so when the signal comes we'll start fighting. Emilia, I understand. Although I do not know if things will go that smoothly, but I'll try. Emilia's expression stiffens and both Subaru and Beatrice nod at each other.
The plan is set. Subaru, she's here. A figure could be seen moving about in the clock tower's window.
Her body wrapped in a black coat, a head wrapped in bandages. The ends of hers chain, hanging from her hands, struck the ground with rattling sounds as she looked down at the square.
The people there had yet to notice that anomalous presence.
Sirius stood on her stage, shaking her body and opening her arms as though admiring the people who were unprepared for the imminent threat.
And then she began to clap. The people who heard the sound noticed her, and her speech began. Subaru. Swallowing, Subaru witnessed the moment.
With imposing gestures, Sirius raised her chest to speak fiercely. Emilia, all humor.
A huge icicle appeared in front of the tower, hanging in the air near Sirius.
The thick icicle, which was around the size of 5 people, struck the tower with a violent crash.
An icicle speared through the front of the tower, and the walls split apart. Subaru's jaw dropped in amazement.
Subaru, Emilia Tan? Emilia, Subaru said we needed to strike first, so I did. Did I mess up? Subaru, no, GJ.
I just didn't expect you to attack before her introduction.
Subaru hadn't motioned for her to act yet, and was surprised that Emilia had spotted the threat at a glance, since Sirius had been equally unprepared.
Maybe the blow had even taken her out.
Moreover, the panicked crowd were all fine, so perhaps Sirius had indeed been incapacitated.
That was entirely from Emilia's great contribution.
Subaru, Biko, what do you think? Beatrice, first of all, think of a way to address the misunderstanding people around us. In fact, as Beatrice's surprise turned to pride, Subaru wanted to ask whether or not they'd gotten serious. Emilia surveyed the destruction of the tower while Subaru slowly turned to face the uneasy crowd. The beastman and the blindfolded woman were there. How unfortunate, they were people that Subaru had wanted to ally with. Subaru, well, what do I do now?
Explain that we didn't mean any harm?
Emilia, You better do that, Subaru. While Subaru scratched his head, pondering the explanation, Emilia suddenly grabbed his shoulders, placing herself in front of the crowd. In that moment, a crack sounded through the air, and a blue sword of ice appeared in Emilia's hands.
She assumed a battle-ready posture, facing down the crowd.
Subaru, Emilia Tan?
You don't have to go that far. Emilia, it's not that. Look closely, Subaru. There's no sign of sanity.
Subaru, eh? Scared by Emilia's suddenly firm voice, Subaru surveyed the crowd around them, and couldn't help but exclaim. Like Emilia had said, their eyes held no trace of cognizance. The people around them were red from neck up, the blood vessels in their faces on the verge of bursting, bloodshot eyes glaring at Subaru's group.
Their gazes were filled with only fury.
Subaru, Biko. What about Shamak? Beatrice, it failed, I suppose. Subaru, what?
Beatrice, this magic is nothing like Nect. No, it's evil, in fact. This is nothing like magic, I suppose. A curse. It is magic, in fact.
Beatrice raised her voice in anger, and Subaru could only answer with a frown. He wasn't sure of the specifics, but Beatrice's shamak hadn't worked.
He understood the issue, but had no solution.
Then, the masses were completely engulfed by madness. Crowd, it stinks. It stinks. It stinks. It stinks. It stinks. It stinks. Stinks, 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 stinks.
It was a terrible, viscous sound that was cursing the world. With the sound of a detonation, the clock tower collapsed.
The remainder of the tower cracked apart, decimating the rest of it, and the icicles embedded in the tower shattered to pieces. Shimmering, the ice crystallized in the sun, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps.
The footsteps of an abomination.
She wasn't unhurt. Half of the bandages wrapped around her face were stained with blood, which also dripped from her left arm and her chain. Emilia's premeditated attack had no doubt played an effect.
Only, it had also caused something undesirable.
Serious, disgusting, the stench of that woman, filthy and detestable, the stench of the one who stole my husband from me, the stench of maggots, endless filth. Hate, I hate it so much, burning it to cinders isn't enough. Subaru, what are you saying? Serious, and that other woman, she's obviously not that person, but she has such a similar stench, how shameless, the stench of rotting insects, ah.
How hateful. How rancid. How vile. The anomalous woman clutched her bleeding head with a harsh cry.
Spittle flew from her mouth as she ruthlessly stomped her feet.
Subaru knew this odd behavior. It was wild as ever, but its direction was obviously different.
Serious, my. Are you testing the love for my husband, spirit?
Were you not satisfied with taking my husband from me, you half witch bitch? Gritting her teeth, she issued a wrathful cry as she leapt forward.
Sirius, who'd fallen from the tower, folded her arms in front of her face, and red flames flared into life.
They sprayed from both arms, and a line of flame had formed as she landed in the square. Exercising her limbs, armed with her flame, the madwoman raised her head.
Emilia held her sword of ice ready as she stood in front of Subaru and Beatrice, guarding them.
Swinging her gaze back and forth, Sirius yelled with a furious voice.
Sirius, I am the witch cult's Sin Archbishop of Wrath. Red flames gushing forth, she bathed the crowd in heat as she raised her arms. In a frenzied crisis completely different from the situation Subaru had expected, the madwoman introduced herself. Sirius, Sirius Romane Conti. Damn half-elf and spirit, I'll scorch your corpses and scatter your ashes at my husband's tomb. Arc 5, Chapter 24, Resolution of Ice and Fire. She merely glared with passionate hatred at the two standing in front of Subaru, that is, Emilia and Beatrice.
Subaru, what's up with her? She's not the same as before.
Subaru could not hide his wavering confusion at Sirius's rage. In the short span of time since he'd encountered her, Subaru had met a relatively normal Sirius 3 times. Among those encounters, although Sirius hadn't followed any expectations common sense would bring, she was not someone irrational who was overrun by rage. In fact, she had always been attempting to justify her claims to force on others.
So, the Sirius in front of them was completely foreign. She'd lost her rationality and fallen prey to rage. Putting it simply, she now seemed a perfect fit for her title of Wrath.
Sirius, I could keep burning and burning you, but it wouldn't be enough.
Like maggots, like flies.
Ha ha, how much do you hate me? Even in my saddest days, am I not allowed the freedom of mourning? Emilia, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sirius, ha?
Emilia responded fearlessly to Sirius's enraged allegations, even at Sirius's fierce reactions.
She pointed the tip of her sword of ice at the crowd behind Sirius.
Emilia, if you feel angry at me, I'll hear you out. After all, the sudden provocation came from us, so of course you'd be angry.
However, this has nothing to do with the other people here. Please liberate them.
Sirius, that's the wrong attitude.
If you want to let everyone go, do it right. Of course I'll be angry. Then show me the right attitude.
Apologize, repent, cry and beg for forgiveness, then let me shoot flames into your ass and scorch your internal organs away. Emilia, having my organs burned would be troublesome.
So, let's settle this simply.
Sirius tilted her head upon hearing Emilia's low voice. Emilia immediately twisted her upper body slightly and darted forward. Her pale wrists wielded her sword of ice as if it were weightless.
The sun glistened off of the sharpened tip of the sword, as she drove it towards Sirius's shoulder.
Subaru, Emilia-tan? Sirius, Gar. Subaru's exclamation overlapped with Sirius's snarl. Facing that swinging, Sirius immediately lifted her left wrist, bringing flames to the swords.
However, Sirius, damn half-witch.
Emilia, please don't say that anymore.
It'll make people feel dirty.
Emilia's sword, although bathed in Sirius's flame, didn't vaporize into air. The silver tip of the sword won against the heat, and met Sirius's burning left wrist, only, Sirius's chain was also wrapped around it. With a sharp ring, the sword and chain collided with a brilliant flash of mana. After only a moment of contest, Emilia's sword broke with a crisp snap. Sirius, you, damn. With a look of glee, Sirius used her wrist to knock Emilia back.
If the flaming chain made contact, she would be in trouble.
Emilia's beautiful face was about to be deformed, but, in that moment, Emilia, ha! Sirius's wrist bounced back up, Emilia's sword of ice had deflected her. Sirius, ah ah ah. Ah 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 ah. Just die already. Sirius's cries of wrath pierced the air as she swung both arms over her head. The center of the area she was targeting was occupied by Emilia. Emilia's ice blade extended at the hilt, changing shape into a hammer. Sirius met its blow with both hands, retreating, only to be pursued by Emilia. Emilia, ha.
Ha.
Yeah.
Sirius, disgusting. Half-witch.
Maggot.
Fly.
Insect.
Loathsome bug.
Through use of centrifugal force and control over her body, Emilia demonstrated an unimaginable show of combat. Against the ice hammer, the flame-wielding Sirius had been reduced to defense.
Looking at Emilia's one-sided attack, Subaru, as an observer, judged that she would triumph.
Even so.
Subaru, this isn't the time to be in a trance.
No, Emilia. Beatrice, Subaru, you can't be distracted right now, in fact. If Emilia killed Sirius, the last death would certainly repeat itself. Although Subaru had foreseen this crisis, Beatrice quickly scolded him.
Subaru, wondering what had happened, followed Beatrice's gaze.
Crowd, dirty insect.
Subaru, crap. The members of the crowd behind Sirius were all flushed with anger.
The crowd looked at Subaru and Beatrice and made cursing gestures reminiscent of Sirius. In fact, they were sharing her wrath.
That wave of anger focused on Subaru.
Subaru, it's not just sharing feelings, but also doing things like brainwashing a crowd into acting on her will. Beatrice, identifying the situation is good, I suppose. If a solution doesn't exist, then all we can do is escape, in fact. As Subaru groaned, considering his troubles, Beatrice immediately jumped onto his back.
The crowd advanced towards Subaru.
Subaru, Emilia, help stall for us. Emilia, I won't be too messy about it.
Receiving her strong reply, Subaru broke into a sprint, fleeing from the crowd. Fortunately, the pace of the masses, who had lost their rationality, was far from normal.
They chased Subaru with hands outstretched, empty wrath in their gazes, looking not unlike zombies. The main difference was that rather than wanting to eat Subaru, they wanted to tear him apart with their hands.
Subaru, if we keep stalling like this, someone could come.
Beatrice, even if someone comes, without figuring out the conditions of victory, it would be meaningless, in fact. Even if Reinhardt comes, would he be able to solve this, I suppose? Subaru, in short, our worries won't end even if he comes. In any case, the one who could summon Reinhardt, Larkins, was presently part of the crowd threatening Subaru.
He was one of the people pushing forward, trying to be the first to reach Subaru.
Subaru was uncertain of what action to take before solving Sirius's emotional link.
Subaru, so we have to think of something.
Crowd, dirty insects. A man leapt at Subaru, who ducked his head and threw himself past his opponent's arms, before sweeping the man off of his feet and sending his body flying. The masses showed no consideration to the tumbling man until he knocked them over.
Turning from this bowling-like scene, Subaru spoke. Subaru, they're so angry that they aren't thinking at all.
Beatrice, however, that isn't what I would recommend. In fact, in such an atmosphere, they probably won't hesitate about killing whatever is near them, I suppose.
Subaru, that won't do. He didn't want any sacrifices.
The reason why Subaru fought so hard for so many was precisely this. Of course, Subaru understood the scope of his wish.
There were many things he wanted to protect. However, there was a limit to how much he could reach.
Of course,
Subaru wasn't an omnipotent being.
Subaru, however, I'm the one who chooses that limit. Beatrice, that's Betty's Subaru, in fact. Hearing the greatest possible support from his back, Subaru drew his whip.
I'll save as many lives as I can. So please forgive me for any injuries. That was Subaru's train of thought.
Aiming at the feet of the crowd, his whip launched through the air.
With the crack of a small thunderbolt, the whip hit the stone pavement.
Although it wasn't lethal, it was still a weapon, and, when wielded mercilessly, could produce an incapacitating degree of power, if maybe, after witnessing that power, the mass of people be cowed into retreating.
Subaru, it won't go that smoothly. Then, there was no other way.
Subaru swept his whip through the crowd, this time targeting the leading figure. A medium stature, light blue hair, sharp eyes, wasn't that Larkins? Attacking people who he knew would make Subaru feel sad. Subaru, although this aches my heart, I can't let myself be torn apart either. Sorry, Chin.
Larkins, I'm not Chin.
Subaru lashed his whip at Larkins's feet and yanked upward.
His body spun in a half circle, and he caught the people surrounding him as he fell. The fallen members of the crowd blocked its advance.
In order to reach Subaru, they needed to find another route. Subaru, right, they can't think. In that case, as long as I. Just as he was about to say stall long enough, Subaru felt a chill rise on his back. To Subaru, that chill was like the imposing intimacy of his gloomy lover.
Even if he were reluctant to meet her, she gave Subaru the help he needed most. They had that kind of complex relationship. That was the breath of death. Subaru, ah.
Beastman, you maggot.
A large blade whistled toward Subaru, accompanied by a shrill wind. The Beastman had leapt from the crowd, aiming at Subaru's neck.
Although he had prominent pointed canine ears, his nose and mouth seemed to resemble the cunning charm of a fox. The half-fox, using his white tail as a brace, was unaffected by Subaru's tricks as he took another heavy swing. Subaru, Biko. Beatrice, Shamuk. Beastman, Dash. In a serious confrontation, Subaru could be cut down in only 5 seconds. In a flash, Subaru had determined the difference in their power, and called Beatrice's name. She immediately realized Subaru's intention and cast a Shamuk which enveloped the Beastman's face. His slender body and large sword were also engulfed by the dark fog, stripping his combat effectiveness away. Subaru, does that cut off the link with the others? Beatrice, there's nothing to that effect, I suppose. Even take the fighting, the link itself did not cut off, in fact. Most likely, that compulsion will stop only taking effect after that freak dies, I suppose.
Subaru, what do we do?
Beatrice, Betty and desperately thinking, in fact.
Solving that mystery was a task best left up to Beatrice.
The only thing that Subaru could do was to give Beatrice ample time to survey and think, and to keep the brainwashed masses from disturbing her. Subaru, and on Emilia Tan's side? Subaru turned his gaze to Emilia, who was still busy confronting Sirius. During this year, Emilia had dedicated her time both to learning about politics and combat.
Her combat effectiveness was much higher than Subaru's.
Even so, Subaru worried about Emilia, not because he thought he was better, but because Subaru was a man and Emilia was a woman, nothing more.
Most people would probably dismiss that worry as meaningless.
Emilia, ha. Yeah.
Ha.
Emilia was shouting slightly listless battle cries, but Sirius was ignoring all of them. Emilia spun around, her sword slashing towards Sirius's hand, who whipped her burning chain through the air and knocked the blade away while cursing angrily. With a crash, ice fragmented into powder and dispersed, but Emilia had already formed a spear, which stuck upward with its defensive power sending Sirius flying away. She was making use of her huge store of mana, refining the weapons of ice for the purpose of carrying out destruction. Subaru had named this combat technique Arts, Ice Blade, in honor of its illusory beauty which reminded him of an ice fairy from tales of fantasy. The wreckage of smashed ice illustrated the intensity of the fierce battle between Emilia and Sirius. Fighting with fire and ice, the fiery heated battle between the two warriors wielding opposing arms continued to unfold on the frosty stage. Emilia, ha. Emilia spun around, twirling her spear at Sirius, knocking her back. She immediately followed up with another blow, lashing out with the tip of the spear. Sirius nimbly twisted her body in mid-air, avoiding her strike and capturing the spear in her grip. Sirius, blazing, boiling, burning.
My heart is trembling.
Ah ah ah.
This is wrath.
Emilia, ah? As if echoing her call, the intense heat redoubled its efforts.
Emilia's spear was consumed by the blaze as she involuntarily released it, leaving no remains.
Sirius, your dirty amethyst eyes, your dirty bell-like voice, your dirty silky silver hair, your dirty fair skin, your dirty cute face.
Those all exist purely to seduce men. Ah, such lust. You bitch, you dirty whore.
Just die.
You just want to tempt men? You want to take that person from me? You filthy slut. You disgusting half-witch.
As a wave of heat passed over Emilia's squinted eyes, she once again created a blade of ice. This time, the weapon was a two-pronged spear, which held the flames away from her. With an intense grinding sound, the mad woman and Emilia exchanged their gazes. Emilia, my eyes, my voice, my silver hair.
All of those came from my favorite person, from the most beautiful person in the world. Treating them as though they're dirty infuriates me.
Sirius, fury? Did you just say fury?
Don't kid with me. Fury is mine. It's the precious thing that I received from that person. This duty and the name are all gifts from that person.
2. Without authorization, without permission, take that away from me.
I won't allow it.
Won't, 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 won't. As her speech came to an end, Sirius's attitude changed dramatically as she cried out in grief. She caught the spear in her grip and snapped it, and Emilia created another sword.
But had Emilia been affected by Sirius's cries?
Her face, which had previously worn a strong sense of purpose, seemed to have slackened.
Subaru, this is bad.
After catching a glance of the side of Emilia's face, Subaru's instincts began to scream of bad news.
There was no basis.
But Subaru was sure. Emilia's expression had changed, that is, had adopted the feelings of Sirius.
She was still fighting on, and her movements had not dulled. Even so, that response had indeed happened.
Emilia had fallen prey to Sirius's power.
However, she hadn't immediately fallen into the palm of Sirius's hand.
Emilia, currently in a defensive battle, was still matching Sirius blow for blow. She wasn't as far gone as the crowd, as was just as lovely as usual.
Then, inspecting the situation.
Subaru, when Sirius first appeared, why weren't Emilia, Biko, and I affected by her emotional link? Just as Emilia and Beatrice had resisted her power just as Reinhardt had. Was there any individual trait, or something similar to that, which they shared? Subaru's initial assumption had been that Reinhardt would be able to resist it just because he was Reinhardt.
But if there was in fact a specific reason, then he could start hypothesizing.
Subaru, who had seen Sirius 3 times, could now resist her like this. That was also something to take into consideration.
If that was the key to a breakthrough.
Subaru, Beatrice, Subaru.
The moment Subaru had wanted to convey his newfound realization, an anxious cry echoed in his ears. As Subaru's eyes widened, something collided with his right side. Subaru, boo.
His body folded into a K shape from the power of the blow, and Subaru immediately hopped to the left, attempting to lessen its impact. As he coughed up stomach acid, he attempted to check the damage the blow had caused. The blindfolded woman, moving like a shadow, had suddenly approached him.
That defenseless-looking woman had delivered a rather piercing blow into Subaru's side.
Beatrice, Subaru. Don't die, I suppose. Subaru, even I wouldn't reach a game over from that.
But that hit was super effective.
Although his ribs ached, Subaru judged that his other bones and internal organs hadn't been harmed. He judged that it wasn't too serious.
As long as there was no internal bleeding.
Subaru, this guy and that guy too, why are these enemies so troublesome? Beatrice, either Subaru looks unreliable just because the enemies are strong, or because he himself is too weak, in fact. Subaru, really, you. His whip bounced as it chased her feet, and as she turned her attention to below her, Subaru tossed a handful of grit in her face. Although it didn't affect her blindfolded eyes, it distracted her enough for Subaru to throw himself at her shoulder.
Subaru, my lack of fighting strength seems to have come in handy. If the attack had been serious, I probably would have died on the spot.
Beatrice, although I can't say that that's something I'd accept eagerly, that works, since we have more trouble coming up, I suppose. Beatrice reiterated her annoying remarks about Subaru, who breathed a sigh of relief after defeating the blindfolded woman.
He tilted his head in a gesture of I'm not listening as Beatrice frowned and gestured with her chin. She indicated the large waterway connected to the square. Subaru, you're kidding me.
Subaru moaned as he caught sight of the waterway, where another gathering of enraged people had emerged. Beatrice, Betty thinks that they heard the commotion and rushed over to see what's happening, in fact.
Subaru, they entered the scope of her power and were swallowed.
Are you serious? Is her ability contagious on a wide scale? Panic, fear, madness, would be transmitted between people.
The feelings and feelings shared by Schillers are precisely the result of the factual reflection of that phenomenon. Ah, so that was it.
The severity of her threat, her poison which was worse than even Betelgeuse's.
Subaru, the more you try to flee, the more victims she finds. How can that be stopped?
Beatrice, however, something is off about this entire situation, I suppose. Subaru knocked over that woman, and I cast Shamak on that man. Try coupling that with how Tonchinkan's injury didn't appear on anyone else. In fact, because the situation was pressing, Subaru didn't correct Beatrice's mistake of calling Chin Tonchinkan. What was more, the details that Beatrice had just pointed out could serve as a basis for speculating on the conditions of Sirius's emotional link. Subaru, are we going to have to defeat that whole crowd too? Beatrice, if Subaru has the fighting ability to do that, then we can go for it, I suppose. Betty's Shamak can also lend a hand in stripping their consciousness away, in fact. Although a cruel means, that had indeed been Subaru's initial plan. He could avoid putting himself through unnecessary worry. Subaru needed to avoid the expansion of such a disastrous situation. Now, to act on Beatrice's proposal. Emilia, Subaru, Emilia? Subaru's attention was diverted to Emilia's pained cry. He turned and saw her lying on the slate ground of the square, with Sirius, who was brandishing her flaming wrists, looking down at her. Sirius, growing. Love culminates. That quantity is power. There is love for all. Everyone. Human beings love each other, and with that union, they can share thoughts, they can share wishes, and, be it joy or sadness, they can talk to each other and share their feelings. In that case,
This is the inevitable result.
The half which isn't included in the bond of love and should just disappear like a crushed insect. Emilia, who had held the initial advantage, had gradually lost her footing until the two were about even. As time dragged on, had Sirius's strength increased, or had Emilia's strength decreased?
Whatever the case, this was the situation now.
Emilia looked at Sirius with regret. Emilia, something's off.
What you're saying is right, but it somehow feels wrong too.
Why? Sirius, because you go against the truth. Because you dirty half-being cannot understand love as long as you live, you will not know love when you die. The existence of a half which is in and of itself is evil.
Even your birth, even the meeting of your father and mother are wrong.
The union of trash and insects birthed an unholy dirty combination of the two that needs to end its existence here. Emilia, HK. At the end of that unbearable tirade, Emilia's eyes changed. Kind and gentle as she was, Emilia couldn't face such harsh words, which demeaned not only her existence, but even her parents' meeting. Biting her lip, Emilia pushed against the slate ground, leaping to her feet.
Her enraged gaze trained on Sirius, a silvery shimmer gathered in her hand.
Emilia. Her sword slashed through Sirius's coat, splitting it wide open. Emilia, in her rage, would stop for nothing as she took another swing at Sirius, her sword of ice reaching the thin body in front of her. Emilia, eh? ?MMPHM.
Subaru saw the chained girl and froze.
A blonde, curly-haired girl, bound in the same manner that Luspel had been, blood pouring from her mouth, sobbed.
Her small body was firmly bound to Sirius's.
Tina, the name flashed through Subaru's memory.
Sirius, the anger in you is scary.
Subaru, who had noticed the girl, and Emilia, who saw the girl's tears, were overtaken by rage. And at that moment, Sirius gave her most ferocious smile yet as a wave of heat blew Emilia's body away with alarming momentum. The explosion whistled through the air as Emilia was knocked backwards.
She flew across the stone, tumbling until coming to a stop at the very center of the square.
Emilia, uck. Emilia moaned as she writhed in pain. Sirius gazed at Emilia as she lifted her burning arms.
Then, she clapped her hands. Sirius, an insect shouldn't give me such a sweet passion. It's incredibly disgusting.
Emilia.
Sirius, well, thank you. I'm sorry.
With her wrists held over her head, Sirius's fierce flame roared once again.
Even steel would melt with just a touch of that flame.
If it touched her directly, then not even a shadow of Emilia would be left behind.
She'd be completely burned from the world.
If he didn't act right now, he wouldn't be able to save her.
And not saving Emilia was unacceptable.
Subaru clearly understood all this, and yet. Subaru, move already, feet. Tina, MMPH. Subaru's feet were trembling with something like fear, leaving him unable to walk. Subaru's inaction had begun the moment he'd rested eyes on the terrified girl bound to Sirius. Beatrice, on his back, was similarly unable to move.
Maybe feelings could be shared with spirits. But now wasn't the time to ponder that.
Subaru, Emilia. His throat vibrated, but he couldn't even call the name of the girl who he loved so deeply. Emilia certainly couldn't have heard him. Emilia's thoughts as she lay on the stone floor, unable to move, watching the imminent catastrophe unfold before her very eyes. Even those would be scorched by an unforgiving fire, leaving them forever a mystery. A terrifying heat baked the slate ground, and, as the heat wave became the impact, the world was dyed a brilliant gold. Faced with this fantastical scene, Subaru's knees shook, and he collapsed on the spot. Beatrice, Subaru. Beatrice, still clinging to his back, called to Subaru in a stuttering voice.
Subaru couldn't respond.
His line of sight remained fixed on the ground beneath him, as he refused to face reality, swallowed by an overwhelming dread.
Right now, if he looked up, he would lose to fear. No, the heart he'd long lost to fear would shatter and break.
If he had to see Emilia turn to ash, If he had to see Emilia vanish from the world, then. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru. Even so, Beatrice continued desperately calling Subaru's name. His head was knocked several times, but Subaru could only embrace his horrified and timid heart, shaking his head slowly.
He couldn't.
Even if that mad woman was standing right in front of him, Subaru would. I caught up. However, the moment he heard that sound, Subaru's heart shook off that fear. Rather than fear the sight in front of him, he feared being left in the dark.
Raising his head, he looked to the direction of the sound, the place where Emilia had been incinerated. There, a man stood.
Smoke rose from the charred rocks, which still crackled with heat.
In the midst of that destruction, the man assumed a leisurely pose. There, in his arms.
Subaru, Leah?
In the man's arms, there rested a girl, who should have disappeared in flame.
Although she had passed out from exhaustion, she was physically unhurt. Emilia had lost her consciousness from the accumulation of her wounds, exhaustion, and fear, but she was peacefully resting, safe and sound.
Subaru, you.
The character who had suddenly appeared and saved Emilia's life. His horrified heart was denying him a celebration of Emilia's safety. Subaru involuntarily voiced his wavering thoughts with a similarly trembling voice.
The man who heard and turned around. Then, he spoke.
I came to meet her, so it's great that I was able to catch up. Subaru, too. Meet?
What's that supposed to?
Isn't it a matter of course that I come to meet a woman who I intend to take as my bride? At that abrupt utterance, Subaru fell speechless.
At Subaru's stiff lack of breath, the man, a white-haired youth, laughed lightly.
Regulus, I am the witch cult's sin Archbishop of Greed.
Regulus Corneas. It was not intended to boast, but rather speak for granted facts.
Regulus, as promised, I'm here to take her as my 79th wife. Arc 5, Chapter 25, Leo's Theatre. An enigmatic, white-haired youth suddenly entered the barren, chaotic battlefield that had been ripped asunder by ice and fire. His white hair was neither too long nor too short, without any distinct style. His figure was also neither too muscular nor too slim. He had a medium build which gave the impression that he was on the verge of floating away and being swallowed up by the masses.
But
Subaru, Archbishop
of Greed?
The mediocre young man's self-introduction left quite an impact on Subaru.
As long as Subaru's ears hadn't committed a fatal mistake, then that young man was in fact a sin archbishop of the witch cult. That statement certainly wasn't a lie.
If that wasn't the case, then how else could he have been unscathed from Sirius's final attack?
Such an anomaly was impossible.
Regulus, even so, it's great that I caught up. After all, my bride nearly turned to ash. Even I, who rarely express any particular expectations, do hope that there's someone who can help maintain my bride's humanity.
More than that being a matter of merit, I think that it's a matter of course.
After all, I cannot commit a perversion of sexuality like devoting my love to ashes. Like this, bringing with him a fear that refused to dissipate, weaving such words about Emilia, the young archbishop who called himself Regulus stood before the quivering Subaru. Although he spoke smoothly and fluently, the contents of his discourse were empty, as if he were just repeating the same joke over and over. Emilia, who was forced to listen to that joke, didn't stir.
She seemed to have completely lost consciousness, her slender form only lying prone in his arms.
Regulus raised a finger to the white hair on his eyebrows. Regulus, although it's gratifying to see nothing wrong, it seems regrettable that I can't reveal my heroism to my bride today. I think that a heroic rescue in the midst of a dead-end crisis brings people's hearts to a very important place. Well, after all, the combination of the two is already an established fact and the only question is of the timing.
Isn't it great?
Subaru, what have you been saying? Regulus,
Regulus, who had been speaking his self-righteous truth, discovered Subaru and frowned upon him. He then gave a very tired-sounding breath.
Regulus, don't you understand basic concepts like politeness?
The first thing I did was give a self-introduction.
To ask why you're going to introduce yourself, that's because it's the most important thing to start as a relationship. No matter what kind of relationship, isn't it necessary to start with an acquaintanceship where we both know each other? So, just because I'm someone who cares about such things, I often think that no matter to whom, I will be as friendly as possible. I'm not saying that there isn't a chance that the other party is shy.
Even if you think you want to become well connected, when you start by introducing yourself, something in you always cannot help but hesitate.
Out of consideration for those types of people, I try to introduce myself as much as possible and act in order to create a space where they feel comfortable. Of course, I don't expect this grace to be immediately obvious. However, I do have hopes that after some time, they will be able to detect the meaning of an introductions. Or, rather, that they will become aware of it.
Or is it natural to talk to someone you meet for the first time without introducing yourself?
If that's the case, then there's a slight difference between my common sense and culture. In that case, although both parties feel a sense of obligation, it becomes necessary to refuse the other side in advance so as to prevent a misunderstanding. Isn't that so different from what I said before, taking being gentle with each other for granted?
In fact, saying so feels impolite, and that's a loss of etiquette, and the other party is left with a lesser value. A false assessment of each other's value imposes on others. This is a violation of the rights of others. From any rational perspective, this is an infringement of my rights. Subaru, sorry.
My name is Natsuki Subaru. A frenzied look rose in Regulus's eyes as he prattled on, serving as a warning siren to Subaru. Acting on that fear, Subaru trembled as he gave his name. Then, hearing Subaru's introduction, Regulus squinted his widened eyes. Regulus, yes, that's fine.
Because giving respect invites respect.
Although the conditions for achieving a world that creates both is taken for granted, you don't have to seek the happiness of others.
As long as you pursue your happiness, others will also correspondingly find happiness.
Don't get caught up in your desires, just accept your truths and feel satisfied with your everyday needs.
That is the peaceful way of life. It would perhaps be worth questioning whether or not his smooth speech was serious, but his bright eyes proved that his words neither joking nor ironic, rather, they were his genuine beliefs.
Taking his words out of context would perhaps make them seem like seriouses. In fact, Regulus's demeanor and words held the same superficiality and distortion as those of Sirius. Regulus, after all, is it really so hard to find the proper mood to converse in? Why is it impossible to do this as a matter of course for mankind?
Why is it impossible to consciously, unconsciously, indifferently, continue to cause subtle harm to others in the days when such things are done?
Subtle injuries hurt, don't they? On top of that, if anything serious works its way in, it might grow into a life-threatening disease.
The body and the soul are one.
I hate those who misunderstand life to the extent that they unconsciously threaten others. Don't their minds seem warped?
Subaru.
Regulus, obviously, they're flawed as human beings, and it isn't okay for that behavior to remain unconscious. It is, of course, wrong to impose a burden on those who are discriminated against. Most people have common sense, but why can't they consciously realize that the world is slowly turning on? Even without realizing that they're trampling upon the hidden hearts of others, if they don't become conscious of their twisted, flawed mistakes, then don't their feet just keep trampling and trampling? As if unhappy with Subaru's silence, Regulus repeatedly pressed for an answer.
Regulus's speech was gradually becoming faster and faster, clearly conveying an increase in excitement.
Even so, Subaru still could not respond.
At the thought of giving a response, his heart flinched.
Subaru, all that said, don't you know?
Sirius, thanks for the lesson.
Burn, scorch and disappear. A cascade of fire poured down from behind Regulus.
Sirius had waved her arms to summon a flame which mercilessly consumed her fellow archbishop.
Subaru, witnessing this atrocity, found himself once again unable to move. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru,
I know.
But, it's okay. Beatrice, also trembling in fear, gripped Subaru's shoulders until they hurt. She too worried about Emilia, who had been caught in the flame.
It was impossible for Subaru not to fear the violence that had involved Emilia. Even so, he held a steadfast belief. That was.
Regulus, I say, to interrupt someone else's conversation like that, how awful are you at reading the mood?
If you want to say something, speak up, raise your hand. Do you think I have the presence of mind to just wait for you to speak up? Regulus twisted his wrist, and the vortex of flame vanished.
The heat waves dissipated as if dismissed by magic, while Regulus, standing at the center of the vortex, remained untouched.
Naturally, Emilia, resting in his arms, was still in the same state. Even engulfed by the flames of that intensity, not a single drop of sweat surfaced on his face. Regulus, you and I share the title of Archbishop.
Since I know that your head is messed up, if you'd only made a little mistake, I could have turned a gentle blind eye.
Fortunately, there was no harm done. Only.
Turning away, Regulus lowered his voice and glared at Sirius, who bore that gaze as she closed her coat, once again hiding the girl bound to her from the surroundings, gritting her teeth all the while.
Regulus, you were planning to burn this girl along with me.
I would be a little reluctant to say that I will forgive that kind of behavior.
It'd be better to say that it would be impossible.
Since ancient times, no matter what the story or the morality of the characters, if one's loved ones are hurt, then their anger is inevitable. Because that is a right that everyone has, I am well within my rights to take revenge. Sirius, anger. Did you get angry?
Don't make me laugh. A superficial and insignificant man, like you, can't speak so lightly about anger. Anger is mine. It's what I got from him, and it's more important to me than anything else, too. Regulus, oh, I see. Are you still clinging to the idiot who kept on risking death? How annoying, how disgusting. That's neither constructive nor rational. Death is the end.
This is a matter of course, isn't it?
Unwilling to admit even that and clinging to just memories. You really are flawed. If someone who you love dies, find the next one. Rather than yelling about love, 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 exercise the rights you've been granted.
Disrupting that natural cycle, you really are hopeless scum. Sirius, you, who laughed at that person's death, to speak so arrogantly. Sirius, who had been relentlessly demeaned, flew into a rage. The stone flooring cracked at the mercy of the madwoman's stomp as she directed her twin flames forward, which flew toward Regulus at an alarming rate. A burning, tearing sound accompanied the weapon on its lethal journey.
The chain hit Regulus's flesh, striking his cheek to one side. However, neither Sirius's fury nor the chain's attacks had been calmed by that single blow. Left to right, top to bottom, front to back, Sirius's copper chains beat relentlessly at Regulus's body. On top of that, the chains, flying at incredibly high speeds, projected waves of heat as well. Sirius, disappear, 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 disappear. Turn to ASH along with that hateful half-witch. The fence of flame closed at the center, trapping Regulus in that raging inferno.
The temperature of that storm was high enough to melt the floor tiles where Regulus stood, and the ground beneath him either evaporated or sunk to form depressions.
Witnessing the burning result, Sirius's breaths grew wild.
Sharing her wrath, the crowd of wild-blooded people around her bled from their eyes and noses, making strange sounds as they gathered together. Regulus, I say, how many times do I need to tell you the same thing?
Regulus stepped forward on the red stone slab as if nothing had happened. Whether it was his white hair, his clothes, or Emilia's arms, nothing held a trace of scratches, only his expression had changed into one of childish dissatisfaction. Regulus, I've thought about it. No matter how many times the same thing is said, some people can't understand.
They don't give enough effort to understand what is said. Is that contempt? So, whether carving what they've learned in their hearts as commandments, or doing careful self-examinations, or remembering it was food for thought for tomorrow, they don't do any of that.
They forget, and it's cleansed away.
Saying the same thing over and over again is not only blasphemy, but also contempt which gives negative impacts to both parties.
Both their own value and the value of the other party are fundamentally degraded. That's how it is.
It's a form of violence that disregards words and actions.
Then I thought of it. Sirius, you damn insect.
Regulus, the witch cult's doctrine goes like this: if one cheek is hit, present the other cheek and ask your opponent why they fight as they do.
This shows a valuable lesson of mutual understanding. Ah, but I've thought of this too. It's also true that someone whose cheek has been beaten should fight back.
That's especially necessary against those who don't know pain.
Only listening to the content of that speech would make it seem very stern. But Regulus was a distorted existence. Regulus,
who stepped out from the dark, wore a grim smile. That smile was certainly no friendly gesture, rather, it was closer to the licking of a tongue as a predator surveyed his prey. It was still unknown how Regulus had defended against Sirius's flame and chain. Perhaps his power was purely defensive, perhaps the authority of greed granted no means of attack.
Therefore, it is clear that the behavior of Regulus should not be conclusive evidence of fatal consequences.
But, if the battle dragged on, Sirius would die. And there was no guarantee that Regulus was a holder of purely defensive abilities.
If that young man pulled anything, there was no doubt that Sirius will die. If that is the case, there is no problem at all. In fact, having the number of archbishops reduced due to infighting would be worthy of celebration.
However, although gratifying, Sirius's death would involve most of the people surrounding her. Of course, this included Subaru, as well as all the people trapped in the Sirius's wrath, and certainly Luzbel and Tina, who prayed for one another's safety and sacrificed themselves.
Subaru. Even now, fear was spreading all over the Subaru's body.
His slack knees trembled so much that even breathing became an abnormal act.
But, even in this case,
Beatrice, Subaru. In his ear, a weak, unreliable voice echoed. Although the owner obviously could not hide her trembling fear, her warm voice still spoke up from behind him.
Rely on me, it was conveying a message something like that.
Subaru clenched his teeth and staggered to his feet. He refused to be unable to do anything and delegate everything to the slight weight of the child on his back.
Having said that, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all without her strength.
Therefore, Subaru refused to struggle alone, but also refused to throw everything to one person.
If Subaru had been alone, then he would have remained on his knees.
The reason why Subaru could stand was because he wasn't alone.
The other people engulfed by the madness were different.
Only Subaru had someone close by, only Subaru wasn't by himself. Tightly clinging to that real feeling, Subaru fought his feet. Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, I know, in fact. With only a single call, Beatrice could fully understand what he needed.
Confirmation with each other was unnecessary.
Each of them doing their utmost to accomplish each of their respective responsibilities, as long they did that, they should arrive at their desired outcome. Whether it be Sirius or Regulus, the cultists had completely forgotten about Subaru.
They could only see each other and intended to kill one another.
The best result would be Sirius burning Regulus to ash, but that would be impossible. Therefore, Subaru needed to stop Regulus's rampage. Subaru had to attract Regulus's attention to himself and take measures against creating a large number of victims. And, above all, Subaru, stop touching my Amelia. An inexhaustible love pushes the fear from Subaru and lights his heart. If he didn't first address his dishonest heart, then he'd never be able to fight Regulus. At the moment, Regulus's back was facing Subaru, and his attention was being completely diverted by Sirius, which was a great convenience for Subaru. Beatrice, Shamak. As Subaru forced his trembling legs to move, Beatrice began chanting a spell from behind him. Her powerful spell, Shamak, covered Regulus's body in a black haze as it began to sever him from the world, beautifully hindering his pace. Right before Regulus was engulfed, Subaru took a combat position and fiercely whisked his whip forward.
He was aiming at Regulus's neck. His whip followed through as it attempted to ensnare Regulus. Surely with this much commotion even the arrogant Regulus would have to attention to Subaru.
Perhaps at the point where Beatrice had draped the curtain there was even a possibility that Regulus would fall victim without realizing what had happened.
Subaru, there's no response. Beatrice, he's coming.
Beatrice's warning had come after a heavy sense of anxiety had already hit Subaru. His whip passed through thin air and the missing presence of its target was painfully obvious. The next moment, a white-haired youth kicked off of the ground towards Subaru, lunging from the black haze.
Regulus, this has been messy from the very beginning. You've been stirring up my smooth life with your magic.
Could you evaporate off somewhere? Beatrice, me.
No, Murak.
Regulus held Amelia with his right hand as his empty left hand suddenly swiped at Subaru. Beatrice immediately gave up performing an attack in favor of casting a gravity-altering spell on Subaru. Subaru immediately affirmed Beatrice's judgment and leapt upward to avoid Regulus's reaching fingertips. Murak is a type of shadow magic with the effect of freeing a physical object from the tethers of gravity.
Subaru's flesh was now lighter than a feather.
He flew upward, leaving Regulus behind.
Regulus, why do you want to avoid it? Subaru, why wouldn't I avoid it? It's scary.
Subaru cast his whip at Regulus again, who had looked overhead at Subaru. Rather than aim for any particular direction, Subaru only struck, hitting Regulus's head. His white hair floated outward from the impact and the head that should have been lacerated by the whip was uninjured.
The same held true for his windswept hair.
Regulus, what if my bride had been injured? Don't you think it's a matter of course that girls should be treated gently, and that it's not something that needs to be taught? Don't you even understand this?
Subaru, don't be stupid.
The person I want to treat the most gently in this world is that girl.
What's with the bride this and bride that you've been talking about? Regulus, it's been decided, it's destiny.
After all, I made a promise in my dreams. One hand bracing himself against the wall, Subaru was dumbfounded by Regulus's smiling reply.
Something felt awry but Regulus clearly did not care. Regulus, she will connect with me. That's fate, you know. I feel generally satisfied with myself, and I don't want anything at all.
And although I don't particularly desire anything, I'm not so narrow-minded that I wouldn't accept what's given to be.
Especially what fate's given to me. Although most people do not expect this, anything within I can reach, I want to guard. That would be myself and the people who are important to me. Subaru. Regulus, I will protect her.
I'll welcome her as my bride and love her as she'll love me, and together we'll enjoy a stable life.
Therefore, for the sake of that, I won't refrain from exerting the power that I've been given.
Subaru, then, what?
Then what about her own will?
Obviously, one of the parties hasn't consented yet, so getting engaged like this is rash.
Regulus's stern statement had just confirmed his convictions.
On one hand, this was a straightforward, righteous, and harmless way of thinking.
On the other, it was ridiculous to a deadly extent. It was difficult to explain why it was deadly, but it was something that was clear from the very beginning.
Because Regulus had fallen into a frenzy, everything had gone off track.
Subaru's voice trembled, but not just with fear. To his question, Regulus smiled and continued as though discussing a disposable topic. Regulus, are you worried about me? If that's the case, thank you. However, there isn't any problem. Fate is inevitable. In particular, in love or friendship, a person's words cannot be established.
If fate told me that she would be my bride, then I am fated to be her groom. This is all something that's already been decided.
Beatrice, something is completely wrong with him, in fact.
Toward Regulus and his flawed theory, Beatrice leaks a subconscious murmur of disgust.
Subaru held the same opinion.
Regulus used pretty, smooth words to cover up the underlying madness in his beliefs. Subaru didn't even want to know the extent of trouble that those sentiments would bring.
Subaru, I've had enough. It's impossible for us to understand each other.
It's disgusting to admit that such a horrible person is a rival for love. Subaru removed his hand from the wall and allowed himself to float back to the earth. Looking at the silent Subaru, Regulus nodded as if he'd grasped the main idea. Regulus, I see.
I understand.
You know, I'm sorry to say, but the fate of a lover can't be shared.
I find a bride who admires others to be quite unattractive.
Subaru, shut it. Emilia Tan is my bride.
I won't give her to someone like you.
Regulus,
Oh, this is Emilia. A lovely name.
Very suitable for lovebirds to softly call, very suitable for this lovable child indeed. Subaru, you don't even know her name.
Yet you say you want her as a bride? What a joke. What made you? Regulus, her face.
Subaru was choked speechless with anger.
Misunderstanding his silence, Regulus tilted his head. Regulus, a cute face.
That's all love and whatnot is, right?
Subaru, go to hell. Beatrice, drop dead, I suppose.
Agreeing with Subaru's assertion, Beatrice also denied Regulus his overly casual love. Pedaling toward the ground, Subaru's weightless body was still under the effects of Murak. As Subaru shortened the distance between them as he rode the wind, Regulus lifted his gaze, as if shocked.
At this time, Regulus could not understand the implications of a close combat battle.
Subaru himself understood. Rather than being unintelligent, Regulus didn't share the familiarity with battle that Sirius did. That wasn't to say that he was unprepared, rather, he needed no weapon.
Therefore, getting close to Regulus would be nigh suicidal.
Even so, Subaru had a pressing reason to enter close combat with Regulus.
Because this was the only way he could use his ace. Regulus, why did you come here? I don't really understand. Although it's not necessary, I do hope that you can tell me. I don't lack thoughtfulness, after all. I want to understand even withering opponents.
Subaru, thanks for enlightenment, Biko.
Beatrice, ready, in fact. Regulus approached Subaru with his left hand extended.
Each of those fingers was likely a fatal weapon that would end Subaru's life.
Before that could happen, Subaru took a breath and shouted.
This was one of the fruits of the efforts that Subaru and Beatrice had accumulated over the course of the past year. Subaru, E.M. Regulus, what? The high-pitched chant induced Subaru's damaged gate to absorb Beatrice's mana to cast an exclusive magic of which no one else had yet developed. They had launched the magic of absolute defense, EMM, one of 3 original spells devised by Beatrice and Subaru. Subaru's body would be wrapped in an invisible magical field which would allow him to sidestep from this plane of existence, nullifying any attack on him, be it physical or magical. Regulus's fingertips didn't bring any harm to Subaru when they reached him. Upon witnessing this incident, for the first time, Regulus revealed an expression of stiff shock.
Subaru aimed at his face and fiercely released his left fist.
Subaru, yeah. Regulus, HK.
The side of Regulus's face was struck.
Subaru had struck him with a hard blow, but not the slightest mark had been made when Regulus's head was pushed back.
The damage had been completely invalidated.
This was what Subaru had indeed expected, an eternal and constant guardian of Regulus's flesh.
Beatrice, not ready yet, I suppose.
Before Regulus could counterattack, Beatrice shouted that the conditions for the next move had not yet been reached. In this close proximity, Subaru needed to avoid Regulus's attacks.
Being on the defense would make each action incredibly difficult.
In that case, Subaru needed to give up part of his soul.
Regulus, don't worry. Subaru, invisible middle dot providence.
As Regulus suffered a blow, his words were cut off.
That was because of he'd been sent flying.
Subaru looked over the scene as he coughed blood, roughly wiping at the corners of his mouth with his sleeve.
Only Subaru's eyes could see his invisible providence.
Subaru could clearly see a black third hand protruding from his chest, coursing with a dreadful power. His entire body creaked, his soul weakened, and something venomous flowed through his body, materializing as black blood in his throat. After paying the price for the ability, Subaru was able to summon a full-out attack. That blow, which consumed so much from Subaru, probably wouldn't match up to a kick from Garfield.
Even so, that invisible attack should have a corresponding effect to the effort needed to cast it.
Beatrice, Subaru, are you okay, in fact?
Subaru, cough.
Somehow.
And as for that guy, he's strong, but his attacks are kinda flat.
Among all those I've faced so far, it's about the same as Larkin's. Spitting out the remainder of the blood clogging his throat, Subaru pointed out the low energy of Regulus's combat. Regulus had revealed that he was an inexperienced layman who was at most on Subaru's level.
As long as Subaru kept his concentration of words, those murderous fingertips could maybe be continually avoided.
Beatrice.
Subaru's shoulder was knocked. That was Beatrice's silent report.
Because of its potent effect, their original spells had short durations. In addition, their spells had daily limits, and overuse would result in loss of potency. Beatrice, although the effects of EMM have ended, in this case, even without magic, Subaru has a chance.
So, if you rush in. Subaru, victory could be waiting. I see the light of hope. Regulus, there's no such thing. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I dallied for longer than I should have, being that you're not so interesting. But that's not the issue here. It's not good that we're having a disagreement. This is a violation of rights.
Since I've been hit twice since we started, if I don't land an attack, that would be unfair, right? Regulus landed from midair, looking at the determined Subaru. His expression had lost its original calmness and was reaching outrage. Subaru, wah?
Regulus, what are you planning?
The ground between Subaru and Regulus suddenly ignited. Subaru was pushed backward by the wave of heat which bathed him, while Regulus bore the hot air as it blew past his face.
Obviously, the two turned to the culprit for this, Sirius.
So far, for whatever reason, the mad woman had not involved herself in the fight between Subaru and Regulus. Although the intent behind her inaction was unknown, Subaru would have preferred for her to have remained silent.
Her actions resulted in a very abrupt change.
He had no means to combat Sirius's flames, and strongly preferred Regulus, who could only engage in close combat.
He also had yet to find a solution to defeat her.
Subaru gulped as the situation deteriorated. In actuality, his circumstances were far worse than what Subaru had imagined. Sirius, I found you. Subaru, dash. Standing unsightly, Sirius stares at the two men staring at her, no, at only Subaru. The mad woman had completely forgotten her desire to kill Regulus, merely staring with single-minded obsession at Subaru. Her gaze was filled with madness. Subaru's throat suddenly caught.
Then she lifted her previously lifeless, drowsy hands and pressed them to her face.
Sirius, I found you, found you, found you, found you, found you.
Ah ha ha.
Ah.
Yes, it's really you. I'm sorry, I didn't notice at first.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
This is great. It really is.
Sure enough, you came back for me? Subaru, what? Sirius, darling, where have you been? No matter where I looked, I couldn't find you. Even after I'd torn your spares open, I still couldn't find you anywhere. Even though I'd always been looking.
And you noticed how I'd been searching, and you came back.
Her high-pitched sonorous voice overflowed with an obvious enthusiasm. Keeping her hands on her cheeks, she wriggled her body and gave a series of pleased sounds.
What kind of state was this? This odd gesture was truly unspeakable.
However, if pressed for an answer, her actions seemed similar to the behavior of someone who'd been searching for a lover for a long time.
A woman who'd been consumed by blind love.
Sirius, because my ideal was reached. Because I want to be one with you, you finally noticed the wish that I'd been praying for.
Because my love finally reached you. Subaru.
Sirius, I've always been waiting for only you. My dear, dear Betelgeuse Romane Conti. Speaking with a mad smile, Sirius Romane Conti called the name of her bereaved lover as she cast a tender, affectionate look at Subaru.
Arc 5, Chapter 26, Spear of Love. The already dire situation had deteriorated drastically, resulting in the worst of awful conditions.
Subaru trembled under Sirius's mesmerized gaze and her shuddering, glowing breaths. The mad woman gave no regard to the heat scorching her bandaged face, her attention focused on watching Subaru, no, not just watching, but staring. Subaru, dear. Betelgeuse. That was the name of a madman which Subaru had never wanted to hear again. When Sirius Romane Conti had been crying out for her lover, Subaru would be lying if he said that this particular theory hadn't crossed his mind. Even so, he was reluctant to seriously consider it, as doing so would combine the existence of the lunatic Betelgeuse and the madwoman Sirius. He didn't want to think of a union, the worst possible couple, with Romane Conti. Subaru, a couple where both lovers are sin archbishops is ridiculously disastrous.
Although it can't be helped that he choose a bride like that. Really, the witch cult didn't have a single normal member.
The self-righteous Betelgeuse, Sirius who imposed her love without permission, and Regulus who treated love as superficial fate, they were all scum.
Subaru, like how your names are a bit similar.
Do they all end in "and" sound? Subaru buried the rapid churning of his mind under trivial, pointless thoughts. Right now, Subaru felt as if he'd found something very awry, although he could quite put his finger on what it was. Try as he might, he couldn't find it. Sirius, please don't be so silent, Betelgeuse.
You're such a mean-spirited person.
See, you're already giving me that usual cold attitude. It makes me really anxious. Sirius, unaware of the cause of Subaru's brooding silence, took her own interpretation of it as she kept her hands on her face and her waist twisting back and forth. The nightmarish scene spread as the crowd around Sirius took up her strange, delusional expression of affection.
Regulus, really, I can't deal with you anymore.
Although his trick just now probably that gave you that kind of idea, it's still really rather tragic.
The correct connection of fate should place you together no matter what kind of obstacles are faced. Like with me and my brides. However, a separation by life and death before results can blossom is not only sad, but very unsightly.
Sirius, yes, thank you very much.
I'm very sorry. Now, excuse me, but I'm busy.
You know, right? Mutual understanding is important. Mutual concessions are also important. You have completed your purpose, so could you leave as soon as possible? After all, I also have my own private affairs. Regulus, indeed, my purpose of finding my bride has been fulfilled. Sirius's madness had given way to rationality, and Regulus overlooked that implication as he looked at Emilia, still in his arms.
Then he turned toward Subaru.
Regulus, but the one who wants to kill me and my bride, and who has been annoying since the very beginning has yet to allow me proper vengeance in an infringement of my rights. I dislike taking a violent initiative, but in this case, it would only be a just revenge.
Yes, this is an act of righteousness. Although I could endure this and leave, I would be doing legitimacy a disfavor. That is to say, leaving would be a loss of justice. I shouldn't set that precedent.
Subaru, don't give me that superior's tone.
Obviously, you don't like me so you want to kill me. Don't justify that with some garbage doctrine.
Regulus, actually being talked back to is quite a surprise.
Being spoken to as if I were mistaken is even more of a surprise.
Are you the type of people who disagrees with their opponents? In that case, the only thing I can say is that you're small and superficial. I think that this kind of person, who can't listen to the words of others with sincerity, will one day earn their just deserts. What do you think? Subaru, do you have the right to say this?
Regulus's eyes widened as if incredibly taken aback. Perhaps he was sincere, convinced that his speech was justified. No, he was absolutely convinced.
If not, he couldn't be a leading subordinate in that abnormal cult.
Logical conversations were only an illusion.
Although they spoke the human tongue, they were creatures belonging to an alien ecosystem. forgetting that would lead to being swallowed up by their honeyed words.
Regulus, Sirius. You seem to have excluded him from your sphere of power. What happened? Instead of facing the silent Subaru, Regulus directed the conversation to Sirius. Frowning at his speech, Subaru discovered that the fear which had been gripping his heart had vanished. The fact that Beatrice was still slightly trembling on his shoulders proved that they hadn't left the range of the sphere of influence.
In other words, only Subaru had been excluded.
And the reason for that was...
Sirius, isn't that obvious? Since I know that he's that person, if I continue to share my feelings, they might accidentally transmit to him. Regulus, don't give me that shy look, it's really creepy.
Having proclaimed your love, there's no point in pretending to innocent. I really don't understand you.
Sirius, don't you think that allowing those inexplicable feelings that can't be expressed with words to be felt in such a manner is tasteless?
Until the end of the end, until the very moment I become one with him, I'll seal that feeling inside me. I've already decided so. Yes, for the sake of love.
Regulus, because of that dishonesty, your important feelings will never be able to reach him, you know?
You, Sirius Romane Conti, can only miss him with wholehearted continuous thoughts.
Don't you think that using someone else's family name is rather disgusting?
I suppose that, in a sense, it's like Betelgeuse's legacy.
Well, he's already dead, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Sirius, I'm in love with that person.
Hearing Regulus's amazed speech, Sirius exploded. The mad woman grasped at her hair in a frenzy, spittle flying from her mouth as she screamed at Regulus. Sirius, after all, whenever I gazed at him, he always met my eyes.
When I touched him, he didn't scold me. When I spoke to him, he gave me his attention. When I inhaled his breath, he never told me off. I was allowed to sleep with him. I could freely borrow his things. He allowed me the honor of burning the half-witch.
He gave me my name. He smiled for me.
Only for me.
Only for me, on lifemanly form.
Her breathing grew wild as she sobbed tears of unrequited love. She made herself clear.
Sirius's existence was one of dark, twisted, pure love. Regulus, oops. Dealing with such strong subjective convictions is tricky.
Shrugging, Regulus spoke as if seeking agreement from Subaru.
Subaru bit back at, do you have the right to say that to keep Regulus from lashing out?
He needed to temper the balance between the two foolish extremists near him.
Facing the two cultists, Subaru saw no light of hope to break the deadlock.
Rather, the situation had worsened due to Sirius's interference.
Even if Subaru had broken away from the shared fear, there would be no marked improvement in his combat power. Obviously, Beatrice would be his main advantage, but she was trapped in an unfavorable condition, her sharp judgment dulled by terror.
At least, only facing Regulus would help.
Subaru, hey, Sirius. Sirius, yes, what's the matter, my dear?
Sirius candidly responded his call.
Although Subaru astonished at the unexpectedly serious response. Subaru, I have a little bit private business with Regulus here, so could you wait patiently for a while? Please, Sirius, do you want me to wait? Making use of Sirius's misunderstanding could grant Subaru a chance at victory. Sirius appeared to have assumed Subaru was Betelgeuse due to his invisible providence, which resembled the authority of Sloth's unseen hand. Although this was a dark path, Subaru would have to tread it.
Betelgeuse had been a spirit.
If he was still alive, it was entirely possible that he would have possessed Subaru as his next host. Although, the problem would be that Subaru hadn't indicated that he'd recognized Sirius up until now, but Sirius, in her present state of mind, hadn't seemed to notice the issue.
With that in mind, Subaru hoped to break that deadlock. The result.
Sirius, I'm sorry, I cannot do that.
Please let me refuse even if it is very important to you. Sirius ruthlessly rejected his plea.
Seeing Subaru's disappointed gaze, Sirius bowed her head. Sirius, of course, I originally wanted to comply. But the diligent, you have surely already decided that while I wait, you'll slip far away from my extended fingers.
I know you. After all, we've been together for so long. You'll try your utmost and overstrain yourself alone to reach your desired results.
And, in all honesty, Subaru couldn't help but feel a heartfelt admiration for her love. Even so, Cyrus's regard of Betelgeuse's hard-working nature was a rather blind perspective. After all, the witch cult existed to do nothing but harm. Sirius, finally we were able to meet again.
It's been a year, a whole year, since I've been at your side. In this century, this is the longest we've been apart. And even after a year of not seeing me, you ask me to leave? I don't want to. I can't. In your period of absence of the period I always wanted to become one with you. Subaru.
Sirius, on top of that, you still want me to wait?
And now you have a spirit who I've never seen before. Where did you find her?
What exactly is appealing about woman like that? She's tiny, her face is arrogant, and she has neither the chest nor the bottom of a woman.
Is it because she's a spirit? Because you're a spirit, your woman has to be a spirit too?
The time we spent together loses to such a flimsy reason.
I'll burn you.
The direction of her speech became perverse, and became weird, and a crazed shimmer of unbridled frenzy rose in her gaze again. The crowd also left courting affection for anger, blood streaming red from their eyes and noses. Sirius, and, is the reason you need to deal with Regulus the half-witch in his arms?
That filthy half-witch. That silver-haired half-witch. Why are you so partial to her?
Stop immediately, shouldn't you have understood that long ago?
That despicable, loathsome, hateful, abhorrent garbage witch.
If you revive her, I'll burn her before your very eyes.
Subaru, you're so increasingly incomprehensible, you.
The mad woman gave a bloodthirsty shriek, revealing her animosity toward both Emilia and the Witch of Envy. Wasn't the goal of the witch cult the Witch of Envy's resurrection? Subaru couldn't understand Sirius's utter loathing for her, then. Rather, Sirius had absolutely no resonance with the Betelgeuse she longed for. Although he'd originally thought that they couldn't have been companions, they turned out to be nothing but enemies.
Subaru. The impasse between the three resurfaced. Regulus planned to kill Subaru and Sirius. Sirius would defend against Regulus and the non-existent Betelgeuse within Subaru.
Subaru wanted to rescue Emilia from Regulus and to free Tina from Sirius, and, if possible, kill the two archbishops.
Obviously. However, the situation Subaru was in was far too harsh.
Searching for such a solution that Subaru didn't have the ability to attain, his forehead began to bead with sweat.
Return by death, followed by Sirius's appearance and Regulus's debut.
After that, a melee battle between and with the archbishops.
This loop had been the longest yet.
During that period of time, although he'd retrieved useful intelligence, nothing but awful things had happened. Subaru, Biko. Beatrice, you can try either one, in fact. From his back came the timid voice of Subaru's support. Subaru, who held authority over what would happen next, made his decision.
And at that time, Regulus,
Sirius, HK. Simultaneously, both Regulus and Sirius both changed their attitude. They each put their hands into their coats, and, from there, retrieved their books. Subaru, that is.
A familiar book with a heavy black binding.
At this proximity, there was no way that Subaru could have been mistaken. That was what the witch cult obeyed above all else, the gospel.
Regulus and Sirius. Ignoring Subaru, who'd raised his guard again, the two archbishops opened their gospels and surveyed its writ.
Then, although their timing had been identical, their expressions gave stark contrast to each other. Regulus, I assume the content is the same for both of us, is that true, Sirius? Sirius, shut up, Regulus.
Why?
Why now? When finally I found him again.
Regulus wore a light smile, and Sirius, who gritted her teeth and spoke in a voice full of remorse. Even if the predator and the madwoman held opposing feelings, their wills were unified. The two looked to Subaru. Regulus, although I'm sorry, it's time now. My free time with you has ended. You should thank the gospel. Well, that's not right. That doesn't make sense.
After all, what's the use in being thankful to paper? So, rather, you should be grateful to me, who follows the gospel faithfully.
Subaru, thank you for your faith. But what was that about time? What are you talking about? Regulus, it's just as you heard. We were given free time before we need to do what must be done.
I took that meaningful time to retrieve my bride.
Sirius, I feel incomplete. In front of that person, I shouldn't be subjected to such treatment.
It's too cruel.
I'm being washed away by sadness, don't you know?
Regulus spoke with composure, while Sirius forcibly expressed her sorrow.
The crowd collapsed, and Beatrice bit back her tears.
However, Subaru and Regulus both remained completely unaffected. Regulus, sorry, but your small, superficial love doesn't touch my complete self at all.
At most, it makes me feel a little dirty.
In a contemptuous voice, Regulus, with Emilia still in his arms, turned his back to Subaru.
Really, he looked as if he were just planning to let them go. If Regulus left by himself, that was fine. But...
Subaru, stop, you bastard. Don't just run off.
Let her go. Otherwise, I'll... Regulus, I considered that.
Subaru, dash.
Regulus stopped and only turned his head to smile.
Under that smile, Subaru felt as though a blade brushed his spine, and he swallowed, his entire body stiff.
It was impossible to prevent Regulus's next move.
Regulus, I think that if my bride finds one of her attendants gone, she'll be lonely, and if I don't invite enough people, she'll be rather fickle.
So I won't kill you. Regulus tapped the ground gently with his toes.
Although it was a gesture of comfort, as if adjusting his shoes, his foot dug neatly into the stone slab as if it were a shovel driving into soft ground.
The wreckage of the slate flew towards Subaru. Bullets of soil seemed to defy gravity. Some of them brushed the outside of Subaru's right foot.
And, in the next moment, Subaru's foot vanished. Subaru, eh? A beast's claw had torn clear through his foot. On his right foot, the white of bone, pink of flesh, and yellow of marrow were cleanly exposed in a twisted cross-section.
His veins had all been severed, blossoming with blood. Before he could comprehend what had just happened, the pain struck.
Subaru, HK? Gar, Uck.
Ah?
The world became pure white, as if his head were being punctuated by countless sharp needles. A scream lodged in his throat. Subaru was unable to support his own weight as he tumbled to the ground.
His outstretched fingers desperately held his right leg. The wound was so large that the palm of his right hand couldn't cover it.
Beatrice, Subaru? Subaru. Subaru, wait, I suppose.
Right now.
Beatrice fell to the ground with the discovery of the Subaru's severe injury, and panicked as she began a chant of healing magic.
Regulus nodded in satisfaction at the scene.
Regulus, this is adequate retaliation for your reckless behavior up until just now, so I'll let it go. Although I did consider the possibility of you doing it again, I think I still want to look forward to your future. This pain is sure to stop you if you're considering hurting another person again. Don't thank me. Just save someone else next time. Subaru, HK. Ka, Ga, can't, Ku, Ga. Pain, agony, suffering, hurteth.
A haze of agony.
Molars being ground to dust from gnashing.
A flashing world. The absence of an up and down.
Was he sleeping?
Or was he alive? Or maybe he was dead?
Confusion. Cluelessness. Noidia.
Even so, there was something he needed to know.
Subaru, Emili, A. Wa, Ga, HK, T, HK. Beatrice, Subaru, you can't afford to mess around.
If you have to vomit, turned to the side. If you don't, your throat will.
Enduring pain and madness, Subaru moved his head.
His heart beat like an alarm bell, and he began to choke up what felt like his organs. The petite Beatrice, while desperately supporting Subaru's body, did her best to cast healing magic. However, someone was laughing at her.
Beatrice, you can't be serious, in fact.
Serious, I'm sorry. However, this obviously isn't a joke.
Isn't that obvious?
Behind Beatrice, in abhorrent whispers, Sirius replied in a dark tone.
Around Sirius, a crowd of people rolled as they screamed in pain.
All of them, with their hands on their right leg wound, desperately sought salvation.
Like Subaru, their right feet had been torn off by a beast. Sirius, my beloved Betelgeuse would say that feeling pain is living, and that those feelings allows love to be exercised.
I know what better than anyone.
However, I believe there is a better way of representing that form of love until then.
Thank you. That representation would be becoming one.
After all, love is a prayer for becoming one. Seeing the same sights, feeling the same emotions, living the same life, ending with the same death, that is love.
Opening her hands hit each other in a burst of clapping.
Sirius gave harsh puffs of air as she fixed her intense, envious gaze on Beatrice. Sirius, no matter who, everyone should experience the same feelings as him. However, only you and that dirty half which will be denied that experience. Who would grant you such an honor? Beatrice, there's no other woman out there who would be driven as mad with jealousy as you.
But it doesn't matter, since Betty has long been Subaru's closest confidant.
Betty is Subaru's.
Beatrice refused to flinch under Sirius's cruel words.
Mad woman and spirit glared at each other, until Sirius turned away, breaking the interaction. Sirius, now, I can only entrust him to you. After all, I have to prioritize the Gospel's instructions. Yes, there is no other way.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know I want nothing but to return to you as soon as possible.
At this moment, Sirius still acted mad in love with Subaru.
The mad woman left the blood-stained square. Quite unexpectedly, Beatrice did not give chase.
She understood that refusing to allow her to escape would merely result in more sacrifices. Beatrice, Subaru. With fluttering eyes, yellow bubbles burst from Subaru's mouth. Beatrice pressed her palm against his wound, attempting to stop the flow of blood.
The wound was too deadly, any slip in concentration would lead to Subaru's death. For Beatrice, saving Subaru was, naturally, her greatest priority.
Although, there was another priority Beatrice had to follow.
Subaru, if you don't treat the other injured people.
However, the number of wounded people rolling around the square was over 30. They had all suffered the same injury as Subaru, and in a cruel twist, the healing being performed on Subaru hadn't reached them.
She would need to heal every injury individually.
That was the burden Beatrice needed to take up. But, even if she exhausted her store of mana, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Beatrice, Subaru, compared to. Desperately trying to heal Subaru's injury, determined to keep a strong facade, Beatrice spoke with a hoarse voice.
A stream of tears flowed down her white cheeks. Beatrice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Beatrice voiced a string of constant apologies.
Even though she knew her voice could not reach Subaru, rendered unconscious by pain.
Even if she knew that she could solve nothing.
Beatrice, I'm sorry, Emilia.
Sirius had created so many victims and left the plaza. Regulus had taken Emilia with his overwhelming power. The two Sin archbishops strode into the city of Pristella.
Arc 5, Chapter 27, Noise.
A piercing sound. Abrupt, vibrating, heavy, empty, distant, nearby.
The flow of his blood dulled, as if his blood vessels were infected by an inflow of sludge. His organs were sluggish, as if filled with clay, and oxygen didn't reach his brain, leaving his thoughts foggy and unreliable. The vibration was in his nearby vicinity, the sound shaking the membrane of his skull, traveling through his bones to his hands and feet. The darkness he'd become used to faded for a sudden white light, which his eyes were unable to accept. In that white light, forms and shapes moved about, as if children had cast paint everywhere in a room of white. The heavy sound faded, and, as his eyes moved under their lids, his body had entirely burned out. Accompanied by nausea and sluggishness, Subaru slowly opened his eyes. Everything became distant as he entered a calm world, and, after tens of seconds, his eyes were restored to their original state, as darkened rooms and dirty ceilings opened. He felt the breaths of many bodies moving around and keeping busy in his surroundings. People moving around in order to keep the surroundings busy, and their bodies. Hey, bro, you're awake. Ears ringing with tinnitus, Subaru, attacked by a sudden sound with an unnecessary amount of strength, focused on it. Cat-eared young lady, over here. Everyone else, keep working. Sorry, but keep working.
We're fighting against time.
Really Niao, you're annoying.
People need quiet here, so quickly get back to work.
With a bow of his head, the large beast-man apologized for his loud voice as he was approached by an angry young woman, no, young man. Wearing a revealing dress, a blood-stained Ferris looked at Subaru with a sigh of relief.
Ferris, now that you've woken up, do you understand the situation? Actually, can you speak right now?
Subaru, Ferris? Ferris, yep, it's everyone's favorite Ferry-chan. You're Natsuki Subaru, and we're at a field hospital right now since you were heavily injured, got it? Ferris quickly explained the situation to a hoarse Subaru.
Reluctantly, his brain digested his speech word by word.
Looking around, Subaru identified his surroundings.
At last, he noticed that he was lying on a simple bed made of pieces of cloth. Then, as Ferris said, this looked like a field hospital.
People lay writhing in pain, awaiting treatment like Subaru's.
The taste of blood, a miserable, whispered cry.
Just healing magic couldn't keep up, and needles and sutures were introduced to wounds.
Subaru, what exactly is happening?
Ferris, looks chaotic, doesn't it? Slowly, try to remember what happened before you fainted.
If you recall that, you'll find the answer.
Ferris's words weren't gentle, but that wasn't a matter of his mood.
Rather, he had no energy to spare for gentleness. His sleeves were rolled up, and his white skin and face were stained with blood.
Imagining the volume of work that Ferris, a first-rate healer, would need to take on in the face of this tragedy wasn't difficult. And, the cause of this tragedy was
Subaru, the witch cult.
Ferris, really, those guys are the worst. My understanding of them was too naive.
I never expected them to pull something like this.
Of course, no one else was expecting this either.
Remorsefully biting his lips,
Ferris lowered his chin at Subaru.
The regret in Ferris was clear.
Although Subaru understood that, there were other uncertainties. Subaru, Emilia? Where is Emilia?
Is she here? Ferris. Subaru, that bastard, greed. The Archbishop took Emilia, then, He quiver, coming to understand the cause of his restlessness. In Ferris's lowered gaze and silence, Subaru found a clear answer. At least, Emilia wasn't here. Then if his impression before passing out was right, she'd been taken by Regulus. Subaru, and Beatrice? The little girl who was with me? She has an arrogant, lovable face, and curly hair. Beatrice? Emilia had more than likely been abducted by Regulus. Judging from Regulus's attitude, the likelihood that he would hurt Emilia, although uncertain, should be low. Although he couldn't be forgiven, that was the case. But what had happened to Beatrice? Sirius and Regulus had both been present, and Sirius had held a strong hostility toward Beatrice. Since Subaru had been safely carried into the field hospital, they escaped from Sirius. So who had protected Subaru? Subaru, hey, please. Tell me. Beatrice. Ferris. Not finding an answer to his unease, Subaru desperately sought an answer from Ferris, who closed his eyes.
The giant beastman standing next to him, Ricardo, the head of the Iron Fang, looked to the side. Subaru followed his gaze. Subaru, Beatrice.
Lying a ways from the people receiving treatment was a lone maiden in a dress. Seeing her sleeping in a makeshift bed like his own,
Subaru went to lift the towel covering his stomach and run to her.
However, halfway to his feet, severe pain crippled him.
On top of that, his right foot stopped obeying him, and the system of his body broke down. His head was heavy with fatigue, and his right foot couldn't understand why it was unable to move.
Hurrying to take a look, the horror of his own foot left Subaru speechless. Subaru, oh.
Ferris, Subaru Canyon would have lost a foot without Beatrice's healing.
You'll have to thank that child later.
Subaru's right foot was missing about half of its flesh, and was obviously a different size from his left foot.
It was also wrapped in several layers of thick bandages, and a board had been fixed to his heel. All those had caused him to lose his balance. He couldn't help but brush it with his fingers, and, in that moment, a bolt of realization struck him. Subaru, I remember. Regulus's last blow before he'd left.
He'd taken Emilia, said some nonsense, and kicked the ground up as easily as he could kick sand, and the soil had struck Subaru's food. At that moment, Subaru's right foot had been wounded as if it had been mauled by a wild animal's claws. And that had resulted in the present state of Subaru's right foot.
Ricardo, when I stumbled upon the scene, your foot was only connected by a few tendons. A crying little miss had been desperately healing it until we got you help.
Ferris, after that, Subaru was carried here and treated by Ferry-chan. Although Ferry-chan's treatment can't guarantee that your foot will be the same as before, now the bones and nerves are linked, and the flesh is regenerating, so don't do anything to upset it. Crossing his wrists, Ferris made an X, prepared to deal with Subaru's reluctance. However, Subaru obeyed in silence, his attention more focused on Beatrice's bed. As Ferris sighed in relief, a large hand supported Subaru's shoulder, allowing him to slowly make his way to Beatrice. Ricardo, as for getting you to that little mess, I can handle that. Subaru, thanks, sorry about this. Ricardo, no worries. Ricardo moved Subaru's entire bed near Beatrice's. From there, Subaru leaned forward to take a better look at her. The little girl was sleeping so quietly that Subaru couldn't even hear her breathing.
Even though she was a spirit, Beatrice slept like a human.
Unlike Puck, she couldn't dematerialize, so this was how she reduced the burden of materialization on her mana. For this reason, seeing Beatrice's sleeping face was hardly uncommon for Subaru.
Only, this was the first time he'd seen her sleeping so quietly.
Subaru, she's just sleeping. Right?
Still, I'm worried.
Ferris, asleep isn't the right word.
Right now, she's lost her function as a spirit. A state of suspended animation might be closer.
Subaru, suspended animation? Why? Touching Beatrice's forehead, he was surprised to find how low her temperature was. Brushing her eyelashes and her face yielded no reaction, just as Ferris had reported.
In response to the look on Subaru's face, Ricardo squatted down.
Ricardo, according to the cat-eared lady, this happened as the result of mana overuse, which indeed seems to be the case. I found the square you were in completely by accident, bro. Everyone there had almost the same injury, which the little miss was taking care of on her own.
Subaru.
Ricardo spoke with a sigh, leaving Subaru silent for a while. The same wound as Subaru, that was the result of the Obon transmitting the injury Subaru had gotten from Regulus. Subaru attacking the feet of Regulus.
Sirius certainly had complicated matters.
The mad woman seemed to have left the scene, and Beatrice's fight had begun there. She'd given equally thorough treatment to Subaru and everyone else who was wounded. Of course, Subaru was a greedy man who asked for too much, and the child who accompanied that Subaru also refused to give up anyone.
So Beatrice had squeezed every last drop of her mana dry to save all those people, at this heavy price.
Subaru, Beatrice is fine, right?
She just needs a little rest.
Ferris, to be honest, I'm not too optimistic. Fairy-chan is a first-rate healer, but doesn't know much about spirits. And this child isn't an ordinary spirit either. So I don't really know any real solutions. Subaru, there.
There has to be a way. If Beatrice can't be saved, It had only been a year. He had freed her from the archive in order to bring her happiness, and her life couldn't end here. Happiness, 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 no one deserves happiness more than this child. Then anyone should be happy. Child is not it.
Ricardo, if she needs magic to be brought back, can't she take some from another source? If Bro is her contractor, then she should be able to get some from him, right? Ferris, obviously, Subaru would easily be the source, but that idiot fractured his gate, so she can't use his mana. Subaru, right, Baka fruits. With Baka fruits, I can restore my own mana, and from there I can give some to Beatrice. Ferris, idiot. Ferris snapped angrily as he glared at the desperate Subaru. Subaru was surprised at that unexpectedly sharp reprimand, and Ferris immediately put on a fiddling, shy demeanor. Ferris, how many times have I said this? That's really dangerous for Subaru Canyon's body.
In fact, it would be like poison. If you did that, we'd just end up with 2 casualties. So you can't. Subaru.
Ferris's strict words were tinged with sadness. Reading that sincere thought, Subaru closed his mouth and swallowed his reckless judgments. Ferris was an expert in healing, so he had of course considered a myriad of ways to help Beatrice. Subaru's sudden thought must have already been considered. Ferris, I can understand Subaru's worry about Beatrice-chan. And although I understand, there's no thing we can do for her right now.
There are many other things that we have to worry about than just that child.
Subaru, Beatrice. Right, there's Emilia too.
Ferris's words brought Subaru back to reality.
He turned his attention to the field hospital, and found that something was off.
There were people with wounded right feet, the same injury as Subaru, but there were also plenty of people with different injuries.
Subaru, how's the situation?
No, what else has happened? What's with all the injuries?
Ricardo, the witch cult is here like you said, bro. Subaru, but it can't just be them, right?
I only saw 2 archbishops.
This level of harm can't be enacted by just 2 people. In other words, they've brought the fodder cultists too.
The 2 archbishops were ridiculously powerful.
So Subaru had simply assumed that they would be the only cultists present, but it was only natural that, as Betelgeuse did, they had brought underlings to the city as well.
That was the only explanation for such damage.
Subaru, the 2 archbishops and the cultists under them, are they attacking the city right now? Ferris, on this matter, there are a variety of.
Ferris's voice was bitter as he began to answer Subaru's conclusion.
However, before she could confirm or deny it, an unexpected interruption came.
That was.
Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo.
The space rang with the sound of a high-pitched voice.
The voice's relaxed tone contrasted sharply with the somber atmosphere, as if someone had accidentally tuned a TV channel of an entertainment program, during a serious conversation. Subaru, what? Hearing the sound, Subaru looked around wildly, and, unable to find the owner, he immediately realized it's the source. Subaru's immediate impression of the sudden voice was that it sounded like it had come from a loudspeaker or radio, a thought that mirrored one he'd had this morning. Subaru, the city's radio broadcast magic? Hello, all you meet creatures.
No matter how many times you've heard it, doesn't my beauty and my lovely voice excite you?
Ga ha 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 ha. As if verifying Subaru's idea, the voice appeared again, amplified by a magic speaker.
That voice rang with a childlike cruelty, like a girl who'd spurned etiquette and trampled on conventional manners of speech.
Her sharp laughter seemed able to pierce right into your mind, causing an aversion both mental and physical. Subaru, what a stupid voice this is. Ferris, hush, Subaru, quiet. Ferris straightened his ear with one finger and put another over her mouth. A serious Ferris seemed to be completely absorbed, and Ricardo wore a vigilant expression. The bedridden injured all clapped their hands over their ears.
This didn't seem to be the first time they'd heard it.
All right, you meet creatures enthralled by a beautiful girl's enticing voice. I have news for you, we're all tired, so we're going home now.
Just kidding.
The true tossing and turning of day and night starts now. Ga ha 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 ha.
A harsh voice, like a mirror next to the ear being scratched with sharp claws, filled with sadistic glee.
What was this voice? What was this woman? Forehead dripping with cold sweat, Subaru was well aware of his body's abnormal condition.
As Subaru's mind turned, his body had been captured.
Setting aside my funny, laugh-inducing joke, let's continue with the news.
As I said just now, the city has been occupied by us. You're all caged birds.
No, you're all insects in a cage for insects. Subaru, dash? Insects are just bugs, and the owner of that cage gets to decide just what to do with you.
Wings and head, prepare to have them removed.
Ka ha ha ha, how ugly, how awful.
What a merciless life. You should be thankful for being left in my tender care.
Ga ha 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 ha.
A repeated, malicious laugh.
One which belonged to a presence which despised others and found vicious delight in ravaging their joy. Subaru knew this kind of presence better than anybody. Wait, you idiots can't understand the real meaning of my precious words. Poor incompetent fools, only thinking about slabs of meat in their free time.
My gentle, loving self will make this easier to understand. I'll tell you with my spit which you masochists love, Subaru.
Insects in a cage can't do anything about their owner's mood.
The most you can do to please us is to lie fearfully in your cage. When we're in a bad mood, you can only tremble in fear as we tear your wings or legs off. When I bring you honey, I'll be like your mother, gently stroking you heads. Therefore ka ha 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 ha.
In the face of that constant viciousness, Subaru imitated Ferris and listened silently. A breath, a word, muddy feelings in his chest stifled, Subaru sealed his wool with iron.
And then, he noticed. He noticed it. What was that?
Later, we'll have more to ask of you, scum.
You'll wear desperately ugly expressions, cry that you didn't want toady and think of ways to emerge from the crowd and give us answers.
In that case, my moving kindness might have me consider setting down the cage in my hand.
Gah, isn't that really easy to understand?
Gah ha ha ha. With excitement, the speaker clapped, stomping her feet from her seat. Her speech, her attitude, her voice, Subaru found them all unbearably irritating, but that wasn't the problem at hand. From the beginning, he could hear that sound.
He had thought that it had come from being in the same room as that magic device.
Faintly accompanying that woman's voice was a sound that Subaru had certainly caught.
However, he was unsure of what exactly that sound was. What was still worse was that he had almost, but not quite, reached the answer. Unknowing, unaware, unwitting. A noisy heartbeat, the noisy flow of his blood. Reject and understand, reject and understand. A very faint buzzing sound, like the flapping of a myriad of wings. He was very close, infinitely near the right solution. Although close, he wasn't quite there.
A plume of flapping feathers, that was the noise that seemed to be mixed into the broadcast. Many magical phenomena were unclear to Subaru.
So perhaps this was just his imagination.
But Subaru's common sense felt that something was off, that sense of violation and that plume of feathers stuck in Subaru's mind.
And, the end. My precious words end here. Metamorphosing meat creatures and insects should work their hardest. Like I said before.
We've taken control of the 4 towers that operate the waterways. I think it's best to not try anything weird.
A drowned man's dead face is unbearable ugly.
Ga ha 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 ha.
That cruel high-pitched laughter was interrupted as the sound faded. That sound of wings was gone as well.
Subaru could finally disengage his body, and he immediately flew over to Ferris and Ricardo.
Subaru, what did you think of the broadcast just now? Ferris, what I think of it.
Our limbs were mercilessly taken, and we've been reduced to just a head. That's how Ferry-chan sees this.
A bitter Ferris bit his fingers and replied to a frowning Subaru.
Various places had become stages, for the purpose of being seized by the enemy.
Subaru, so just now, that was the witch cult.
Ferris, the first broadcast came when Subaru Canyon was sleeping.
In it, the broadcaster introduced herself.
Ferris paused, looking unsure of whether or not he should continue. Subaru, ignorant of the reason for his hesitation, tilted his head.
In the witch cult, the common practice among archbishops was to first announce their sin. After that came their name.
The Sin Archbishop of Lust, the third archbishop that Subaru hadn't imagined would be present.
Her name was
Ferris. Although this is disgusting, and Ferry-chan doesn't believe it in the slightest, this is the name that was given. Ferris said so, rendering the credibility of the testimony he was about to repeat very low. Ferris, Capella Emerada Lagunica. Although it couldn't be, it's a nyame of royalty. Arc 5, Chapter 28, A Meeting Covered in Wounds.
Ferris's words had pushed the limit of what Subaru could handle right now.
Ferris and Ricardo nodded at Subaru's raised hand as they considered the new information that had been broadcasted. Subaru, moving anywhere
will be pretty difficult with so many injured.
Ferris, well, the most severe wounds have already been stabilized, and there shouldn't be any more people showing up, but still.
With a sense of professionalism, Ferris gave his diagnosis. Subaru took a moment to examine the conditions of the field hospital.
Minimal lighting, and a ground of cold stone making ground. From the unique feel of its air, Subaru judged the place to be underground, almost like the parking lot of a large department store. Subaru, are we still in Pristella?
Ferris, it's one of Pristella's shelters.
The broadcast this morning mentioned it, remember? In Pristella, if an issue with the waterways ever occurred, the water damage would be troublesome, so there are shelters all over the city.
This is one of the shelters on 1st Street. Ricardo, the square where I found Bro is close to here.
After a rough start, we managed to bring Bro and the other refugees to safety. Following Ferris, Ricardo gave his proclamation as he pounded loudly on his thick breastplate. Ferris glared intently at Ricardo, who took several moments to stop. Ferris, it's lucky that Ferry-chan was also here, with so many people wounded.
This dog-faced mister wouldn't have been able to handle any of the treatment.
Ricardo, yep.
Now I don't need to have any regrets.
Ha ha ha. Ricardo's usual attitude and his laugh were refreshing, even if they were out of place for this somber hospital.
If one person kept a positive attitude, everyone could maintain hope.
Ferris, so, what happened to Subaru Canyon? Subaru, right.
There were 2 archbishops in the square, Greed and Wrath.
The one who destroyed my foot was Greed, who abducted Emilia.
However, the one who caused the injury on everyone else was Wrath. Ferris, how did that happen?
Subaru, the authority of Wrath is. It's a little difficult to explain, but if anyone is injured, she has the power to transmit the injury to other people. He chose his words carefully, attempting to give a simple explanation of her power. Ricardo had his head tilted, and Ferris's complexion changed as he realized the implications of her ability. He looked to the wounded and looked at the strap of the right foot. Ferris, so. That's the reason why Subaru Canyon and everyone else had such a similar injury.
I had a bad feeling already, but Subaru, absurd emotions often accompanied a distorted character. However, with Sirius, this absurdity was also physiological in nature. Subaru had still more to say. Subaru, and Greed's also very troublesome. Ferris, Tilda.
Ferry-chan's already tired as is, I don't have the energy to hear about more troublesome things. Subaru, sorry, I don't think that's possible.
That damned Greed, he can invalidate any attack.
Whether being bathed in fire, hit by a whip, or directly punched, all damage is null. The unconscious Emilia, in Regulus's arms, was defenseless. Even bathed in Sirius's flames, Regulus had flawlessly defended both himself and Emilia.
That had resulted in a display of his unmanageable power. This would prove to be an incredibly tiresome situation.
Ferris, a guy who can pass on injuries, and a guy who's invincible.
Ah, you have to be kidding me.
Subaru, that other archbishop. Betelgeuse's unseen hand was quite powerful, but this guy is on a completely different level. That said, Betelgeuse's ability had ended up not being effective on Subaru. Considering that ineffectiveness, Subaru had thought of him as a simple lunatic rather than a sin archbishop. Thus, this would be his first formal battle with the witch cult. Subaru, and the archbishop who just introduced herself, Lust.
Her abilities are probably just as troublesome.
Ferris, worst of all.
There are probably 5 archbishops here.
Subaru, 5? Ferris uttered a hypothesis which was terrifying beyond Subaru's wildest imagination.
What had happened to give him such an idea?
Ferris sighed and straightened his finger at the subdued Subaru. Ferris, listen.
Think of the broadcast of what Lust said.
This city has 4 water gates, right? Subaru, right, they'd seized them, which means that they could be planning to sink the city.
So, that's a very dangerous situation. Ferris, and there's the possibility of an archbishop occupying each.
Already, there are 3 archbishops gathered in one place, which is completely unprecedented.
So the worst of worst situation comes to mind. There are even more archbishops here. Subaru, 4.
TCH. Speaking the number out loud, Subaru finally understood what Ferris wanted to say. There were 4 water gates, north, south, east, and west, which ran the city of Pristella.
Occupying all of them implied.
Subaru, so it could be that each tower has an archbishop guarding it?
In that case, that should make 4 archbishops.
Ferris, Subaru Canyon, consider what just happened. The broadcast just now used a magic which only exists in the city hall. The enemy must also occupy the central hub of the city, meaning that they've captured 5 strongholds. Subaru, HK. That even more hopeless speculation left Subaru breathless. Like Ferris said, the city hall must have been taken to give that broadcast. In addition to Lust, who occupied it, there must be 2 other archbishops. The only fathomable explanation for that would be a coordinated attack from the witch cult. Subaru, aside from the square I was in, has there been any other commotion?
Have there been any other attacks? Ferris.
If this were an offense by the witch cult, it would be difficult to imagine that they would only target a single location. Subaru could only pray that his worst fears of casualties wouldn't become a reality.
Absent-mindedly, Ferris cast his gaze downward, falling silent.
Ricardo gave a cough, a set of sharp teeth visible on the beastman's large face. Ricardo, honestly, the only situation we know is our own. We don't even know where the other shelters are, so it's in our best interest to stay here. Subaru, why? Shouldn't we look for our allies so that we can collaborate? Aren't you worried about them?
That's right.
As he spoke, Ricardo gestured with his hands, and Subaru hurriedly looked up at Ferris. In this shelter of wounded people, it was odd that Ferris and Ricardo were the only people Subaru knew.
Especially when Ferris went here.
Subaru, where are Crush-san and Wilhelm-san?
It's unusual for you 3 to be separated. Are they in another shelter?
Ferris, you're asking a difficult question, Subaru Canyon.
The only ones you know here are Ferry-chan and the Mister, and as you can see.
Ferris replied with a sense of unease, and Subaru felt a deep anxiety rise within himself. Then, a gentle voice relieved that intense atmosphere. Suddenly hearing that voice, Subaru looked up and around, unable to locate its owner.
I'm sorry. I seem to have been worrying you, Ferris-chan.
It's good to see you, Subaru-sama. Ferris, Crush-sama is such a meanie. Subaru, wah? Huh?
Ferris, who was conversing with his invisible master, reached into his dress.
Subaru watched with round eyes as he pulled out a familiar object. Subaru, wait, this is…
Ferris, that's right. It's loot from a year ago. We used them too, remember? Ferris replied, revealing a hand mirror in his grip.
At first glance, the mirror lacked any defining characteristic, but rather than show a reflection, its face reflected a green-haired beauty with a gentle face. Without a doubt, that was Crush. The magic device known as a conversation mirror was more or less this world's version of a cell phone, which lets its owners speak through paired mirrors. A year ago, they had played a role in the battle with the witch cult, and they had been brought to this city as well. Crush, opposite the mirror, frowned slightly before the silent Subaru.
Crush, Ferris.
Subaru-sama seems a little troubled.
Did you hide this from him?
Ferris, sorry about that, but, I didn't think our next call would be so soon, so I didn't think it was that important to tell him yet.
Subaru, wait. Give me a moment.
Thanks to the conversation mirrors, you're in contact with Crush, who's at another shelter, is that right?
Crush, indeed. As Master and Knight talked, Subaru took a moment to sort through his confusion. The conversation mirror explained Ferris's calmness about his missing master.
Tentatively, to confirm Crush's safety with his own eyes, Subaru took the mirror from Ferris.
Subaru, thank goodness.
It's difficult to say right now with what's happening, but we're lucky that we could get in touch.
Crush-san, are you hurt at all?
Crush, no, thanks for your concern. Fortunately, I managed to find a shelter in time, without suffering any injury. I heard that Subaru-sama received a serious wound and had to be carried in.
How are you doing?
Subaru, I can't say anything like, I'm completely fine, but it's good enough.
I'll do something. I'll move as soon as the wound is bandaged.
Ferris, don't look at me like that. As Subaru announced his intent, he felt Ferris's harsh glare stabbing into him. However, although he was being ungrateful, Subaru couldn't sit by and do nothing.
Breaking the deadlock they were in was of the utmost urgency. He couldn't lie around obediently, waiting for conditions to deteriorate. Subaru, we'll talk about this later.
Crush-san, how's the situation in your shelter? Did anyone else make it there? Crush, yes.
There are several others with me.
Julius, I'm also here, Subaru. Fortunately, everyone who was in the hotel made it here. From somewhere behind Crush, an elegant voice joined the conversation.
The moment he heard it, Subaru froze briefly before giving a sharp shake of his head. He didn't want to be a fool who didn't realize how encouraging that voice was.
Subaru, your presence there is kinda reassuring, Julius.
Julius, I heard you ended up being carried into your shelter, unconscious.
Since you've climbed back up with your usual liveliness, it seems that my worries were baseless. Is it true that Emilia-sama was abducted?
Subaru, it's true.
Sorry.
I'm so useless. Julius, you were facing two archbishops. I'm not so awful a man as to blame you for a lack of strength.
Anastasia-sama and Crush-sama are both here, as well as a few members of the Iron Fang.
Ah, two of Felt-sama's followers are here too. He quickly confirmed Emilia's status, without holding Subaru accountable.
Although the kindness from the other side of the mirror was touching, it amplified Subaru's feelings of guilt. While listening to his words, Subaru confirmed the presence of a wounded man in the refuge. Subaru, right, you should tell Felt's guys that their friend is here.
He's wounded, but alive.
Julius, I see, that's good to hear.
I'll be sure to pass it on. They're trying to act brave, but they're obviously worried.
Well then, Subaru. After Tan and Kan had been informed of Larkins's safety, Julius lowered his voice, changing the atmosphere of their conversation.
Julius, what do we do? Subaru, I haven't a clue why you're asking me that.
Julius, as Sloth had shown, you seem to have a knack for dealing with the witch cult. Maybe you could pull something unexpected and solve this dilemma?
Subaru, what kind of nonsense is that?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not some kind of witch cult expert.
Julius, that's regrettable.
Now, about Emilia Summer.
There is no doubt that your heart is the most anxious. What do you want to do?
Subaru's reply obviously hadn't answered Julius's expectations, but he wasn't discouraged. He understood that thinking of Subaru as some miraculous archbishop slayer would be too much to look for.
Rather, the latter half of his sentence held his true question.
Subaru, Emilia was taken by greed.
He only spouts his own selfish beliefs and doesn't accept any disagreements. I don't want to leave Emilia with him for even a second.
Julius, that is to say, to rescue Emilia from greed is your responsibility.
Subaru, of course.
Did you just say responsibility? Julius spoke in a subdued tone as he showed Subaru an open palm, with 5 fingers outstretched. Julius, listen, Subaru. Ferris should have clarified that there are likely 5 archbishops at each of Pristella's key sites. Taking into account the status of each enemy, the division of the battle is a very important issue. Subaru, no matter from where, they can sink the Watergate city.
Julius, that's right.
The condition for defeating the archbishops is to attack each of those places at the same time.
In the meantime, we have to re-establish contact with our forces, who are scattered across the city.
You understand our situation, right? Although unable to get in touch with comrades in various places, Julius had put forth a plan of coordinated attack. Originally, the magic of the city was responsible for maintaining contact with those places. However, when the city hall had fallen, everyone had been separated and had sought refuge in different shelters. In order to judge the state of the others' shelters, action needed to be taken. Ferris, by the way, Woolji confirmed that there's a mob wandering the city.
They seem to have lost their senses and are acting like cultists.
Subaru, that would be that bastard Sirius's authority. Damn, this is looking more and more desperate by the second. Hearing Ferris's annoying piece of information, Subaru scratched his face in agitation as more bad news came to light. At the very least, there must be a way of getting in touch with all the existing combat forces. Subaru, I don't know where Otto and Garfield are, and Emilia's been kidnapped by greed.
What a mess.
Julius, Joshua and Deputy Chief of the Iron Fang are both missing, as are Wilhelm Summer, Felt Summer, and Reinhardt. Priscilla Summer, too. Subaru, I don't know where Al and that garbage man are, but Priscilla should have been in the city park before the commotion started.
I don't know what happened to her after that. Damn it, Liliana should be with her too.
Priscilla wasn't normal in any sense of the word, and Liliana was also honestly very strange.
Subaru didn't want either of them to be hurt.
Taking into account Priscilla's proclaimed luck and that songstress's character, Subaru could only hope that they would be fine.
Patrash had also been in the water plumage pavilion.
She was smart enough to avoid attention, so worrying about her would be needless. Constant sources of worry plagued Subaru, and he felt that launching 5 simultaneous attacks was outside of the realm of possibility.
No matter how it was said, it would be impossible.
There weren't enough combatants to attack 5 locations, not to mention that they would be facing archbishops.
The only thing most people could bring to such a fight was hope.
Subaru, wait.
Why do we have to go after all give places at the same time? Julius, what do you mean? It's as we've already said, the witch cult can do tremendous damage from anywhere they occupy. Seizing one place would leave them with the rest.
Subaru, it's not like that though, right?
I understand that we need to seize all 4 towers eventually. But why at the same time?
Julius, once they discover that they've been sabotaged in one location, it's a matter of course that the other archbishops would commence with their plans, no?
That must be why they launched such a coordinated attack.
Julius gave a clear response to Subaru's doubts. While listening to his words, Subaru pondered their accuracy. Of course, Julius's logic was clear and sound.
But the opponents they faced weren't normal ones. In that square, Regulus and Sirius had fought lethally. Regulus hadn't been serious, and so he hadn't done much harm, but Sirius had definitely been intending to kill him. Regulus should have been able to defeat her in minutes.
Those guys, Could they really have worked together to capture the city? Subaru, do they have any real sense of cooperation? Of course, they said that they'd collaborated to seize the Watergates, but can they keep in organized contact every step of the way?
That's what I'm thinking.
Julius, on what basis? Subaru, in the square I was at, 2 of the archbishops were trying to kill each other. They only stopped because they were given new instructions from the gospel.
If they hadn't, one would probably have killed the other.
Julius, so they can't coordinate properly? Julius still appeared faintly uncertain at Subaru's reply. Subaru understood his concern, however. Subaru, is there anyone with access to the outside? Julius, a couple members of the Iron Fang are scouting with an eye on the towers.
What are you thinking?
Subaru, although this could just be conjecture, isn't the simplest way of communication just casting magic signals in the air?
In such a complex city, verbal communications is troublesome. At the very least, it would take a long time without a conversation mirror.
Julius, the likelihood that the witch cult brought any such mirrors is low.
My spirits would doubtlessly have detected them already. Right, that's it. They reached the same conclusions simultaneously.
Subaru spoke first with an R. Subaru, so they routinely make easily understood communications. If some type of commotion doesn't arise, or they fail to notice it, they don't act. And so, that reduces our need to disperse our combat forces. Julius, the only problem with this proposal is that one place is different from all the others.
Subaru, the City Hall. The building that can inform the other towers of the attack. So we'd have to start with that one. The initial concentration of combat would be focused on the city's central office. They would have to go there and defeat the Archbishop of Lust with their current force, and destroy the other towers one by one afterward. Even then, it would be a test of speed, but the risk would be much lower than that of attacking all 5 locations at once. Subaru thought so, believed so. Julius. On the other side of the mirror, Julius fell into a thoughtful silence. Subaru's proposal was based on the poor relationship between Regulus and Sirius, optimistically assuming that the witch cult was a mess of messes. Of course, if the gospel had given a command like kill everyone in Pristella, that hope would be fundamentally subverted. If he'd known this was going to happen, he should have attempted to ask for the content of the gospel back then. My deepest apologies for being late, can everyone hear me? In the middle of a heavy silence, another voice suddenly joined the conversation. The weather-beaten, aged voice which Subaru so looked up to was more reliable than anything else in the present situation. The face of a white-haired old man was reflected in the conversation mirror. Subaru, Wilhelm-san. You're okay. Ferris, Will-G. Thank goodness. You didn't get in touch, it made people worry. Ferris also heard a familiar voice. At their welcome, Wilhelm opened his eyes and nodded. Wilhelm, my apologies, I was caught up in some trouble, and couldn't find a calm place. Now, finally, some citizens and I have arrived at a shelter. Subaru, Dono and Ferris, seeing your safety gives me peace. And Crush Summer? Crush, I'm fine. Wilhelm, I'm so glad you're safe. Wilhelm, don't worry about me. It was due to my powerlessness that I wasn't at your side in this situation. Please allow me to trouble you to wait quietly. I will find you. Subaru, amazing, this feeling of relief isn't normal. As Crush and Wilhelm spoke through the mirror, Subaru, finding that the dialogue between master and subordinate held an overwhelming sense of security, sighed with admiration for Wilhelm. Then, happy for his safety, Subaru ruminated his conversation with Julius as he attempted to organize a summary for Wilhelm. However, there are several things to be said, but this is the most urgent. At that moment, Wilhelm vanished from the mirror, replaced by a beastman, a kitten wearing a monocle. This was the deputy chief of the Iron Fang, Tivy, who seemed to have joined forces with Wilhelm. His expression was unusually anxious. Ricardo, hey. If it isn't Tivy. Your safety is better than anything else. Tivy, you too, Chief. But, we're not fine right now. Is my sister with you right now?
Ricardo, Mimi?
I haven't seen her, did something happen? At Tivi's feeble voice, Ricardo squinted into the mirror, where someone had replaced Tivi.
Hetaro, Chief.
Sister.
Sister was. Ricardo, Hetaro?
Why are you in such a panic?
The one who had flown into view was Tivi's identical brother, Hetaro. Flying out with tears is, and Tibi, looks, like the brother of Darkarot. He was usually a mellow youth, but, right now, his face was distorted with grief. Tears filled his round eyes, and his voice shook as he gazed into the mirror.
Hetaro, oh our divine protection of trisection activated, from my sister.
Her wound was so serious, and sister, she. HK.
Tivi, brother, calm down. It's like he said.
When sister was wounded, the wound also reached me and brother, so.
Ricardo, understood.
Wait there, I'll find Mimi immediately.
Don't cry, just wait.
In a voice lower than Subaru had ever heard from him, Ricardo spoke into the mirror. In that smooth sound, Subaru felt a pressure unlike any he'd felt before, and he stepped back, trembling. The beastman's eyes were full of anger, and his open mouth revealed a row of sharp canine teeth. He drew his blade, his large muscles tense.
He almost appeared to be searching for the missing girl in that very moment.
Anastasia, wait, Ricardo.
I can't allow such an arbitrary action.
The voice which stopped Ricardo from charging out came from another mirror. Ricardo turned back to face Anastasia, who'd claimed the mirror.
He frowned, lifting his blade at his employer.
Ricardo, don't stop me, lady.
I don't want to kid with you right now.
Anastasia, surely, Ricardo, our long bond would have you realize that I'm not kidding around.
Don't make me say it again.
Right now, unauthorized actions cannot be allowed.
Even for Mimi's sake.
Ricardo, are you asking me to abandon Mimi? Opening his mouth, the rage expelled from Ricardo's mouth shook the air of the shelter.
That intensity was no laughing matter.
Subaru stumbled several steps backward, away from the beast who emanated rage.
Ricardo fixed his gaze on Anastasia. Through the mirror, she met it unflinchingly. Anastasia, you should understand, Ricardo. We've entered unforeseen circumstances. You are my most important weapon. I cannot let you leave without permission.
Ricardo, you dare say this?
Who do you think you're talking to, Anna Bo?
TCH. Anastasia, you, of course. Don't you forget, dog monster.
The two spoke names only old acquaintances would recognize.
His skin tingling with electricity, Subaru searched for a place to interject. He wanted to support Ricardo.
But he could also understand Anastasia's sound opinion, and he was an outside.
Anastasia, someone who wasn't, who held a close relationship with them, chose to prioritize the safety of the city over Mimi. Subaru realized that there was nothing for him to interrupt. Ricardo, too, should understand.
Subaru.
In this way, time trickled on. If Ricardo forced his exit, the injured Subaru and non-combatants couldn't stop him. Anastasia, who looked coolly into his eyes from across the magic mirror, only she could do anything. However, Ricardo suddenly turned his head away from the mirror's gaze. Subaru, wait, Ricardo. Anastasia, stop, don't rush to make a conclusion. Seeing Ricardo's movement, Anastasia spoke.
Ricardo gave a silent response. He turned back and sniffed at the entrance to the shelter. Ricardo, something's close by. What is this? The scent of blood? Subaru, the scent of blood?
Among so many wounds, he seemed to be able to detect a fresh scent. Alert, Ricardo held his blade to the entrance of the shelter.
Subaru and Ferris swallowed, watching Ricardo's judgment.
HK.
Heavy footsteps cast a shadow over the refuge of the shelter. In that moment, the patients in the shelter, intimidated by the insolence of the intruder, held their collective breath.
It was none other than Subaru who broke that silence. Standing there was a familiar short, blonde figure. Subaru, Garfield? A sweaty, panting Garfield. Suddenly noticing Subaru, he ran over with a strange wobble in his step.
Then, Subaru noticed why Garfield's movements were so shaky.
Garfield. Everyone was lost for words as Garfield reached Subaru. There, he bowed his head and sank to his knees, kneeling. Garfield, sorry, Captain. HK. My amazing self is
worthless. Incompetent.
HK. After saying so, Garfield raised a pained cry.
Lying in his bloodied arms was the figure of a dying Mimi. Arc 5, Chapter 29, Gorgeous Tiger. Half a day before Garfield had rushed into the shelter.
Mimi, and then Hetaro was on the verge of tears, so Mimi had no choice but to hold his hand, and then Tivi looked lonely, so Mimi had no choice, so I ended up holding both of their hands. Garfield, is that so? Mimi, yep, that's right. And then, after that Missy looked really happy. Even given that uninterested response, the petite girl walking beside him smiled, not discouraged in the least. The naive girl had orange hair and round eyes. Garfield had no idea why she had entangled herself with someone from a hostile faction, this beast man, Mimi.
She had been like this since coming to the city of Pristella. No, looking back, she'd been clinging to Garfield ever since she'd gone to the Roswell mansion as a messenger.
Initially, he had suspected that Mimi had been trying to get a read on Emilia's strongest retainer, but that hypothesis had been long since dismissed due to Mimi's behavior.
Now, Garfield had no clue why she'd attached herself to him. The why was impossible to deduce, and Garfield could only tilt his head curiously to the side.
Now, they were walking along Pristella's streets together in the dusk. Neither had invited the other, rather, Mimi had just followed Garfield as he'd skulked away from the hotel. Although he'd hoped to be alone to mediate on his thoughts, Garfield was too embarrassed to give that excuse to shake her off. Overwhelmed by Mimi's eagerness, he'd fallen into this trite conversation, while trying to sort through his feelings. Mimi, your expression is weird.
What happened? Was it something fun?
Garfield, if something funner happen, wouldn't my amazing self look happy? My amazing self don't wanna talk about it, and there's no obligation talk about it. Mimi, if you keep talking about complicated stuff like obligations, you'll end up like Joshua, yeah? Mimi thinks it's better to relax and enjoy stuff.
It's better when Garfield throws his head back laughing like an idiot.
Garfield, you say and I look like an idiot? Mimi's exaggerated words really were too exaggerated, and Garfield bared his teeth open, eyes wide open.
She gave an and dashed away.
She stopped a little ways away, giggling as she waited for him to catch up, seemingly having forgotten their previous interaction.
Garfield found it incredulous that she'd accuse him of being the one who laughed like an idiot.
An hour or so ago, before dinner, Garfield had challenged the Sword Saint Reinhardt to a battle.
The strongest in the kingdom, or, as some would say, the strongest in the world, was today's Sword Saint.
Before their actual meeting, Garfield had heard of his power from Subaru. Reinhardt was a friend, a benefactor, and, in a somewhat complex way, a rival to Subaru.
Encountering him in this unexpected place came as a surprise.
Through their conversations, Subaru revealed that he'd more or less successfully resolved his embarrassment from before. Since that grievance had dissipated, Garfield felt no particular obligation to sugarcoat anymore.
The title of strongest held a very special meaning to Garfield. To be the strongest, to see becoming the strongest as a goal. To strive to become the strongest.
Garfield believed that as soon as man was born, his first cry would place that as his lofty goal. Everyone, no matter who, had once longed and dreamed to be the strongest as they walked the long road known as life. Everyone would eventually forget that distant dream. Everyone except Garfield. That dream had taken root in his heart, and had been a source of so much of his persistence along the way. To Garfield, the title of strongest was a combination of his goal, something he had been granted since birth, and indispensable condition allowing him to guard everything he wanted protect.
Therefore, in front of the man who stood at the apex of strength, Garfield did not repress his restless teeth and claws.
He had gone to Subaru, and received permission to challenge Reinhardt. The Sword Saint seemed a far cry from the strongest. He gave off the impression of being a gentle, kind man who had no martial prowess. However, Garfield knew that the most powerful people were able to hide their own power, setting aside his own tendency to act up. Most strong people didn't look strong as they went through their daily activities.
Roswell and Subaru were like that.
He judged Reinhardt to be in the same field as them. The contest took place in a gravel-covered hotel courtyard. Refusing Garfield's proposal to leave the hotel for the city's fields for fear of the damage to their surroundings, Reinhardt had settled for a fight located at a hotel, adding the conditions of "don't damage the courtyard."
That could only be said to be humiliating. Even if he were the strongest man, he was underestimating Garfield.
Immediately wanting to force him to regret that demeaning arrogance, Garfield had dragged him outside.
The confrontation took place in the courtyard, where Subaru had issued a command marking the start of the match.
Garfield had bared his teeth, thinking only of casting the metal on his wrists at the Crimson Hero. Garfield.
That thought vanished almost instantaneously. The man before him could move faster than one might blink.
Until that very moment, his gentle atmosphere hadn't fallen away.
Now, it dissipated to reveal a sharp blade and finely honed flame.
An ordinary person wouldn't be able to feel how his natural state was razor sharp, as if he were a sword himself. To a certain extent, if a person knew little about martial arts, that feeling would manifest as a sense of oppression which crushed their lungs.
But that wasn't Garfield. Garfield at least held the strength worthy of the Sword Saint.
Noticing that natural body and even trembling under the pressure to his organs, Garfield held away his hesitation as he flew at Reinhardt. Their match wasn't meant to be lethal, and they had agreed to cause no serious injuries. Forgetting that agreement, he had aimed at Reinhardt's throat with his sharp claws, striving for a decisive blow. In that moment, before his blow could land, elegantly his body was caught in midair, and Garfield truly understood the disparity in their strength. Garfield, I lost. After that, despite launching offensive attacks from various angles, Reinhardt had still casually evaded all of Garfield's tactics. On top of that, Reinhardt had avoided them all without even taking a step away from where he'd first stood. In other words, Garfield had exhausted all his strength against only Reinhardt's upper body.
Having a sudden, heavy blow drill into him, tossing him into the air, Garfield had declared his own defeat.
The Sword Saint hadn't even drawn a sword, his area of expertise. He'd defeated Garfield with only his bare fists. What exactly Reinhardt and Subaru had said after that, Garfield couldn't quite recall. To be so ingracious or foolhardy as to not accept his loss wasn't an impression that Garfield had wanted to give. He'd left the hotel with only a few words. He was unable to sort through his feelings as they were swept into a whirlpool. Strangled by the unanswerable emotions, Garfield had sought an answer alone as he walked the Watergate city, which had led him up to here.
Mimi, Gar-F.
Gar-F.
Look. Take a look, Tilda. The sunset's completely reflected in the water.
It's super red.
This is awesome, Tilda. Amazing. So beautiful, Tilda.
The noisy girl led Garfield around, pulling on his sleeve, yanking on his hair, settling on his shoulders, and he'd been left with no choice but to follow her. Thanks to her, he'd accomplished leaving the hotel, but was left with no time alone. Garfield, oi, from free start, why've been so noisy? Caney, settle down a bit, midget.
Mimi, nope, Tilda.
Garfield, an immediate answer? She grabbed Garfield's wrists, running and spinning. Wrists gripped with an unexpectedly strong traction, Garfield spun in circles with her. The idea of extracting his wrist and fleeing at the speed of light had crossed his mind, but he didn't know if Mimi's beastman blood would provide her with a means to catch up. Mimi could be able to easily catching up with Garfield's escape.
He had to take into consideration how conspicuous he'd look.
Before leaving for Pristella, Both Frederica and Ram reminded him repeatedly that troubling Emilia or Subaru because of his own quirkiness would set a bad example.
The only one he could trouble was Otto, who was like an older brother used to cleaning up messes. Garfield, ha ha.
Mimi, oh tilde, what's wrong, Garf?
Is there something voxing?
Vicing.
Vixing you?
Garfield, you mean something vexon? Mimi, yep, vixing.
What happened, Tilda? Talk about it, Tilda, talk about it, Tilda.
He was unable to speak candidly to Mimi, and she hit him repeatedly in the side with an oi, oi. Considering her petite, oddly sturdy form, Garfield shook himself out of his daze.
He leaned into the waterway, appreciating the view. Garfield, this really is a move-in scene.
Mimi, right?
This is awesome, Tilda. Amazing.
Although Mimi should only be listened to half the time, the reflection of the setting sun in the water was indeed a bright, inspiring scene. The glittering water was stained with white and yellow light, and the sky was covered in an orange sunset. Having become aware of it, Garfield sat on the edge of the waterway, watching the sluggish coming and going of sailboats. Mimi, hum. Taking a seat beside him, Mimi shook her feet happily as she hummed a tune through her nose. Although her character was one which couldn't be silenced, right now, she was behaving rather well.
Grabbing Garfield's half-clothed shoulders, she bobbed her head up and down.
Taking a sideways glance at her happy face, he discovered that the color of Mimi's hair matched the orange shade of the sunset exactly. He subconsciously reached out a hand to brush her head, and Mimi seemed to be pleased, leaning into his touch. Mimi, fluffy? Fluffy. Mimi Tilda's head is often touched by Missy too. She pets it and calls it something like a healing idol. Garfield, really's kinda comfortable. That healing idol, or whatever, Captain sometimes says stuff like th.
Something.
Mimi, Garf, do you still feel annoyed? Garfield, about something else now.
Mimi, huh?
As Mimi tilted her head, her face the very picture of innocence, Garfield laughed inadvertently.
Relief began to blossom in his chest, washing away the feeling he was someone cheap. A sense of humiliation was replaced by determination.
Garfield, be ye the strongest so sudden's not possible. My amazing self is still on th' journey there. Mimi, oh, so you're climbing the ladder to be in the bestest Tilda. Garfield, hey, you understand pretty well.
Yeah, is the proper way to becoming the strongest.
Mimi raised her first, and Garfield touched his fingers to the white scar on his forehead in reply. Although her chattiness was annoying, she had also cheered him up.
If he was alone, he would probably still be moping morosely.
Mimi's company had turned out to be quite helpful. Garfield, oi, midget, while we're here, how about we go to a stall and grab a bite?
It'll be my amazing self's treat.
Mimi, Garf, look. Garfield, With that invitation, Garfield got to his feet, patting down his bottom. Mimi was still seated by the waterway, and her cry caught Garfield's attention as he followed her gaze.
Then, he narrowed his eyes. On the other side of the waterway, the ropes of a sailboat had come undone, leaving the boat stranded as it began to drift down the waterway. It was empty, but the problem didn't lie there. Mimi, hey, kids. Mimi gave a loud warning cry in that direction, where 5 children playing in another boat were careening toward the drifting boat. The children didn't notice the approach of the other boat. If they collided, their boat could end up being overturned, throwing the children into the waterway. At Mimi's shout, other people around the waterway had taken notice. One of the boat owners flew toward the children in a panic, but he wouldn't make it in time. Hearing the shrill voices of the spectators, the children finally noticed their situation and panicked as they saw the sudden approach of the empty boat. Then, Garfield, yo, kids. Thank the midget cat Nei-chan who noticed you. Mimi, Gar-f. He'd suddenly leapt onto the boat, keeping an astonishing balance as he landed. To the children, the silent Garfield could only be considered a miracle from heaven. With a crooked smile and a fierce laugh, the children stiffened,
intimidated by the scary blonde stranger. As their panic died down, Garfield scooped the 5 children into his arms, making another leap. They landed on a sidewalk near the waterway as the boats collided violently, capsizing the boat that had been carrying the children. Garfield, by cleverly having kept hold of the ropes connecting the boats, prevented a chain reaction of collisions that would have sank a series of boats. Restraining the movement of the overturned boat prevented the detached boat from drifting further downstream and minimized the area of effect. Garfield, shouldered to it. After anchoring the ropes firmly, Garfield ended his struggle, with an uproar of cheers and applause from the witnesses. One of the ship owners, who should have been monitoring the condition of the boat, bowed his head to convey his gratitude, which Garfield waved off, scratching his head and looking shy.
Then,
"Kid, oh Oni-chan.
Thank you very much."
Garfield, oh? The rescued children gathered and poured grateful words upon Garfield. They had lost the timid expressions they'd worn on the boat, merely gazing at Garfield with glittering expressions. As Garfield met their gazes, their hyperactive clapping hands began to move even faster. Faced with that, Garfield felt his mood lighted as he rubbed his nose.
"Garfield's no need for anything like that. Happened by chance." "Ah, yeah, by chance.
My amazing self was guided here by a wind-f fate.
It's the city of water, surrounded by waterways.
If anyone ended up shedding tears, there'd be a flood, yeah?"
The applause began to calm as Garfield gave his complacent response. The cheers had also become intermittent.
However, unlike the spectators, the children gave dramatic reactions. "Kids, wow, amazing.
So cool, Tilda."
For tears, regardless of danger.
Never flinching. Never doubting. Never hesitating. Garfield nodded with satisfaction at the excited children.
Then, with an eager gaze, one of them voiced a question.
"Kid, big brother, what's your name?" "Garfield, it ain't not worth mentionin'. However, F pressed for it. My amazing self's a tiger."
"Yeah, a gorgeous tiger."
"Gorgeous tiger."
"Kids, gorgeous tiger." Garfield stuck a pose, leaning back with his hands stretched obliquely to the sky. Eyes shining, the children gave hushed whispers of excitement as they imitated him. As Garfield shared his heart with the children surrounding him, Mimi rushed over, her eyes shining as well. "Mimi, Gar-F, so cool, Tilda." She ran over to join the ranks of the children crowding around Garfield. The delighted laughter of the children, Mimi, and Garfield rang through the twilit waterways. The applause and cheers had long since dissipated, leaving only the solitary shipowner regarding them with a smile.
Garfield bounced with energy as he shared snacks with the children at a stall.
"Garfield, my amazing self said, now, I won't let you take even one more step forward, you inferior scum. It's the captain's territory, and we've already been trapped here."
"Ha! Mimi, amazing Tilda. So cool, Tilda."
"Kid, whoa.
That's so cool, Tilda."
As Pristella was infiltrated by the glow of sunset, Garfield shared stories of the past year with Mimi and the kids.
What he just described was one of the most impressive events that had happened, the soil spider hunt.
A nearby village had an outbreak of a witch beast known as soil spiders, and somehow Subaru, Garfield, and Otto had been caught up in the crusade against them, in a perfect combination of Otto and Subaru's scheming and Garfield's strength.
One of the rescued children happily listened to Garfield's recollections.
He was a child with blonde hair, only around 6 or 7 years old age.
He had lovely features and a cute smiling face that would surely one day attract lovelorn sighs from women. But right now, he was just a child admiring Garfield's way of living.
After buying the children snacks, Garfield had taken it upon himself to escort the children safely to their homes, one by one.
4 of the 5 have returned home unharmed, which meant that this boy was the last one.
"Garfield, with just a small group, you went out pretty far play.
Ain't that dangerous?"
As they undertook the considerate journey to the child's house, Garfield frowned. The children's adventure had taken them to the intersection of 1st and 2nd Street, near where the Muse headquarters was located. As they walked, Garfield couldn't help thinking they'd wandered too far. In fact, they'd come all the way from 3rd Street. Without any detours, the journey would take nearly a full hour to complete.
The child grinned in response.
Kid, occasionally, the songstress goes to the park on 1st Street.
We were looking for her.
Garfield,
Is that so?
Captain said her singing's pretty powerful, too, but my amazing self's kinda suspicious.
Rubbing his nose, Garfield found it difficult to agree with the child's reply. Garfield had only met the songstress Liliana once, at the Muse headquarters. Even that brief interaction was enough to have left a significant degree of impact on him. Liliana was, beyond a doubt, a girl with a strong personality.
However, that strength was rather incompatible with the impression of a pure, honest bard. Mimi, Garef, have you never heard the songstress's singing?
It really is very powerful.
Garfield, have you, midget?
Mimi, yep tilde. I didn't fall asleep until the end tilde. Mimi's so strong tilde. Praise Mimi tilde. Garfield obediently stroked Mimi on the head. She gave a success tilde.
And happily dashed away, before turning back around expectantly. Mimi, so, did you hear her sing? Kid, nope, we missed her.
However, since we'd gone all the way to that faraway street.
Garfield, is that why you were playing in the river? Well, it's good that my amazing self was there, kid, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, ha.
As the boy stretched his hand toward the sky, Garfield mimicked his motion. That was a reference to Gorgeous Tiger. They posed together energetically, but the child soon dropped his wrist with a tired sigh. Garfield tilted his head to one side. Garfield, why do you look so down?
Don't sigh, your happiness will run away, you know.
Kid, well, that. When I get home, my sister will be mad.
Garfield, what? As the boy revealed his fear of his sister in a cry, Garfield overreacted by grabbing his shoulders anxiously. Garfield, sorry. But, why's she going to be so angry?
Kid, because I snuck out. Garfield, This boy seemed to have neglected to inform his sister that he would be out with friends today. As a result, his family was probably frustrated and worried sick. That feeling was not unfamiliar to Garfield. As a brother, the presence of a sister would, no matter for how long, continue to exist as a terrifying barrier. Even after 10 years of separation, after he'd grown up, the fear of losing to his sister had increased rather than decreased. Garfield, got it. Leave tea up me amazing self. Kid, huh? Garfield patted his chest proudly as the little boy revealed his shock. As if trying to ease his downcast, Garfield laughed, showing his sharp teeth. Garfield, the scariness of an older sister's something my amazing self's familiar with. If your scary sister comes rushing at ya, my amazing self'll protect ya. Kid, big brother. The emotional child hugged Garfield tightly. Mimi joined the hug, grabbing Garfield from behind. In this way, being held front and back by the little ones, Garfield renewed his determination and struggled with them as they continued their journey. The sunset really was approaching, and they wouldn't make it back by dinner time, but today wasn't a bad day. No matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't be able to calmly dine in the same hall as Reinhardt. However, after a night of cooling down, he'd probably be able to manage it. That was thanks to the children who admired the gorgeous tigers, as well as Mimi's inscrutably infectious cheerful attitude. Fred. A deafeningly high-pitched voice suddenly attacked Garfield's ears. He lifted his head in surprise, and caught sight of the sprinting figure of a girl. She had long, elegant blonde hair, and was glaring intently at the boy with Garfield. The boy looked in her direction and opened his mouth. Then, Fred, sister. Sister, you, just how worried are you going to make us before you're satisfied? The girl leapt forward to deliver a flexible kick to her brother, whose body gently bounced back. Garfield, who'd witnessed that action, was frozen by shock and too slow to respond to the beautiful girl, who'd landed neatly.
During that time, she fixed Garfield with a sharp gaze and dug into his foot with her heel. "Sister, you suspicious person, what do you want with my Fred?" "Garfield, Gar. First of all, move your foot, midget." As he faced the maelstrom of her attack and angry words, Garfield replied in a steady voice. Seeing that her preemptive attacks hadn't caused any harm, the girl retreated backward with a timid expression. Although she'd thought that Garfield would be angry, Garfield hadn't reached a state of anger yet. Rather, he was still surprised. He had never imagined that there would actually be a sister who indiscriminately delivered fierce kicks to her younger brother. Incidentally, the young boy who had been kicked had had his impact softened.
With a "Hey Tilda," Mimi had flown toward him, hugging him and landing gently.
Now, they had gotten to their feet, brushing each other off. Seeing that through the corner of his eye, Garfield issued a sigh.
And at his reaction, "Sister, what's with that attitude? If you have something to say, just say it, and don't do anything to me or Fred. I'm terrifying when I get mad." "Garfield, first of all, it's misunderstanding here.
Also, don't fly toward your brother like that. You might accidentally cause a heavy injury, got tea?"
"Sister, ha." Squatting down, Garfield spoke quietly to the girl.
The boy's sister was also young, only around 10 years old, the age of precocious puberty where she'd try a little too much. Her initial sharpness had faded, and her expression morphed into one of tearfulness at Garfield's calm and steady response.
What she said was surely a bluff, but she'd gathered her courage to go up against Garfield. In a sense, her courage had rendered her even more afraid, in an unfortunate turn of events.
"Fred, gorgeous tiger.
Please don't get too angry with my sister."
Then, unable to bear seeing his trembling sister, the boy patted his body clean of dust and stood at her back, pleading with Garfield. His sister's expression revealed that her self-esteem was hurt over his pleas on her behalf, but she still had the dignity to try to protect her brother from Garfield. Although he didn't know what had happened at first, they didn't seem to have a bad relationship. "Garfield, so my amazing self looks like a bad guy."
"It's kinda displeasing, Thea." "Mimi, a bad guy?"
"Being a bad guy isn't good, Tilda, be gorgeous tiger instead." Mimi leapt up and gave Garfield's head a poke.
Although it didn't hurt, it was a rather puzzling blow. The pointless confrontation between siblings and Garfield then continued. Just as he wondered how long this would last.
"Sister, Fred, where are you two?" The voice that broke the stalemate came from someone else. Hearing that gentle voice, the siblings caught each other's gaze.
Garfield watched as the two ran in its direction.
Sister and brother arrived at the corner of the road, where a woman had appeared.
They flew toward her without hesitation. That blonde woman was more than likely their mother.
"Fred, Mom." "Sister, Mom, that suspicious person, something about gorgeous, and Fred." The elder sister held onto her mother, sobbing, and the little brother defended Garfield's innocence. After listening to the children's rambles, the person in question smiled. "Garfield." She stepped forward, her children still clinging to her, revealing her face. "Mimi, Garf?" Garfield froze, and Mimi turned around, surveying him. However, Garfield was unable to respond to Mimi's concern. His heart, chaotic with waves of confusion, had no such energy to spare. After all, the person who stood there was. Well, my children seem to have been taken care of, my apologies.
If possible, could you tell me what happened?
She spoke in soothing, gentle tones which held not even the slightest sign of malice or suspicion.
With a few strides, she'd arrived in front of him. Even as Garfield trembled and shivered at her presence, she tilted her head, as if confused.
That expression, that attitude, that voice, they all seized Garfield with abject shock. "Garfield, Mom?"
A hoarse murmur escaped his throat.
Arc 5, Chapter 30, Tiger and Cat Under the Moon.
"Mimi, Tilda. We don't mind, Tilda. It looks clean, Tilda." Very clean, Tilda.
Mimi's room looks a lot more chaotic, Tilda. That's no good. The woman casually stroked Mimi, who lay on the sofa, kicking her legs and looking very comfortable.
Immersed in this scene, Garfield looked silently at the woman.
Her long blonde hair flowed to her waist, her skin was the white of snow, her slim body retained a woman's softness, and her soft face displayed a pair of clear, calm emerald green eyes. She looked to be as young as 25, but Garfield knew that she should be over 35. No matter what, this didn't match up to Garfield's expectations, which was precisely the source of his confusion. Mr. Gorgeous Tiger, does tea not match your tastes?
I'm sorry, I didn't even think to ask what you'd like to drink.
The woman, who claimed to be Reela Thompson, frowned at the silent Garfield, who was shaken back into awareness by her voice. He looked down at his untouched black tea and hurriedly picked the cup up. Garfield, no, my amazing self was you being a bit silly. The spaciousness this room's unusual, Zol. Reela, is that so? My family's very big, and so is our house, but that makes it hard to clean.
It looks like I was careless again.
Reela accepted Garfield's hurried excuse without a trace of doubt, her charming voice light and soft. The large courtyard of her house and the exquisite workmanship reflected her statement. Her smile, her sweet tone, everything about her struck Garfield with nostalgia. However, Reela spoke not a word of Garfield's gaze.
This detail alone gripped Garfield's heart with pain.
The woman who claimed to be Reela Thompson looked exactly like Risha Tinsel, Garfield's mother, who was imprinted clearly in his mind. Of course, Garfield's separation from his mother had happened shortly after his birth, and his memories of his mother were scant. Even so, Garfield knew every detail of her face, after seeing her in that detestable cemetery where the trial had been hosted.
There, he witnessed his separation from his mother.
Her face, her voice, her love, Garfield knew them all from the trial, and that trial had shown him her unfortunate death shortly after her departure. So, to Garfield, seeing his mother again is an impossible dream. If so, now, the woman in front of him should also be impossible. Reela, Mimi-san, your ears look so soft. Would it be possible for me to touch them?
Mimi, please go ahead, Tilda.
Reela happily reached out, stroking Mimi's ears with a look of contentment. Mimi's smile was one only a little girl could wear. They were an odd pair, a tiny beast man and a suspicious demi-human, but they had been invited in without a second thought.
This woman had simply no sense of wariness.
Such attitudes were, to Garfield, all associated with motherliness.
His mother Risha had been quite the unfortunate woman.
Her parents had lost everything to debt, and had sold her to a group of slave traders, who had been ambushed by demi-human bandits.
They had made Reela their concubine.
Somewhere along the way, she'd become pregnant with Frederica, and the bandits had put her up for sale. She'd been taken by another band of thieves and had spent a long time with them.
Frederica had grown up in that thieves' regiment.
Although she rarely spoke of such times, she considered Reela's departure something to be thankful for, indicating that it had been a rather poor environment. Suffering misfortune after misfortune, she had fortunately been rescued by the curious Roswell.
Roswell had made her a proposal: he would take them to Sanctuary, where they would be given safety and shelter.
In Sanctuary, Lewis had become their guardian.
Life's treatment toward her could only be summed up as cruel.
However, his mother's personality was unknown to those who only heard the stories.
Those who really knew his mother would never give her life such an unfortunate evaluation. Lewis, Risha.
That child was always inexplicably, abnormally optimistic, and looked toward the future. Despite suffering through painful days where she could very well have died, she would always say, "Maybe something nice will happen tomorrow."
Even if today is hard, tomorrow could be better. Like a little child, she always looked forward to the little happy things in life.
Frederica, our honored mother. She may look like a foolish woman who threw things away too easily, and, to be honest, I believe that she never really grasped lessons on how to best survive.
But she was incredibly kind. She's my favorite person. With all my heart, I'm glad to be her daughter.
Roswell, is this about your mother, Rishia-san? Right, although I never had too many chances to chat with her face to face, she was incomprehensible. Or maybe it's better to say incredible? She was more sensitive of happiness than most people. She was always cheerful, finding happiness in even the worst of situations. Yeep, that's not something I dislike. Louis, Frederica, and even Roswell all spoke fondly of her.
Within Sanctuary, anyone who'd known his mother said the same thing. She was someone who was always relaxed and happy.
If that hadn't been the case, she wouldn't have foolishly left to look for Garfield's father, who had more than likely encountered misfortune. And then she had immediately suffered another misfortune and died, and where was her happiness?
He had never found the answer to where her happiness had ended up.
Garfield, if I don't find it, it's better to give up.
Nails dug into the palm of his hand, as he had clenched his fist. He should have given up. But he'd never understood that. It had taken a long time, but he'd finally grown to accept it. This was plainly the case, but why, now, had she appeared again?
With her, as always, carefree and cheerful attitude. Garfield. In order to keep her from noticing, he'd resigned himself to secretly observing her expressions and behaviors.
Nothing felt unnatural.
His mother's behavior of treating him as a stranger was completely natural, and the more Garfield watched, the more fascinated she became. Was this her answer?
She had a new life.
Unaware of Garfield, she led her happy life. I don't care to know about your affairs, was that his mother's answer to Fred, Moom.
Sister, Mom, I'm hungry. Garfield had been silent as Mimi and Rila played around.
The brother and sister joined them in the living room after going to their rooms to change. The sister cast a stern look at the Garfield, and then immediately huddled close to her mother. Sister, Mom, tell the guests to go home, and then we can eat. Rila, sister, what are you talking about?
Mr. Gorgeous and Mimi took care of Fred when he nearly drowned.
Sister, about that, couldn't it be that Gorgeous was the one who did it?
So he could come to our house and take advantage of our generosity. Maybe he wants money.
Rila, hey now, that's going too far.
But you're right, we have to thank him for Fred.
Should we give him money? Sister, Mom? The sister, who had realized that her words were about to become the reason for her family's bankruptcy, flew into a panic.
On the other hand, Rila, who failed to grasp the reason for her daughter's rant, glanced around in confusion.
That smiling interaction between parent and child made breathing harder than walking barefoot on thorns. Draining his tea in one gulp, Garfield set his cup down with a clang. Garfield, since my amazing self don't seem to be welcome here, we'll be leaving. Mimi, how? Why Tilda?
Garfield, ain't no particular why.
Although Garfield wanted to leave, Mimi continued to resist. However, as if he hadn't heard her, Garfield picked her up.
As he stood to go, Rila looked distraught, while her daughter cast a smirk at him.
Well, Garfield would respect her feelings, and, with that thought, Fred, don't go, gorgeous tiger. Seizing the hem of Garfield's pants, the little brother blocked his way. For a second, for reasons unknown to him, Garfield hesitated to shake off his little hands.
But,
Sister, Fred, honestly, you're. As Fred advocated for a suspicious criminal to stay, his sister placed her hands on her waist in anger.
Rila clapped her hands, capturing everyone's attention.
Rila, everyone, look, it's not good to not get along.
You're pushing our guests to leave. Fred seems to want them to stay, so don't force them to do anything, sister.
Sister, but, Mom.
Rila, but nothing.
Mr. Gorgeous and Mimi, stay for a while, won't you? I'd be delighted to share dinner with you, and tonight's meal is my favorite dish. Fred, Moom, you call everything your best dish. Rila, shouldn't that be obvious? Mom always tries her best on every dish for you. Although her ability wasn't quite there, she made every effort to do her best. Everyone present wore a panicked expression, Garfield more so than anyone else. This harmonious atmosphere.
It cut deeply into Garfield's heart.
Reela's words cast upon him a unique sense of happiness and helplessness. Accepting her invitation would be the worst possible thing that Garfield could do. "Garfield, sorry about your invitation, but a few of my companions are waiting for me."
"They'll be worried if we're late, so we should be heading out soon."
Reela.
Suppressing the pain in his chest, Garfield prayed that her voice wouldn't tremble. At his answer, the sister's face became stiff, and Reela frowned with her eyes closed.
"And Reela, I understand, there is no point in forcing you to stay if it bothers you." Garfield, HK.
This was what had hurt Garfield the most today.
Losing to Reinhardt in that duel, the initial impact of seeing Reela, were, compared to how he was feeling now, trivial indeed.
Unconsciously, Garfield placed a hand close to his chest, as if needing to confirm whether or not his body had been torn. And to that Garfield.
"Mimi, Garfield, let's go." Mimi, who had until just refused to leave, gently taken Garfield's hand in hers and began leading him away.
Facing her concern, Garfield obeyed silently. So, with their hands on the living room on the door handle, ready to leaving. "I'm home."
"Oh, do we have guests?"
The figure on the other side of the door was a gentleman sporting a magnificent beard.
He appeared to be a man of detailed workmanship, and gave off an energetic atmosphere.
From his tone to face, he seemed to be a man of accomplishments.
At the man's appearance, the children scrambled to their feet with joy.
Then, that man would be Dad. I haven't seen this stranger's face before.
"Fred, Dad, this is gorgeous Tiger."
"Sister, he's a suspicious scoundrel."
"Dad, what?" Faced with his son and daughter's sharply contrasting attitudes, the father tilted his head in distress.
He turned to Reela, who stood quietly in the living room. Under the man's loving gaze, Reela started to give a calm response. Garfield had hit his limit.
"Garfield, it ain't a big deal, we were going anyway."
Leaving that sentence, Garfield grabbed Mimi, and hurriedly pushed his way out the room, scrambling toward the front door as if running away.
"Fred, gorgeous Tiger." From behind, a sad voice called to Garfield.
However, Garfield had no response to that call.
Who was gorgeous, who was Tiger?
He was Garfield, not gorgeous Tiger.
A tiger was a strong, powerful creature who couldn't be shaken by anything.
Where was that tiger now?
A real tiger wouldn't be so affected by such things.
"Mimi, Garfield."
"My hand, it hurts." Garfield. Too focused on his thoughts, Garfield didn't notice that cry of pain. He didn't notice until Mimi had broken free of his vice grip, extracting her hand from his nails, which had been digging into her.
Her small hand was now swollen and blue. "Garfield, sorry. My amazing self."
"Mimi, Gar F, you were weird at that house too."
"My hand really hurts."
Mimi mumbled quietly, and Garfield smacked his forehead with his hand. They fell into a discordant silence as the Watergate city's moist air caressed their faces. The sun had fallen from the sky, and the city had been shrouded in magical light. The sunshine on the water's surface was replaced by light from the magical lamps, but he was in no mood to enjoy that scene mysterious and quiet beauty. "Hey, you two, over there." Someone approached Garfield and Mimi with gasping breaths.
Looking up, the magic light revealed the man from before, who had shed his coat.
Finally arriving in front of the two, he put his hands on his knees, panting violently. "Dad, I finally caught up."
"This won't do."
"I used to be more energetic, but thanks to work, I'm completely out of shape now."
"Garfield, do you need anything from us?"
Garfield had clearly indicated that he wasn't interested in the man's words. The existence of this man, although not to the degree of Reela's children, also distressed Garfield. His voice was full of harshness, but the man paid no mind to it, placing his hand on his head embarrassedly. "Dad, no, I heard from my wife that you two were benefactors of my son. It'd be completely unjustifiable if I never gave you anything in return."
"Garfield, It's not such a big deal. If you talk all exaggeratedly like that, my amazing self'll be embarrassed.
Garrick, everything involving my kid, no matter what, is incredibly important, not to mention saving him from danger.
Really, if you need anything at all.
I'm really sorry, my name is Garrick Thompson. Despite how I look, I'm Pristella's Metropolitan Director, so if there's anything I can do to help you. Garfield, really, we're. A man who knew what was going on, Garfield, who had wanted to leave as soon as possible, suddenly paused. If he knew Rila, really knew her, then.
Garfield, my amazing self's got only one question.
Would it be okay for you to answer? Garrick, of course. No matter what, I'll do my best to answer.
Garrick responded to Garfield with a smile of only benevolence. The same was true of Rila too, and their son Fred. This entire family was too kind for their own good. Only their daughter had any sense of suspicion. Thinking of this, Garfield was very cautious in his choice of words. Garfield, your wife, Rila. What's her real name?
Garrick. As soon as Garfield posed his question, the atmosphere shifted. Garrick pondered Garfield's question silently for a few moments, before replying in a level voice. Garrick, what do you mean? Garfield, I mean the literal meaning. No matter what, Reed plays a straight game, right?
Playing with words don't fit my style.
Tell me, your wife, she name Rishia Stedoff Rila? Garrick, goo. He responded awkwardly to Garfield's direct question, taking a moment to swallow before replying. Garrick, you.
You, my wife. Do you know anything about my wife?
Garfield, my amazing self also wants to know about her. Garrick.
Garfield responded sincerely to Garrick's trembling voice.
At those words, Garrick fell into a silence, as if he were thinking. Waiting for his reply, Garfield took Mimi's good hand into his own.
Glancing up at him, she smiled as she usually did.
Garrick, it seems that I should tell you the full story. As Garfield looked at Mimi's smile, Garrick spoke with a sigh. His voice was weighted with fatigue and powerlessness. Garfield frowned, wondering and waiting for his next sentence.
Then.
Garrick, my wife, Rila, has no memories from before our meeting, 15 years ago.
Garrick and Rila had met before he'd become a city director, when he had been a normal merchant rooted in Pristella.
On the way back from negotiations, Garrick, who had been driving a dragon carriage, had found his path blocked by a collapsed cliff. Having encountered such distress in having to repay a loan, and having met such an unfortunate accident on the road, Garrick couldn't but be angry.
Then, he found a woman, who'd been buried alive. A miracle? There was no other explanation.
Refusing to go the long way, Garrick had been desperately wondering if he could still follow his original route. Around that time, the heavy rain had finally stopped, and Garrick's full field of vision had been returned to him. Shortly after the cliff had collapsed, Garrick had come by, leaving the time that the woman had been buried fairly short. As a result of the various coincidences overlapping, Garrick had found and rescued the woman, who was still breathing.
She'd been covered in mud, and he'd found no luggage near her.
Taking the unconscious woman to his dragon carriage, Garrick immediately rushed to a nearby town, where she'd been taken to the hospital, and awaited her rehabilitation. Garrick, at the time, her condition was incredibly unstable. She was running a high fever, and had various injuries and fractures from the landslide, and her heart even stopped at one point during the treatment. Both the Healing Institute and Garrick had been struggling to help her, optimistically praying for her recovery.
Why had Garrick so desperately wanted to save her?
There had indeed been a reason, yet unknown to him, which explained his actions.
He thanked everyone's efforts from the bottom of his heart.
Garrick, hard work paid off, and although she was still heavily wounded, she'd finally woke up.
It took a week. I stayed in the city, waiting for her.
The failure of negotiations had made the future of Garrick's company dark indeed.
In that situation, wasting time equated wasting money.
Garrick didn't understand why he had been restraining himself from his travels. Then, After a week, the woman had woken up. After her awakening, she spoke to the crowd gathered around her with a trembling, faint voice. "Garrick, who am I?"
were her first words. The woman had forgotten her name. No, not just the name. She'd forgotten everything.
Who was she, and where was she supposed to be? What had happened before that cliff had collapsed? She could not remember her family members, and had no choice but to stay.
All she had were the clothes she'd worn during the accident.
From an emblem stitched onto them, the only discernible letters of her name were a Garrick. Influenced by the name of a blossoming flower, I decided to call her Rila. Then, I planned to take care of her until her wounds had healed. Her wounds healed little by little, and the day of her discharge wasn't far off. Rila, even having nowhere to go, remained a cheerful woman. She treated the sadness of the accident as though it had never happened, and gave everyone she came in contact with infectious smiles.
In her situation, it would be impossible not to feel uneasy. The loss of one's own memories was almost equivalent to their own disappearance. But she could still smile because she felt it necessary to do so. Or maybe she was concerned for the people around her. But the most important reason was that she didn't see herself as unfortunate.
Garrick, the nervousness from confessing to her is still fresh in my memory. That's probably the most anxious I've ever been in my life, even more so than when I proposed marriage to her. So, accepting Garrick's proposal, Rila went with him to Pristella.
Their reason he refused to abandon her, that he had waited so long for her to wake up, was incredibly simple. Garrick had fallen in love with her at the very beginning, at the moment when he dragged her from the cliff, his dragon carriage, cleaning the mud from her face.
Garrick, my business, which had been unlucky until I took in Rila, improved quickly.
The people around me said that was all thanks to my talent, but really, it was all thanks to Rila.
I was blessed with her, so now I can be a businessman like this, so I can be a better father. Garfield. Garrick, I love my wife, and our children are both very cute. I used to care about her past, but, at this moment, no matter who she was before, I consider my wife my most important person. Garrick finished speaking of their first encounter and concluded thus with embarrassment. Garfield, who has been silent from beginning to end, listening intently, looked up at the sky. In the darkness, stars were scattered everywhere. The glorious full moon and stars were probably contemptuous of his current thoughts. Garrick, I'm very sorry to ask this of you, but I can't help but do so. Garfield.
What is the relationship between you?
And my wife, Lyra?
This, how cruel this was. His line of sight fell from the sky to Garrick.
Garrick's gentle eyes held a firm determination as he gazed at Garfield. He was empathetic, and wouldn't be so insensitive as to misunderstand what Garfield would say. And so Garfield knew exactly which answer would be correct. Garfield.
Opening and closing his mouth.
Breathing, exhaling, inhaling, breathing evenly.
A fast heartbeat.
Dizziness. A burst of pain in his head, the need to retch. The swirl of yet unformed emotions in his tight chest were on the verge of collapse. Mimi gripped his hand tightly. Garfield, my amazing self, has. Garrick.
Garfield, nothing to do with your wife. There. He'd said it out loud. With that sentence, the vortex swirling in Garfield's heart swiftly vanished. He was left with only a sense of lost suffocation.
Garrick, who stood in front of him, lowered his head as if he'd made a mistake and didn't want to look Garfield in the face, speaking with a trembling voice. Garrick, sorry, I'm so sorry.
With a look of unnatural pain, he bowed.
However, Garfield didn't want to see Garrick's reaction.
He had already had enough. He wanted to leave, wanted to stop being hurt. What had gone wrong? Whose fault is it? Was it his own fault, or was it Garrick's fault? Who should he blame? Who should he attack? Who should he strike? Who should he send flying? What could he go to end the pain in his heart, to make it vanish, disappear? Honey, this is great, Mr. Gorgeous and Mimi are still here. Garfield. Those words echoed with immense volume. Grief and turmoil raised the intense noise as if it could kill. To Garfield, it felt sharper than a knife.
Garrick, Rila, why? Rila, you left in such a hurry, but I didn't want you to leave empty-handed, so. Rila blinked and strode past the shocked Garrick.
Then, she approached the stunned, stiff Garfield, stretching out her hand.
Rila, this is the dessert that I made, a soufflé. Although it's not a very expensive gift, I'm still proud of it.
I hope you'll accept it. Garfield, M. Her smile held not a trace of malice.
Stubbornly, Garfield refused to speak. His exchange with Garrick had opened old wounds, preventing him from being able to speak to Rila.
Anyone who understood this would also understand how to act. And yet. Mimi, oh. A dessert, that's so much fun.
Amazing, I'll share it with Missy.
Rila handed the container to a smiling, indifferent Mimi.
There was a limit to how much someone could neglect to notice the atmosphere. Garrick looked shocked, and Garfield was speechless. However, Rila only gave a joyful laugh at Mimi's reaction. Rila, I'm so glad you like it, and please go share it with the one called Missy. Mimi, okay, got it Tilda.
Understood Tilda.
After saluting with the hand which hadn't been squeezed by Garfield, Mimi took the container in her arms and clapped Garfield on the back.
She applied enough power that he couldn't help but cough, and Mimi smiled.
Mimi, well, this time, we're really leaving.
Gorgeous Tiger and gorgeous Mimi will see you later Tilda.
Rila, all right, safe travels, and take care not to fall in the water, Mr. Gorgeous. Mimi took Garfield's hand, and Rila waved as they left. Smiling, Mimi turned back and waved energetically.
Only the two men were left with pained expressions in this smiling farewell.
Garfield. Like this, Garfield was led along the waterways by Mimi. Mimi and Garfield didn't speak until far after Rila had vanished from view. Garfield, hey, midget.
Mimi, over here Tilda.
Garfield, dash.
Garfield had wanted to call Mimi, but was suddenly interrupted.
Mimi, still holding Garfield's hand, briskly leapt onto the 3-story stone building, ascending with the use of footholds. Garfield was pulled along, of course, forced to take the same pace as her.
With a few leaps, the two had reached the top of the building.
Mimi feels so good Tilda. Garfield, so good, my foot.
What were you pullin', you now?
As Mimi called out her comfort while she bathed in the breeze, Garfield went on to complain.
However, he saw that Mimi's smile had disappeared as she watched him.
He saw himself reflected in her round eyes, and Garfield didn't understand the unease brewing in his heart. Mimi's expression fell at Garfield's silence. Mimi, Garf, do you want to cry?
Garfield, huh?
What are you sayin'? Why would my amazing self be cryin'? Mimi, I know that Garf is strong, but you shouldn't put on that brave act. Since Rila is Garf's mother, right Tilda? Garfield.
At Mimi's unexpected question, Garfield held his breath. She'd accurately grasped the flow of the things.
If she'd known Garfield's past, then that conclusion would be easy to make. However, Mimi knew nothing about Garfield's family.
Her ability for discerning the truth was really rather impressive. That she had straightforwardly brought the subject up shook Garfield, and he hesitated.
Garfield, why?
Would you think that?
Mimi, Garf and Rila smell super similar, and her children also smelled a bit like Garf, so I was wondering if that was the case. Her assumption wasn't based on reasoning, it was based on something innate, and thus she could see the truth for what it was. If Mimi had inferred her conclusion from Garfield's words, he could have made attempts to hide his past, but Garfield couldn't refute something like this. His legs giving way, Garfield looked up at the stars in a daze. The stars and moon both were unchanged, looking down at Garfield with the same gaze. Mimi, so, is that right? Is Rila Garf's mother?
Garfield, my amazing self doesn't know.
Is that woman still my amazing self's mother?
At Mimi's words, Garfield covered his face with a hand.
He didn't know how true that was.
Rila was unmistakably Rishia. Just as Garrick said, as Rila herself had acted until now, Rila had completely forgotten that she was Rishia.
Forgetting everything, Rila had found a new start, raising her children, living happily. Garfield, come to think of it, that'd make those two kids my amazing self's lil brother and sister. Although he had only just realized it, his half-siblings had a similar relationship with himself and Frederica. In other words, those siblings were his own lovely younger siblings.
It had been a relationship he'd longing for ever since he'd been little. Wouldn't it be nice if he could enjoy that relationship without the circumstances surrounding it?
Garfield, even if my amazing self tells her about my heritage, nothing change.
Rila had forgotten her time as Rishia.
Even if Garfield told her everything, her 15 years as Rila would still remain unchanged. Only, Rila would then carry an unnecessary 15 years of guilt, feeling as if she'd lost Rila. Garrick could only witness his wife's depression, and their children would only watch their mother's pain without understanding it.
Doing so would only be for Garfield's own sake.
Having Rila accept that she used to be Rishia would serve no one but Garfield. Frederica and Louis both had no idea that Rishia had survived.
If Garfield said nothing, the two of them would never know.
Rila's family also weren't bothered by her past. If they learned of it, those happy times would most likely be lost rather than preserved. If Garfield hid everything and let go, this could all be successfully resolved.
Garfield, why is my amazing self?
Didn't he even have the courage to bury this deep in his consciousness, to bury this within himself? Tiger, where are you?
Show me the right path.
If he could bear everything, take on everything alone, where would he find that strength? Tell me, Tiger. Tiger.
A true tiger was the strongest existence that would not be lost to anyone.
Garfield. Holding his head, biting down on his overflowing, lamenting the feelings swirling back and forth, mixing together, losing them and finding them.
Mimi, it's okay. In the next moment, he noticed that his head was being gently stroked.
Garfield. Mimi grabbed the collapsed Garfield from behind in a hug, resting her chin on his head, her small palm stroked Garfield's head. That tender touch on his back, moving back and forth, gradually eased the pain and agitation in his mind. Garfield, what are you doing? This is. Mimi, if Garf needs to cry tilde, I think there's a specific place where boys are allowed to cry. Although I forgot where, I remember Missy telling me about it tilde.
For a moment, she seemed to be giving an answer, but her train of thought drifted away.
In order not to keep his heart from shaking, in order to keep his voice from shivering, Garfield chose his words carefully. Like this, holding Garfield, Mimi giggled. Mimi, well, although I've forgotten tilde, is it the feeling of a woman's chest?
Is it like that? That's it. It's all right for a man to cry on an interested woman's chest tilde. Garfield, who'd be interested in a midget like you?
The one Garfield was interested in was a woman who was never kind when he wanted her to be, but kind when he least expected, after which she would beat him with her fists, a woman who was incredibly difficult to deal with.
The girl in front of him didn't resemble her at all. However, Mimi was still smiling. Mimi, that's fine. Even if Garfield's not interested, Mimi's already fascinated. I saw and became interested in Garfield.
So.
Mimi's chest tilde. It's okay to cry there tilde. Garfield, what a foolish notion. What was this?
Some kind of language game?
It was only a child's excuse, loaded with nothing but assertiveness. There was obviously nothing, so stop kidding around.
Tiger. Tiger, where are you?
Right now, come back to my heart.
Howl your deep, ferocious roar, beat this slouched back, force me to wake up, do something to my feelings.
Otherwise, it would be too late.
Garfield, mother. Enough, stop talking. Crying with a weak voice, don't make such a weak of voice.
He was a tiger, the most powerful, the strongest, stronger than anyone. The strongest of shields. However,
Garfield, mother. Mother. Mama. Mama.
Mimi, good boy.
Garfield, why?
Why do you forget me?
Seeing ya after all this time.
Even calling you mom.
Mimi, it's all right, Garfield's good boy, a good boy. Garfield, mama. 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 Tiger, tiger.
Where are you? What did he resemble now?
Stars, moon, sky, tell me.
What did he resemble now?
If he couldn't be a roaring tiger, then, right now, he merely resembled.
Arc 5, Chapter 31, The Cost of a Mistake.
Garfield, you're a nuisance, stop saying that. The next morning, Garfield, looking to be in a rather poor state, walked the streets with Mimi. Giggling, Mimi touched the chest of her robe, which was stained with Garfield's tears and saliva. The stench had reached the point of causing Garfield's nose pain. To Mimi, who had the same sharp sense of smell, that stench must have been unbearable, but when Garfield had advised her to wash it, she'd replied,
Mimi, it's fine.
after returning to the hotel, I can get a chance of clothes Tilda.
Missy'll be really mad that I didn't go back last night. Hetaro and Tivy too Tilda.
Garfield, sorry. Mimi isn't worried about it Tilda. Mimi'll only say that Garf's a good boy when Garf sobs and cries. At Garfield's soft apology, Mimi only gazed an innocent smile.
Last night, Garfield had shared a second farewell with his mother.
After being hit by a series of wounds, he had shamefully ended up crying into Mimi's chest on rooftop. And, even more embarrassingly, the sobbing had drained him so much that he'd fallen asleep. The next morning, a loud noise in the city had woken him up on Mimi's lap. When the owner of the rooftop had found them, he'd finally managed to maintain his composure, and Mimi had worn her usual attitude. Excuses were hard to find, so they'd slunk off of his rooftop, embarrassed. Mimi, do you feel better? Garfield, you could say, something like that. Mimi, it's like that, right? Garfield, yeah, like that. Unable to voice his true gratitude, Garfield frowned, but Mimi completely ignored his failure, leaving Garfield with no clue what to say.
He recalled last night, when Mimi blurted out that she was interested in him. Involuntarily, his eyes chased Mimi's figure.
Before, he'd thought that Mimi was just tagging along with him, feeling companionship with him due to their shared non-human heritage, but she'd unexpectedly been following him with romantic intent. And, even having given her confession, she acted the same as she always had. He did the same with Ram, but, when the situation was reversed, he felt thrown off.
That weakness was just another shameful part of Garfield.
Mimi, well, what should we do this morning?
Go to your mother and see her?
His thoughts having been sidetracked, Garfield jumped both at the suddenness of Mimi's words and their actual content. Garfield, wait, why would we go see her? Mimi, because Rila is Garf's mother, shouldn't she know that as well? Garfield, this midget really can't read between the lines. Aside from using instinct to spot the most important part of their relationship, Mimi was unaware of the subtleties involved. He was in a difficult position, unable to answer questions about whether or not they were family. Garfield immediately realized that it was useless to try to explain, and then gave up.
And realized that that was another problem. Garfield's fine. There's no need to let her know that my amazing self's her son.
Mimi, is that really okay?
Garfield, it is. My amazing self will leave it up to my sister. He would probably inform his rational sister.
After the initial shock and confusion passed, she would certainly come to the same conclusion as Garfield, even faster than he had. Only, even if their conclusion weren't the same, she still had the right to know that their mother was still alive.
But would it be right to have her bear the pain as he did? Garfield, only by taking a moment can we make a decision. Mimi, so it's like that Tilda.
That's really hard Tilda. Mimi Tilda just thinks that moms should be gotten along with Tilda. Garfield, stuff about moms.
Ja understand it?
Mimi that unexpected, So Garfield's ear shuddered and asked. Mimi is nodded with an imposing attitude of yep tilde. Mimi, Hetaro, and Tivi never knew mom and dad. They probably thought triplets tilde, raising a super big family is too hard, so they left us somewhere tilde. Then, we were picked up by the chief, so he's family, and Missy is family too. Garfield, so.
You really do have a big family.
Without knowing the reason, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere had relaxed as he stroked Mimi's head.
At that moment,
Mimi, wah.
Mim quickly leapt away from his hand. Garfield stared at her reddened face, as she spun around with a whirring sound while rubbing it.
Mimi, ever since yesterday, getting too close to Gar feels weird. Garfield, right, sorry.
Jar want my amazing self-cleave?
Mimi, I don't want that either tilde, something not too close and not too far feels the best tilde. She scrambled away with small steps, stopping in a place outside of his reach. Garfield frowned, confused, as Mimi gave her usual hee-hee laugh.
Just now, his own face seemed to tingle with a little redness.
Mimi, hey, let's eat the soufflé. Garfield, why yeah, sure. As if in a hurry to change the topic, Mimi withdrew the dessert box from her pocket.
That was what Rila had given Mimi last night, before they'd parted ways.
Momentarily, a numb of pain flowed through his chest as Mimi held the snacks toward him, the aroma wafting gently to his nose.
The dessert was a little like bread, with sweet condiment, added to the dough, stuffed with cream and bin paste.
There were 2 large, round soufflés in the box, one each for Mimi and Garfield, which would serve as their breakfast. Mimi, yay.
It's sweet tilde. Delicious. Super delicious tilde.
Garfield, it's delicious.
Garfield voiced his agreement to Mimi's loud applause.
The dessert was slightly sweet, but not overwhelmingly sugary, and the dough fluffy and soft.
If freshly baked, it would have been even more delicious. This was a mother's expert cooking. In that case, Garfield could have had more chances to taste it.
Mimi, Garf? Garfield, this really isn't like my amazing self, yeah? At Mimi's concern, Garfield shoved those wishful thoughts away.
He returned his thoughts to his friends, who were waiting for him.
Like Mimi, Garfield stayed out without permission. Because of that, he would certainly be severely reproached. Hello? Is this okay?
Can everyone hear? Meet creatures who can hear, good for you.
Meet creatures who can't, go fester and die, that'd be a huge help. Ga ha 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 ha. Garfield, what? Mimi, tilde? Just having taken a short step forward, a voice suddenly assaulted their eardrums. The 2 glanced at each other and looked up to the sky at the same time, where the voice seemed to be booming from.
Garfield, that voice sounds like.
Well, was there any idiot who died from shock at that moment? If not, well, it doesn't really matter, but if there's anyone who dares to ignore this lovely lady, then, my mood will be ruined.
Ignoring the Garfield, the voice kept speaking at that annoying volume.
The others walking on the morning streets all looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. A shockingly loud voice, that conclusion would be wrong. Garfield, whose sense of hearing was different from a regular human's, could tell that this voice wasn't a loud one coming from one source, rather, it permeated the entire city, spreading the way an echo would.
However, knowing that didn't answer any questions.
You boring creatures do nothing but ruin my mood.
There's no value here at all.
You're all just garbage. Clear your disgusting minds of your ugly thoughts, and immediately find a ditch of waste to stick your head into and down in. Please go die soon, please, I beg you. Ga ha ha ha.
The owner of this voice had the most vile of souls.
Garfield, what kind F joke's this?
Stop fucking around.
Mimi, Garf. I keep feeling like this is super uncomfortable. As Garfield cursed in irritation, Mimi showed an uneasy expression. At her, Garfield traced the scar on his forehead, gritting his teeth,
That expression didn't suit her. That expression, he didn't want to see it from her.
Well, then, since the bit dull rotten meat creatures can't figure it out, I'll explain it. I have control of the radio, meaning. Garfield, get on with it, what's the meaning? No, we have control of the city hall.
Ah, by the way, is there a control tower at the end of the city? That's also ours now. Garfield, control tower.
What did Otto need? Sound the other side of the true purpose of the owner. Garfield felt the threat, holding his breath.
Before and after arriving at the city, he'd heard about Pristella's structure from Otto.
Pristella's ever-functioning Watergate could trap any enemy in the city if they were lured within. And, in charge of that gate's operation, control towers located in each corner of the city, were controlled by this host, who possessed the most vile character possible.
The entire city's population had been taken hostage.
Reaching the same conclusion as Garfield, panic and anxiety began to spread through the civilians.
Everyone shouted at the same time, and the city rang with toxic laughter.
Kahahaha. By now.
At this moment.
Only now are you realizing that you're all going to be decimated.
It's shocking how brainless you all are. It's too much for me.
Garbage. Gahahaha. Garfield. Oh, this won't do. Any longer without giving my name, you're all going to start trying to escape reality? Why don't you allow this gentle and kindness lady's mercy give you a plain and easy answer?
In the panicked city, Garfield held Mimi's hand tightly. Then listen carefully to what the voice is saying.
Capella, I am the witch cult Sin Archbishop of Lust.
Garfield, which cult?
Capella Emerada Lagunica. Gahahaha.
Respect me.
Worship me. Then cry and beg and die tragically like worms. You rotten slabs of meat. Kahahaha. Upon hearing the broadcast, Garfield had been forced to make a series of choices. Although the broadcast of the self-proclaimed Archbishop induced panic, the actions of the citizens of Pristella were very orderly.
Even in that turmoil, they kept emergency procedures in mind and fled into the shelters scattered around Pristella. Passerbys had attempted to lead Garfield and Mimi into a shelter.
However, they had refused to take their lead and instead chose to go elsewhere.
That had led Garfield to another choice. Then, the result of that choice.
Reela, Mr. Gorgeous. Garfield. In another shelter, Reela had run toward Garfield upon seeing him, relieved to find an acquaintance.
Garfield endured the pain in his herd and allowed her to approach. And the result of that choice.
From the very moment Garfield had refused to be led to a nearby shelter, this choice was imminent.
Where should he be?
With Emilia and Subaru, or with the mother whose safety he'd gone out of his way to confirm? Rationally, Garfield knew he should have immediately returned to Emilia.
Even so, he'd made the excuse to himself that since this shelter was relatively close by, he could afford to check on her safety.
Reela, it's great that Mimi-san is fine as well.
That broadcast had me worried. Mimi, nothing's happened to us Tilda. The soufflé was delicious, thanks for the treats Tilda.
Reela, that's good, I'm glad it was to your taste. Mimi hadn't objected to any of Garfield's choices, and had followed along faithfully. Of course, she wanted to return to Anastasia and her brothers. To her, Reela's safety was someone else's business, and she had no real obligation to go and check. Garfield. While listening to his own excuse, Garfield, having finally confirmed Reela's safety, was free to leave. He needed to immediately return to Emilia's side and defend her with vigor and strength. When the witch cult appeared, Garfield would protect Emilia and fight in her name. That was his agreement with Subaru, which he would absolutely not violate.
Even if he couldn't protect himself as a tiger, he couldn't forget himself as a man.
Garfield, it looks like everything's good, so my amazing self will. Reela, wait. Mr. Gorgeous, have you? As Garfield prepared to leave, Reela's unusually timid attitude frightened him. Reela, have you seen my children yet?
They left early this morning. And they're not in this shelter.
Garfield, dash. Hurriedly looking up, Garfield scanned his surroundings, unable to see their figures anywhere here.
Reela, even my husband. No, never mind, I said something superfluous. Garfield, what is it? My amazing self will be bothered if I try to hide anything now.
Reela, the broadcast came from the city hall, where my husband works. So today, when something happened there. Garfield.
The city hall was a tall building in the center of the city.
Garfield had heard that it was in charge of the functions of the city, and the Archbishop had announced that they'd seized it.
That was where Garrick probably was. Garfield, ha.
This news came far too abruptly, and Garfield's heart quickened with the rhythm of an alarm. The missing siblings, and Garrick, who was in the middle of the most dangerous location.
Confirming Reela's safety had led him to learn of the circumstances of her family. Garfield, Captain, Emilia Summer. Their faces, as well as Otto's and Beatrice's, flashed through Garfield's mind. He had to return and become their strength.
But, as if immediately chasing that same idea, that faces of the siblings and Garrick also flashed through in mind. Reela, I'm sorry to have disturbed you, Mr. Gorgeous.
Please forget what I said.
Garfield.
Reela, just now, I was a little bit too frightened. My children and husband are well aware of the city's emergency procedures. Reela showed them a smile of strength, but her hands were clasped, as if in prayer.
There was no doubt that her gesture was reluctant, and she was only desperately putting on an act to keep Garfield from worrying. Garfield.
Silence, silence, silence.
Unspeaking, gritting his teeth, Garfield's mind raced. Mimi faced him, also silent, waiting for his decision.
Unspeaking, she only held his hand. Garfield, don't worry, leave your children and husband to us.
Reela, Mr. Gorgeous? That unexpected answer left Reela speechless with surprise. Nodding to her, Garfield looked down at Mimi. Garfield, it's my issue, so you should go back. Mimi, higher. Garfield, ow. At being told to return, Mimi brought her foot down on Garfield's, who cried out loudly in pain. Mimi took the moment to stand tall. Mimi, Garf said something so handsome, so how could Mimi not match him, Tilda?
I'm definitely going with you, Tilda.
Garfield, midget.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
Mimi, at this point, you should be offering your gratitude. Garfield, thank you. Mimi, you're welcome.
With a sweet giggle, Mimi drew Garfield into a laugh as well. Then, turning back to the stunned Reela, Garfield spoke. Garfield, my amazing self's going looking for your family, so stay here, with everyone else, and wait for us. Reela, but.
Why would you do that for me?
Garfield. Why was he doing this? Reela's wavering gaze questioned Garfield.
Garfield grinned at her.
Garfield, because my amazing self's a golden tiger. Gorgeous. Tiger. Mimi, then Mimi, is also gorgeous Mimi Tilda.
Shouting their stupid lines, their levity shocked the people gathered here.
At Reela's shock, Garfield and Mimi put on a rose, then, with a valiant spin, the two rushed from the shelter. Mimi, Garfield, what do we do? Garfield, use the smell to pursue them. Those two and Garrick, why still remember their smell clearly, right?
The problem was that this was very large city, and the flow of water was everywhere. To accurately find their scents, the environmental conditions needed to be right.
In this populated city, a powerful sense of smell could only do so much. In spite of this, the two's animal senses served them well. Once they'd seen Reela off safely, they found the scents of the siblings. During this period, the evacuation of the city's citizens had proceeded smoothly. The city, unpleasantly enough, appeared to be a ghost city. In most cases like this, looting would have been expected, but the absence of that kind of immoral behavior was most likely due to the notoriety of the witch cult's name. Mimi, is it this one? Garf, I smell them. Garfield, right, and th direction is.
Garfield tracked them and roughly predicted their location. They seemed to have traced yesterday's route from 3rd Street to 1st Street. A thought flashed through his mind.
Garfield, those two went to th Park to see that songstress. Fred had said yesterday that he'd left too late and failed to catch her.
Having learned his lesson, he'd left early this morning, determined not to miss her again. This time, his sister must have accompanied him. Garfield, in that case, if we go to 1st Street. If they went there, they could find them fairly quickly. Garfield brightened slightly, thinking that the situation had turned in his favor. And then he smelled it.
Garfield. Mimi, is this their father? Mimi noticed what Garfield had. That was a split in the middle from the siblings.
Garrick had headed to the city hall in the middle of the city. The moment of choice descended again on Garfield. If he went to 1st Street, he could find the siblings. If they had been at the songstress's performance, they would certainly have found safety. However, the city hall was a different case.
As time passed, the people in the city hall, where the witch cult had made their attack, were in increasing great danger. However, Garrick was in a place where, at any second, the possibility of his death would increase. Mimi, Garf.
What do we do?
Garfield. A choice once again approached Garfield.
He could choose to confirm the survival of the siblings, who were on the way to reuniting with Subaru. In that case, he would be turning a blind eye to Garrick in the city hall. How could Garfield's relationship to Garrick be described?
Unlike Rila, and the children born from her, there was no direct relationship between them. If blood was used as a basis for rescue, his obligation to save Garrick will cease to exist.
However, what would become of Rila, if she lost him?
She'd spend years mourning with her children, all because Garfield gave up on the city hall.
That family would shed endless tears.
Garfield, th city hall's where the Archbishop's is, right?
Mimi, yep tilde.
Garfield, that control tower's very dangerous, but if we can just get to the Archbishop and kill her, then. Mimi, everyone will be saved tilde?
Awesome tilde. Too awesome tilde. Bouncing on the spot, Mimi applauded Garfield's comments.
However, she immediately stopped jumping on the spot. Mimi, although, it's not a big problem, but I feel kind of uneasy. Garfield, uneasy?
Mimi, it's very dangerous, that kind of feeling. It's not clear, but it's that feeling. What she meant was that she had no basis for saying so.
At her timid attitude, Garfield felt thrown off. Up until then, Mimi had been constantly supporting him from behind, agreeing to his every decision.
Garfield, how shameless. Expecting others to do nothing but support me.
Mimi, Garfield, what can I do? Garfield, it'd be dumb to ignore your unease, and the captain and the others are going to give me hell for it, but Emilia's strongest force could not run away in fear. And no matter how much he struggled, in order to save the city, they would need to face the city hall eventually. Garfield, first of all, we have to confirm the situation of the city hall. Like if there's a sentry posted there, or whether or not th inside is safe. Mimi, is that called an investigation? Ooh.
I see tilde, we're going scouting ! Tilde.
Although Mimi was still a little tense, she agreed eagerly. Seeing her draw the wand that she loved to use from her robe, Garfield also drew his twin shields from his waist and attached them to his wrists. As his arms were covered in silver armor, he declared himself ready. Garfield, let's go.
Mimi, all right tilde. With that response to Garfield's brief words, the two headed toward the city hall.
According to information from Subaru, the Sin Archbishop of Sloth had several minions fighting alongside him. Although they couldn't match up to the archbishops, those of them who were experienced in combat were capable of posing a threat. On the road, alert of any guards who may have been assigned there, the two traveled cautiously and carefully.
Garfield, what?
Zod, what's going on? However, they couldn't see even a single cultist.
Even if they had been hiding, they couldn't have been able to cheat Garfield and Mimi's noses. In that case,
Garfield, it's like they think they don't need a guard. Mimi.
When he remembered the voice from the broadcast, the force of Garfield's anger became unbearable.
They had never thought that anyone would attack them. Without a sign of alertness, they assumed that their control of the building was absolute, and that they had already achieved their victory. That arrogance, he wanted to tear apart with his claws and crunch on with his fangs. Mimi,
As Garfield gnashed his teeth, Mimi gave a soft murmur.
Seeming subdued, she rubbed his back, looking disturbed, her nose twitching constantly.
Garfield, what is it?
Mimi, I don't know, but I think that something's wrong. Garf, something's off.
Garfield, don't kid around.
Seizing the hem of Garfield's pants, Mimi suddenly spoke discouraging words. Garfield snapped at Mimi, who wanted to retreat after coming all the way here. The witch cult had neglected to even post an outpost. Retreating just because the atmosphere seemed off wasn't something that they could do.
If they left right now, the possibility of Reela's family suffering a tragedy could only increase.
Garfield, you can stay here if you don't want to go.
My amazing self will be fine, I'll crush the archbishops easily.
Mimi, Garf.
Shaking off the fingers on his pants, Garfield leapt from their hiding place.
From the square along the waterway, he planned to immediately jump to the city hall's building.
The distance is narrowing. Their atmosphere remained stagnant. Their arrogance was real, what a joke. Nothing happened. 10 steps left.
9 steps.
8 steps. 7 steps. He scaled a wall, finding an easier route to the building. 6 steps. 5 steps.
Mimi, Garf. Garfield, dash. Suddenly changing his direction, Garfield redirected his energy to his legs, leaping not forward, but sideways. Then, a sharp light glinted off of the edge of a quiet blade flashed by his gaze.
That destructive energy was completely silent. The stone steps cut obliquely, as if they were cut, did not find themselves left behind.
Floating, chopped white smoke, Garfield.
If it weren't for Mimi's warning cry, he would have died just now.
A beautiful and exquisite slash barely missed Garfield's head.
If that artistic cut had hit, Garfield's head would have been pinned up for display in the square. Cold sweat.
At that moment, Garfield landed and turned, and saw it.
Woman.
Giant. Before his eyes, 2 figures suddenly appeared.
One of them was a giant man, leisurely holding a large sword in each hand. The other was slender, delicate woman, holding a long sword in her grip. Both were wearing black headdresses, and Garfield was unable to confirm their appearance. Garfield, it's not a nice greeting, you know? Scratching the back of his neck, which was covered in cold sweat from shock, Garfield spoke, trying to divert their attention from determining his own combat strength. However, neither responded to Garfield's words. Mimi, Garfield, these two. Making a large circle around them, Mimi went to Garfield's side. Garfield didn't dare to even look at Mimi, instead keeping his eye on the 2 figures. Garfield, yeah, they're strong. Mimi's voice spasmed nervously, and Garfield answered by placing his hand on her shoulders, supporting her. The 2 they were facing seemed to be dreary, ominous ghosts. The preternatural levels of danger the 2 exuded were impossible to accurately measure. This unfamiliar stimulation pricking at Garfield's skin robbed his mouth of saliva, and he felt an urgent thirst. Obviously, the enemy's strength far eclipsed humanity's. They were clearly superior to that murder machine who Garfield had once fought. Garfield, only 2 people? No other shadows lurked around. The only guards were the 2 before him. They'd cloaked their existence from Garfield up until now, so any other potential presences wouldn't exist. Those with strength had already chosen to stop hiding it. In other words, the 2 in front of them were the barriers that they needed break through in order to recapture the city hall. At the moment when Garfield understood this. Garfield, hair, interesting.
Mimi, Garf?
Garfield, if we win, we can break through this field.
His heart stirred with vigor as he refused to let fear dominate his heart, touching his chest with the shield as he spoke in a sharp voice.
Even as his head began cooling, sparks of excitement still bounced within him.
However, grasping Garfield's trousers, Mimi shouted. Mimi, no, no. Garf, no.
These two people, we can't. They're super strong.
Only Mimi and Garfield absolutely can't win.
We can't. Garfield, whether or not we win, I would not win or not, I will not try to see how I know. I absolutely would not agree with that.
Moreover, Mimi discouraged, then the content of the feeling is to stimulate the fear of Garfield cowardice.
Garfield pouted his mouth, his jaw full of anger toward the hostile two.
Garfield, even if we run away with tails tucked between our legs, they'll catch up to us. Mimi, then, once.
We'll hit them once, dodge, and then run away. If it's just us, we have to leave.
Without the chief of Julio's.
She pronounces Julius wrong.
Garfield.
At Mimi's frantic words, Garfield bit his lip and pondered.
Indeed, Garfield also understood that Mimi was correct.
They couldn't match up to the two of them. Facing that kind of enemy, one-on-one, was undeniably suicidal.
As there was no other way, was withdrawing the right course of action? The two figures in front of them were the overwhelmingly strong barrier. With overwhelming power blocking the front, but also had to cross the barrier. Garfield, being defeated by Reinhardt, was far from the strongest he could be.
With consciousness that must become the shield of the most important, you must walk the strongest road to the necessary journey that you can claim to be the Golden Tiger.
And then, though not the same as the form of hope, the mothers and their new families met. If he withdrew here, Garrick would. Mimi. Again grabbing the hem of Garfield's trousers, dominated by tumultuous thoughts, was Mimi, who held his with an uneasy expression. Garfield recalled their gentle night, where she'd been his kind guardian.
Just then, his stubborn feelings began to gradually melt away. Garfield, all right, we'll do just as you said.
After an attack, we'll break away, and find others to come help us. Is that okay? Mimi, yeah. Yeah.
That's it, let's do it, Tilda.
Faced with Garfield's unflappable courage, Mimi gasped with delight.
Having unified their views, they turned to face the defensive figures before them, who had remained silent.
Their brief quarrel had provided a perfect opportunity to launch an offensive. Had they held back because of honor? Compassion? Caution? Garfield, let's go.
Mimi, ha.
If they were merely cautious, it was time to crush them.
Not needing a signal, Garfield and Mimi leapt into the fray in tandem.
Garfield flew toward the woman, and Mimi attacked the giant. As Garfield approached her at bullet-like speed, the woman gently shifted her upper body, and, in the next moment, was swinging her blade downward at an alarming speed. The beautiful flash of her sword split the air with a sharpness that fascinated Garfield and caused him to momentarily lose himself. Garfield, Car. However, he wasn't so foolish as to lose himself and allow the blade to reach him.
It bounced into the shield on his right wrist, and he took the opportunity to kick at her. She swiftly avoided his blow and attacked again, but her lithe, terrifying form was blocked by his other shield. With the neck as the goal of the cutoff, Garfield shielded with his left hand. Immediately after, he kicked her, his light body flying away easily. Garfield, ha. Looking at the form of the woman who he'd easily beaten backwards, Garfield felt a sense of exhilaration. When he glanced back, he saw the giant. I look back, I see the giants who act there, play a role of adaptability, and attack the attack magic blow that slickly passes through the big sword. It is just about to be out of the square. Mimi seemed to have successfully escaped. The giant didn't have the speed to match Mimi as she ran, and this woman didn't have the ability to fight Garfield. In that case, Garfield, if we can win one. If he could take her out, launching another attack later would be easier. Defeating the woman would make the giant much easier to shred.
Garfield leapt forward toward the collapsed woman, her sword colliding with his left wrist.
He brought his right shield upon her slender, frail form.
She couldn't have the same regeneration ability as Elsa. Garfield, gotcha.
He'd be able to take out the woman.
At the moment when Garfield confirmed this and raised his voice, death came from behind. The giant, who should have been a ways away, approached Garfield, bringing with him the stench of death.
Garfield instinctively reacted like a loaded spring.
Immediately interrupting his attack, he brought his left wrist back to his back, leaping away from the spot. However, another attack from his back smashed Garfield's left wrist. He was sent to the ground with a cry, "Garfield, ah!" Garfield, who was swallowed up by the shock, groaned violently for an unimaginable blow.
Bouncing up from the ground, his body, caught in midair, once again faced an outrageous attack. With the help of his twin shields, he mounted a defense against the impact, but he was sent flying by the momentum.
Targeting Garfield, who was gliding through the air, trajectory parallel to the ground, the giant and the woman dove forward in pursuit at the same time.
Garfield, ha, ah. Garfield was sandwiched between the two parallel attacks. He met the sword swinging at him from the front with a shield, and used the other to block a giant sword at his back. With a forceful kick to the ground, he barely ducked escaped their cage of attacks. A sword once again emerged from the fray, which he met with both shields, sparks dancing along their surfaces, followed by a swing sweeping from top to bottom. Garfield, ha! His bones and sternum cracked, and the power of the blow left Garfield's vision blood red. Although he'd bore the brunt of that sword, its blunt blade had barely spared Garfield's life. A cry of agony followed the blood spilling from his mouth as his body flew into a tower, barely avoiding the danger of being shattered to pieces. However, the two difficult enemies wouldn't allow his survival. Wordlessly, they cut at Garfield. Although the intensity of this strike couldn't be compared with that of the previous one, the sharpness of the woman's sword as she called upon a power that should have been outside her scope was beautiful as it tangled with the breath of death. Even at this length, that calm, elegant blade would split him clean in half. Also wordless, the giant's battling style was brutal and crude. However, that kind of brutality wasn't one that was impulsive and left to chance, it was the brutality of someone who could harness and optimize their destructive power. Most people would barely be able to hold one of his sword, but he easily swung two of them, each in one of his giant arms. Garfield, ah, ah, ha, ah, ha. A violent whirlwind of steel sliced through the air, flowing like running water. Although their styles were different, the effectiveness of their dynamic was commensurate with their overwhelming skill, and they attacked side by side, leaving the escaping Garfield only able to desperately play the defense. Desperately bouncing backwards on the stone steps, dodging a heavy swing, feeling a sharp wind whistle over his head broken under the wind, rely on the instinct to withstand attacks with his shields, dodging, bouncing, defending. But, if they kept at it, sooner or later, he would be beheaded. The two figures pressed Garfield, giving his nary a chance to breathe. Without that, he couldn't do anything about the shortage of oxygen in his brain, couldn't see any ray of hope. His every effort was directed toward avoiding a fatal injury. When he'd exhausted himself, his attention would surely fail to keep up. And his distracted self would suffer a fatal blow. Masterful combat, masterful swings. Tenacious as Garfield's life way, they could easily and simply steal it away. The more time passed, the more escape routes closed to him. Decision. A decision was pressing. The only way out of this dilemma was to reveal his true fangs. In that moment, Garfield found the only advantage he could possibly hold. And that thought briefly revived him. He sought a breathing opportunity. Garfield, what? The woman's blades made deadly cuts. He brought both wrists forward to capture her, shifting his body the minimum distance to avoid the full impact of the giant's full attack. As expected, the giant's hit cracked Garfield's left shoulder, and the knee of his right leg was shattered. But, in exchange for a breath of fresh air, that damage was nothing. Garfield, ha. With a raging roar, he released the heat boiling in his body.
The same feeling of boiling blood expanded to his field of vision, which became nothing but pure white, a cracking sound echoing from beneath his face as his bones shifted, his teeth elongated into fangs, and he exercised his arms as his muscles expanded rapidly, his body becoming covered with golden hair. Only his upper body changed, leaving him in a half-beast state. The smell of blood chased his rationality away momentarily, but, in this state, his thoughts weren't completely animalistic. Seeing the person in front of them beastify, it was impossible for any hostile party to remain calm. Facing the two speechless figures, Garfield growled, reveling in the idea of shattering their eardrums, confirming that his nails had grown into thick, double-edged weapons. As the enemy's footsteps froze, he decided to open holes in their bodies. His front paw descended toward the woman, until the form of giant man squeezed in front of her.
No matter. Even those thick muscles were nothing worth mentioning. They were but paper shields under his claws.
And shielding was just what the giant intended to do. He held out his outstretched, the blade of his large sword facing down, making a gesture of neither defending nor attacking, but choosing to protect the woman. Cute.
But it was over. His paws would tear through the giant's body, followed by the slender form of the woman.
Garfield, dash. The process that had already been set in motion, but had been paused in the first motion.
Garfield's tiger paw hit the giant, but failed to tear through him.
That was because he'd caught Garfield's paw in his own hands.
He'd uncover the front part of his robe to reveal his 6 arms.
With its strong arm of Garfield suppressed, gripping big sword while Garfield's claws sharply blocked the tip, this violent attack from the front down. This was the 8-arm defensive movement.
Too stunned to react, Garfield hesitated. He couldn't believe that the giant could stand up to his crushing blow.
That was also to say, in that moment, Garfield had left himself exposed and completely unprepared. From behind the giant's back, the woman swung behind unprepared half-beast and launched herself at him. Garfield's back, covered by tiger's fur, was a sitting target for that woman waving her long sword. As the tip of the sword approached, Garfield felt the invisible breath of death on his neck. However, his paws captured by the giant's hands, all he could do was wait for death.
Mimi, hold on a second.
Garfield.
Garfield would have been split diagonally in half, had the woman's cut not been stopped by an unfolding blue magic barrier. Her strike bounced into the barrier, which disappeared as she landed back on the ground. The orange-haired kitten had saved Garfield in the nick of time.
Mimi, Garfield, we promised that we'd flee immediately.
For the first time, something like reproach colored Mimi's voice.
In his half-beast status, hearing the voice coming from behind, Garfield's rationality flew back into his head as he started to recognize his own stupidity.
Ignoring anxieties, being far too careless, having been too dismissive to his opponent, he'd landed himself in a dangerous situation.
From that dead end, Mimi had rescued him.
Garfield swallowed as he appreciated the strength of Mimi's barrier.
The violence in the woman's blade didn't match her appearance, and Mimi's defensive capabilities were really quite capable. Garfield was incredibly fortunate that she was there.
Garfield, ha. Woman. Resting assured that he would be safe, Garfield broke free of the giant's grip.
Kicking at the body and spotting his blow being blocked by an arm, Garfield picked Mimi up by the waist and disengaged from the battle. In this way, he would flee from here with Mimi. Following their original plan, they'd pick the fight back up with reinforcements.
Woman. Before they could move, the woman had quickly caught up. But once again, Mimi launched a barrier, this one larger than the previous one.
The woman was again knocked back, and Garfield gathered all his energy into his legs, preparing to escape.
A breath.
The figure of the woman stopped and gently cast a hand in front of the barrier. With a leap, she approached. Garfield, what's? Mimi. Garfield, eh?
A small sound accompanied a gentle impact.
Prepare to ask what had happened, Garfield stopped mid-jump. As the stone steps flew past from under him, he saw a red line soar through the sky.
Blood. That's what his was.
Garfield, midget? The consciousness of maintaining his semi-beast form was interrupted, and Garfield's rapidly changed back to human form. The sensation of losing his tiger fur was buried under a wave of chills.
In his arms was an exhausted, drained. He turned his gaze down. Looking up at his flying figure was a woman whose blade whipped through the air. More than half of that sword was coated with red, viscous blood. A warm liquid dripped onto Garfield's lower abdomen.
Seeing Mimi's death grip on that one she loved to use, even as she was rendered immobile from exhaustion, snapped Garfield back into awareness. Garfield.
Landing, jumping again. Continuing to leap to the nearby buildings, bearing the weight at his side as he fled.
Fortunately, their adversaries didn't follow suit. Were they uninterested in anything other than guarding the square, or was this a show of humanity?
No matter, what should he do now?
After 4 lengthy leaps away the square, Garfield collapsed on a building, where he checked Mimi's condition. Mimi's eyes closed, a large amount of blood spilling from the wound in her chest. Garfield yanked her clothes open to check on her wounds.
He cautiously concluded that this wasn't yet a fatal injury.
Of course, that didn't allow for any optimism.
She was in need of immediate healing magic. He needed to calm himself.
Garfield. Placing his hand on her wound, Garfield willed all of the mana in his body into Mimi.
Garfield was one of the few who could use healing magic in Sanctuary.
He'd always felt that it was slightly useless, but, in the event of any emergency, he hoped to be able to do something.
Therefore, Garfield had poured all of his magical efforts into learning how to heal, and he had a rough but complete grasp on each field of healing. As long as the injury wasn't fatal, he was fairly confident that he could do something.
Mimi's wounds needed all of his effort to heal. Sweat beaded his forehead as he mustered up his mana, directing it to suppress the overflow of blood and mend the cut skin, muscle, injured internal organs, desperately willing them to be fixed, giving her mana continuously.
Continuously. Continuously. The wound wouldn't close. Garfield, what? What? Who was whispering in that soft voice?
Someone who could, in this situation, make that kind of soft sound deserved nothing but Garfield's wrath.
He glanced around wildly, looking for the source. There was no one there.
Finally, he realized.
That voice was his own. Aware of it. The voice is just my own. So that soft voice had been him? Had he made that sound?
Such a sound was. Garfield, close, 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 heal, hell, heal. Exhausted, he ordered all of the magic in his body into her treatment.
The wave of healing magic flowed into her, filling her with a gentle current of mana. In spite of this, the wound refused to close.
Garfield, it's a lie, right? Unable to accept the reality facing him, Garfield again muttered with a weak voice. Immediately afterward, he hit himself in the face and bit down hard on his lip to keep himself grounded. Now was not the time to make such a soft voice. What could he do? 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 What could he do?
He had no idea. But he couldn't give up here. This girl needed to be saved.
Because hadn't she let Garfield shed tears before her?
Such a child, who had been hurt trying to save him, could not die like this.
Garfield.
Gritting his teeth, Garfield began to run.
One of his hands rested on the girl's wound, trying again to staunch her bleeding with his ineffective magic. The smell of blood, the smell of death.
In these deserted streets, any thoughts about what might have happened were completely absent from Garfield's mind. Someone, anyone. Save this kid. Someone, anyone, bring a miracle. Tell me what to do. If there's anything I can do. What can be done to save her?
Garfield. Garfield strengthened his sense of smell, the smell of water, blood, high feelings, charred meat. In the midst of those foul scents, Garfield found a very familiar smell brushing past, and immediately following it, running, continually, endlessly, running.
He flew into a shelter, seeing figures covered with bloodstains everywhere, and issued a sad sigh. But he wasn't free to care at the moment.
Opening his eyes, he searched for that figure. Searching, searching, searching. Subaru, Garfield?
He found him.
In that deep, dark, cold underground facilities, he found the one who he had been desperately searching out. Natsuki Subaru. To Garfield, that existence was miraculous, and, in any worst case possible, he was a ray of light, the last thing Garfield could rely on.
Staggering pace. Head shaking. Due to the weight of his hands and his choking lungs, Garfield swayed back and forth.
As he approached, Subaru glanced around him, before becoming aware of the unconscious Mimi in his arms. Under Subaru's gaze, Garfield bowed his head, holding Mimi out, blindly cursing his own stupidity. Garfield, sorry, Captain.
I'm so worthless. Incompetent.
He'd been unable to protect that family, his vow to become a shield for their mission hadn't been achieved, his challenge to the hostile forces had been met with no results, and, in the end, this gentle girl was on the brink of death. Subaru, Garfield, what happened?
No, it's not the time for that. Ferris.
Ferris, I know.
Hurry up, give that child to me.
Reaching out, Mimi was taken from his arms, and placed in a bed near Subaru.
Garfield took a moment to try to sort through his thoughts.
In the next moment, a volatile healing energy overflowed, permeating the space. Garfield simply couldn't compare. If Garfield's healing prowess was likened to a drop of rain, Ferris would be a waterfall.
Witnessing the magic that could resurrect even a lost life, healing, Garfield looked as if she had been drawn out of her soul, her face staring at her treatment.
Subaru gently placed a hand on Garfield's slackened shoulder. With a glance, he could see that Subaru had endured an appalling injury to his foot. Subaru, although I can't say that this went well, you did a great job bringing her to Ferris.
Thanks to you, this child can be saved.
Garfield, thanks to me?
What was Subaru saying?
Thanks to Garfield, Mimi had saved?
Ridiculous.
Mimi was hurt so severely, and it was all Garfield's fault. Mimi's life should never have been in danger in that first place.
That had all happened because of Garfield's poor judgment. Emptiness and twisted thinking, unsolvable thoughts of guilt, and self-conscious stupidity.
The world would never forgive Garfield's foolishness.
He had made a mistake, and he would need to pay the price. And still, the worst results were happening. Subaru, Ferris, what happened?
Feeling a change, Subaru's expression grew worried. Subaru dragged himself over the bed, questioning the man who was casting his potent healing spells.
In that terrifying torrent of magic, the healer shook his head.
Ferris, why?
The wounds, they won't heal. If it goes on like this, I don't know if I can save her. His anguished cry echoed across the room, and Garfield turned his face toward the sky. But he was underground, and so the sky had nothing to tell Garfield. The price of his mistake could be nothing but a repatriation by blood. Arc 5, Chapter 32, The City Hall Raiders Conference.
Ferris, with blood staining his cheeks, clenched his teeth in irritation, waving a hand around.
Lying in front of him, blood still flowing from her chest, was Mimi's unconscious form. Wholeheartedly wanting to stop the bleeding, he'd been forced to bind her wound with a magic cloth and several layers of bandages.
This was something typically used for hand and foot injuries, but it could also be applied to the chest to maintain a wound's closure and prevent bleeding. Only, Mimi's chest wound was just above her heart.
The amount of time she had left would only depend upon her own vitality.
Subaru leaned against the wall, watching desperate treatment as he fretted about Garfield. Looking down, he saw that instead of looking at Mimi, Garfield had plunged his bloody hands into his short blonde hair and looked down, a far cry from his usual optimistic self.
The blood covering his body was not only Mimi's.
It was plain to see that he had his own severe wounds. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, and the amount of blood still pouring his shoulders was particularly heart-wrenching.
His trousers were torn near his knees, where flesh was missing and white bone could be glimpsed.
Subaru, Garfield.
Mimi can be entrusted to Ferris, for the time being. You also need treatment for your wounds. Can you administer healing spells yourself?
Garfield, yeah. Nodding, Garfield slowly pressed his palms to his wounds, began to deliver the healing mana into his own body. As he watched the slowly healing wounds, Subaru looked down at the conversation mirror in his hand. Reflected in the surface of the mirror was a silent old swordsman, his wrinkled face bearing a complex expression. In the depths of his own heart, what kind of confusion had risen? Undoubtedly, Wilhelm must have reached the same conclusion as Subaru.
Subaru, the wound can't be closed, which is to say. Wilhelm, in all likelihood, that's because of the divine protection of the Shinigami.
Finishing Subaru's words, Wilhelm came to the expected conclusion.
The terrible curse of incurable healing of a wounds was given by the death god's blessing.
That Mimi's wound couldn't be healed by magic was probably due to such a blessing.
Then, in Subaru's mind, only one person could conceivably have done this.
Of course, while it couldn't be asserted that no other person could possibly have the same divine protection.
Subaru, Wilhelm-san.
Although this isn't a happy thought.
Your wrist injury, how is it? Wilhelm.
Wilhelm briefly closed his eyes, then removed his coat and presented his left hand to Subaru. The bandage wrapped tightly against it bore no bloodstains.
Then there was no bleeding, so his attacker couldn't be near.
Wilhelm, even assuming that the injury was given by someone who had the same protection as my wife, as long as my wounds have not opened, her life cannot be near.
Although that should be a matter of course. Subaru, Wilhelm-san. Was he frustrated, or was he relieved? Subaru did not know. Wilhelm had lost his wife a full 15 years ago. Even 1 year ago, he'd certainly not doubted her death.
Regardless of the hopelessness of any situation, looking at a favored result with unconditional hope and choosing to believe in any modest hope was a weakness of humanity. However, even if Wilhelm succumbed to that weakness, Subaru found no shame in it whatsoever.
Therefore, at this moment, Subaru found no words he could say to Wilhelm, who but of course desired neither casual comfort nor encouragement.
Behind Subaru, a change in the situation had occurred.
That was Ricardo, bro.
Sorry, to take your time while you're treating a wound.
Saying so, Ricardo sat on the ground.
Near Ferris, desperately conducting his treatment, the Beastman sat in front of the bloody Garfield, eyeing him sharply. To meet that gaze, Garfield slowly raised his head.
Ricardo, I don't know what happened.
But I know that if Bro hadn't brought her here, Mimi wouldn't have made it.
So?
Garfield. Ricardo, really, thank you very much.
I'm deeply grateful. With 2 fists on the ground, Ricardo kneeled and bowed his head.
As Ricardo's forehead hit the ground, thanking Garfield for bringing his family here, Garfield appeared shocked. Mimi's status was still not optimistic. It was understandable that Garfield held some guilt for not being able to successfully defend Mimi.
But that was by no means Garfield's fault. What good would it do to blame him?
Ricardo had, of course, hoped for Mimi's safe return, and, having her back in that state, he couldn't have been calm. Even so, in Subaru's view, Ricardo's vaulted posture was completely sincere. At the same time, he held an unforgiving anger at those who left Mimi in that state.
Therefore,
Subaru, Garfield.
Although it must be troubling for you, tell me exactly what happened. Even you're in such a state, which is unimaginable. Not to mention.
As he asked Garfield to explain the situation, an idea took root in Subaru's mind. It was earlier, as he sorted through their information with Julius and Wilhelm, contemplating the siege of Pristella, the idea had briefly crossed his mind. Seizing the 5 control towers, the witch cult had turned the entire city as their hostage. Each location must have been occupied by a mighty force. Assuming that was right, they were most likely guarded by wrath, greed, lust.
Then, the likelihood of gluttony's presence was also high. That gluttony was precisely Subaru's target. Greed, who had Emilia, and wrath, who regarded Subaru as Betelgeuse. Lust, whose ugly nature he'd heard earlier, and gluttony, the target he'd been hunting.
Although the situation was indeed the worst of the worst, at the same time, there had never been an opportunity better than now.
Being entrapped in a spider web was precisely the right time to exterminate all the spiders. Subaru, anyway, we have attacked these guys eventually.
After all, if we don't, we'll never be able to return safe and sound.
Subaru. Garfield stared at him in surprise. Subaru nodded with encouragement, urging him to speak.
Garfield, after hearing that broadcast, my amazing self and Thmidget went the center F the city.
Both of us hated that broadcaster's annoying voice. Ricardo, we were also discussing a way we were gonna do that. Looks like you got the first chance.
Garfield, on thwaite the city hall, thwere no sentries, no appearance if anything get in our way. So my amazing self headed straight toward the city hall, where Garfield's words stopped, as he clenched his teeth, his fists trembling.
This was not fear, but anger.
However, Subaru believed that anger was directed not at his opponent, but at Garfield himself. Issuing a fiery, angry breath, Garfield continued. Garfield, two enemies appeared. One of them wasn't huge man slugged around two giant swords.
Thother was a thin woman and had a slender sword.
No matter what, if they was serious about it, they'd match me one-on-one.
No. They'd most likely be stronger than my amazing self.
Subaru, even stronger than you, was one of them the broadcaster?
Garfield, most likely not.
Subaru almost wondered whether or not there was a problem with his ears. Garfield was not only the strongest in Emilia faction, who was meant to face the witch cult if the need ever arose, he also sat at the peaks of strength in their combined force.
That Garfield had just judged two people to be individually stronger than himself.
And, if his assumption was right, those people were only common cultists. Garfield, those two didn't give off the same malice as broadcast. Even though my amazing self left openings while I escaped, we still got away. They seemed off some kind of swordsman's etiquette or whatever. Garfield regarded his opponents with something like awe. Unlike his usual lively self, he seemed to be in a sluggish state, clearly still affected by Mimi's state. Ricardo, who had been listening to Garfield, slapped his knees with dull sound and stood.
Then he grabbed Garfield's shoulder.
Ricardo, strong or not strong, I can already clearly tell. What I want to know is, who left bro in such a state? Who did that the Mimi? Who should I seek revenge on?
Tell me that.
Garfield, my amazing self's wounds are mostly from Sky, while the woman was a distraction.
However, because that woman, Mimi.
Wilhelm, that woman, could you please leave her to me? Ricardo was ignited by the vengeance for Mimi, and Garfield swore that same goal, with shame. The one who had interjected was Wilhelm, who had been listening silently through the mirror.
To him, too, this was by no means something he could leave alone. But it was cruel to the two who didn't know about Wilhelm's reasons. Ricardo, why? This has nothing to do with you, Wilhelm-san. Even you shouldn't take my right to have revenge on those that harmed my dear family.
Wilhelm, I can't say for certain without having confirmation.
However, if what I suspect is true, then that woman is a very important one to me. I must insist.
Ricardo, that's... If you anger me, I won't be able to spare you. Although Ricardo snarled in agitation, Wilhelm also stubbornly refused. Precisely because he understood the situation of both sides, Subaru couldn't determine who was right. Therefore, it wasn't Subaru who drew an end to that quarrel, but Crush, Wilhelm,
and Ricardo Summer.
Now, as companions, this is not for strife.
Not when so many civilian lives are exposed to danger, Wilhelm, Crush Summer. With a cool voice, filled with fortitude, Crush scolded the two.
At the reproof of his master, Wilhelm bowed and scratched his head in shame.
In the meantime, considering options that would avoid internal strife.
Anastasia,
Okay. Let's make a decision.
Clapping gently, Anastasia took the mirror and pointed at Subaru. Laughing at the timid Subaru, Anastasia fiddled with her fox scarf. Anastasia, first of all, I want to bring up the raid on the city hall proposed by Natsuki-kun and supported by Crush-san's faction. After all, if we attack any of the control towers, that city hall give everything away for us. And even if it isn't retaken, the situation of the waterways could be improved a little bit, yeah?
Although that might just be a bit of my wishful thinking.
Subaru, no, I'm thinking the same thing.
Moreover, if the other side launches an attack first, it'll cut our choices down.
If we want to act, the sooner the better. Anastasia, what's this? You've become reliable in this past year, haven't you? In any case, it's just as Natsuki-kun said. Thanks to the conversation mirror, our groups can collaborate, and, fortunately, about 70% of our total combat power can be dispatched immediately. It'd be reasonable to say that an attack on the city hall would fare well, yeah? Subaru glanced at Garfield and Ricardo. In order to conquer the city hall in one fell swoop, it would become necessary to split their combat forces. A raid on the city hall would entail, in their current situation, deploying forces from the closest shelter, Garfield and Ricardo.
Then, from the shelter, Julius and Wilhelm would come.
Members of the Iron Fang, as well with both Tun and Kan, and the numerous adventurers who were staying in the city.
Adding them to their ranks would improve their combat effectiveness.
Subaru, honestly, if Reinhardt were here, everything would be fine.
Could we get Tun and Kan to summon him?
Julius, it's strange that we haven't located him, is that what you're thinking? Julius, in response to Subaru's attempt to maximize their combat power, shifted his gaze toward him. Julius, before entering the shelter, the two seemed to have fired magic into the sky as a signal. However, Reinhardt, who should have appeared instantly, didn't appear. And, this isn't a pleasant thought, but... Subaru, but what? Really, are you still hesitating at this point?
Julius, then, I welcome you to feel the same trepidation that I do.
Felt Summer's followers were separated from her and Reinhardt a little bit before all this happened.
It seems that they were last seen speaking to a red-haired man. Subaru, red-haired man. That couldn't be that damn bastard, could it?
Julius, I can neither confirm nor deny this. Subaru gritted his teeth indignantly while listening Julius's elegant answer. Felt and Reinhardt had met, if Subaru's speculation were right, Reinhardt's father, Heinkel.
What would the two have to say to that man?
And now, why weren't they taking action? Subaru, however, he showed up at Sirius's speech in that previous loop.
What's the difference?
Is it because of the broadcast?
Has he taken action already? Which one after the last is what conditions are different, and Subaru cannot clearly know the difference.
In any case, knowing that they couldn't count on Reinhardt to show up was a cause for alarm.
Subaru's shoulders dropped in contemplation. Meanwhile, Ferris had returned.
His feminine costumes were black blood-stained, and full of sweaty faces.
Ferris, who? That took quite a while.
Ricardo, so, how's Mimi's condition?
Is she fine? Did you save her?
As Ferris wiped his forehead of sweat, Ricardo questioned breathlessly. And Garfield, from behind him, also cast him a panicked gaze without standing up.
However, at their sincere eyes, Ferris shook his head ruthlessly.
Ferris, I can't say that I've saved her, but the wound isn't getting worse. That's all thanks to her brothers right now.
By strengthening their link, she's barely managing to hold on.
Ricardo, that's their divine protection of triplets, right? In that case, what'll happen to the brothers? Ferris, their blessing is mean to have 3 children share the burden of fatigue and injury.
Their link strengthening allows the brothers to share the injuries of their seriously injured sister. In that case, although her life can be prolonged.
Tivy, when sister's life is exhausted, will die too, right? From the mirror, a pained voice echoed forth. Ricardo frowned and took the conversation mirror, which reflected Hetaro and Tivy, sitting side by side.
The 2 brothers were also clutching their chests in pain.
Ricardo, you guys are idiots.
Really, just a group of hopeless idiots.
Hetaro, however, when I think that this is sister's pain, Knowing that we're feeling the same pain together makes me a little happier.
Tivi, I'm not as strong as my brother.
So, Chief.
I believe that you'll be able to do something for us soon.
Because if I die, I'll become a ghost and haunt you.
Being assigned to aid the injury suffered by their sister, the two brothers experience the same serious injury.
Seeing Hetaro and Tivi lying side by side in their shelter, Ricardo gave a deep breath sigh and took his machete in hand.
Then,
Ricardo, in other words, we have to move quickly, then.
If we don't, there's no point.
Ricardo whispered in a deep voice that emanated his passionate feelings. Anastasia, send the Iron Fang out and have them secure the road until you reach the city hall. Then have our best break into the building itself, and try to seize it in one fell swoops.
The enemies are the huge man and slender woman.
Following them should probably be Lust.
Subaru, the elites here are Garfield and Ricardo. Then Wilhelm-san and Julius. Crush, I'm going too. Those words came from Crush, who had tied her hair into a ponytail.
She stood with sword in hand, having shed her dress for armor suited for battle. Subaru, Crush-san, by saying you'll go, you mean that you can fight? Crush, although I'm not as strong as I was before, I've had Wilhelm as a teacher.
In addition, I can use the wind to augment my strikes. I don't intend to be a burden.
Crush's power, before losing her memory, was enough that her individual presence had made a difference in the Battle of the White Whale. However, the strength of the current amnesiac Crush was unknown to Subaru. Honestly speaking, Subaru had thought that her newfound femininity had led to a seeming loss in her adaptability to the struggle.
Wilhelm, Crush Summer's talent with the sword has not declined.
That, I can guarantee.
Wilhelm's words wiped away the last of Subaru's discomfort. The old swordsman nodded, gazing through the mirror at his master's side. Wilhelm, however, please be careful. I implore you, please place your safety first.
Crush, it's the obligation of the nobility to bear burden of and shed blood for the people.
If innocent people weep, then I will shield them under my wing. I will fight, Wilhelm. Wilhelm, honestly.
But, it's because of this that I offer you my sword. Crush spoke resolutely toward Wilhelm's allegiance. Ferris raised his hand as he watched, face full of admiration. Ferris, yes. Yes. Ferry-chan too. If Crush Summer will fight, then please let Ferry-chan accompany you. Please. Crush, Ferris traveled between shelters to cast healing spells on those in need.
I'm very proud of your contributions. But don't mistake which battlefield you should be fighting on.
Ferris, Gar. Silenced in that manner, Ferris bowed his head, searching for any retaliation.
Unable to find one, he raised a white flag with a tearful expression.
Ferris, Wulji. Definitely do a good job protecting Crush Summer, okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. Wilhelm, I understand. Even if my own life is in danger, even if it burns out, I will do so.
That was Wilhelm's answer to that trust, full of tragic determination. Ricardo waved his sword gently, and Garfield finished his own treatment and stood with his back leaning against the wall. Through the mirror, Wilhelm stood with sword at his waist, and Julius wore his knight's uniform leisurely. This was the dawn of the decisive battle, which would also include Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, Gar, Uk, Ah.
Ferris, Su Subaru Canyon.
What are you doing?
Biting his molars to endure the pain in his right leg, Subaru finally climbed to his feet. Ferris, flushed in fury, slapped Subaru upside the head, glaring at his foot, which was still missing skin and muscle.
Subaru, Ferris, that hurt. Ferris, of course it did.
I've obviously said that you absolutely need rest, so what possessed you to try to get up? Do you want your feet to rot off?
Subaru, even if it's torn off, there are still things that I have to do.
Ferris, you should understand my feelings. Do you think I can really stay here obediently and wait for results? Ferris, moo. Ferris raised a hand to his mouth as Subaru pressed on. Sending his companions to a place where survival was unlikely, then waiting for results.
Subaru could never endure such a thing.
If, by running around, he could come up with some clever idea and help someone, how could he lie here? Subaru, you can fight like this.
Well, I must fight too. Beatrice protected me, and Emilia's in danger from greed.
In this state, you want me to retreat? Ferris, is that to say that you won't regret losing your foot?
Subaru, of course I'm bound to regret it, but I'd regret not fighting more. Ferris, hair.
Then, Subaru Canyon also wants to play a cool role.
With an exhausted expression, Ferris held a hand to his forehead. After that, he pressed his hand to the wound on Subaru's leg. Ferris, what I'll be doing now is giving you a bit of solace.
Subaru, solace is.
Ah, wait a minute, Ferris-san.
The injury kinda hurts, so rubbing back and forth like that is going to really hurt? His hands on the wound, Ferris ravaged Subaru's leg, was what should have happened, but, instead, a brilliant line shone from the injury, ending the pain which had been piercing through it like a sharp blade. Subaru, shocked at the effects of that magic, looked Ferris in the face.
Then,
Ferris, you look murderous? Subaru, no, no. Although, if you have such convenient magic, don't be so reluctant to give it to Suna.
This is great, I can move.
As Ferris's sharp tongue bit into him, Subaru jumped lightly with his right leg.
While enjoying the joy of his new freedom of motion, he began to dance in place. Pain was no longer a problem. His palm hit the wound with a smack as he celebrated the amazing change. Then, Subaru looked down, feeling something sticky and wet. His hands were covered in red, and his foot's wound had ruptured.
Subaru, hey, hey, hey? Didn't you heal it?
Ferris, I never said I healed it. I just asked if you'd regret it if you lost your leg.
Ferry-chan removed the pain from touch.
As long as you're careful, you can keep your leg if you limit your running around.
Subaru's bleeding legs shook as Ferris re-bandaged the wound and cast fresh spells. The blood stopped, however. Subaru felt even more uncomfortable, realizing that he could feel nothing from his leg.
It was similar to anesthesia, but he didn't feel quite as sluggish.
Aside from not being able to feel touch, his right leg's actions were almost normal. However, pain itself is a necessity to avoid destroying one's own body. For the sake of convenience, those sensations have been revoked, but...
Ferris, of course, I'm doing this reluctantly. When we meet back up, there will definitely be some residual effects.
I want to see that they'll be very slight, so be careful. Subaru, understood.
You've been a great help, I'm grateful.
Ferris, Subaru Canyon is absolutely, certainly planning to ignore Ferry-chan's words. Ferris sighed as Subaru re-examined his leg while nodding. Although he'd like to say something like I'd never do such a thing, if the situation arose, he couldn't promise that he'd comply with Ferris. Unable to make any promises, Subaru could only thank him once more before heading back toward Garfield and Ricardo. Subaru, right, I'm coming too.
It's useless to try to stop me. I don't think I'll be too much help in combat, but there must be something I can do. Ricardo, why would I stop you? You'd bring with you the strength of 100 men, I'll be counting on you. Subaru, I can do things like...
Huh?
Although he had been waiting for a rejection, he had been eagerly welcomed into the party.
Subaru wondered what in the world was happening as the Beastman opened his mouth.
Ricardo, the white whale, and Sloth.
Both times, I saw your efforts for myself, bro.
You'd be wrong if you think only Wilhelm sees your value. I also see someone worthy of praise.
Subaru, really, truly? Inspired by Ricardo's words, Subaru invited himself in without any problem. Before leaving the shelter, Subaru approached Beatrice's bed and gently touched the forehead of that quietly sleeping girl.
Subaru, Beatrice, I'll be going out. I messed up and left you like this, so now it's my turn to work hard.
I'll take care of that cult and take back Emilia.
You just stay here and rest well.
Beatrice.
Silence.
Comforted by her peaceful breathing, Subaru stood up.
Meanwhile, Garfield and Ricardo spoke to Mimi, who looked miserable as she lay unconscious.
Although she also gave no response, the two men showed an opposite expression, a strong determination that they would pour into conquering yet unknown territory. Subaru, we'll leave the shelter and join up at the large waterway leading to the city hall. So, cheer up, all right? Before their departure, everyone exchanged glances, determination fueled by their respective oaths, fierce momentum propelling them onward. The war to regain Pristella would commence with a central attack on the city hall. The two swordsmen in their May, and the Sin Archbishop of Lust. Inscribing those targets in their minds, the soldiers marched toward the battlefield.